Friday, we know, is bank holiday. Traditionally as a company, we've always worked on the bank holiday Friday. We've continued this time as well, so we will be open on the Friday. We will be open Saturday morning till around midday, just to tie up a few loose ends. And then we will be closed on Sunday and Monday. So closed on Sunday and Monday. So there will be sadly no collections on those 2 days. Collections will start on Tuesday. And on the topic of collections, as we go through the next few days, the successful bidders, winners of these lots, please book your collections with the office. I will remind you as we go through the next few days, simply because the booking is there, because if you are successful with winning an item that's, for argument's sake, right at the back of the hall over there, then obviously we can't get that out for you, sadly, for 9 o'clock Tuesday morning, because we've got to move 30 cars to do it. So the first few days we have to be a little select as to what we can sort of get out and allow to go out. Once we get into the week, we can afford to be a lot more flexible. Once we've got a road into this building and Unit 2, Unit 3 and the yards and compounds, then we can be a lot more relaxed when it comes to collections. But be sure and book your collections, please. You will need a code, obviously, so we make sure we release the right car to the right person, and so on and so forth. So I suppose other than that, the first announcement I think I need to make is John's got a bad back, everybody. So he was wringing out the flannel, I think, earlier in the week, and it's pulled his back. So I think we're going to do a GoFundMe page for either someone to sit in a room with you for an hour and listen to you, or osteopath and chiropractor. We can't make up our mind which one we're going to go for, really. So as you're walking around today, please give John as much sympathy as you can. That would be very much appreciated. But back to the important stuff, the bids, really. So bidding, nothing's really changed. We've still got the 3 forms. We've still got the online, which has worked really well over the last few years. That's gone great, where you can bid, you can set your account up and so forth. That's pretty well foolproof nowadays. You cannot bid by mistake. So you've got to confirm your bid and so on and so forth. You've just got to jump through a couple of hoops, which removes the whole I bid by mistake scenario. So that's there, that works really well. We have a lot of absentee bids, with Keith and Will keep me up to speed on as we go through the day, a few reminders. Lots of people have come down to view over the viewing period, and they've left absentee bids on various lots, which obviously we will use. Paul, Jack and myself will use over the next few days and bid on their behalf. And then we've got the old-fashioned phone bids, which is personally my favourite. So we've got the phone guys. Historically, the phone guys have hidden away behind the camera, but we changed the format slightly earlier in the year.
Hang on, Dad.
Sorry, mate. Yeah. There you go.
Start again.
I'm not starting again all over that lot. No, but anyway, 900 lots over 3 days. Bidding, sorry, Jack just said the microphone there with some of you. So 3 ways to bid. I'll just go over the bidding thing if I may. 3 ways to bid. We've got the online platform, which works really well. We've got the absentee bids, which the guys keep me reminding me, because I sometimes miss them, even though they're there in black and white. And we've got the phone bids. And I was just about to say on the phone bids, the guys have historically been sort of behind the camera with phone bids. And we changed the format earlier in the year. We've moved the guys in front of the camera. So there's the camera there. We were on live streaming. There's the lads down there that are live streaming on the YouTube. There's 3 or 4 cameras down there, Tom, I think with you, that you're going to flick through over the course of the day. So that's gone down really well. I can't think how many were watching last time. We had a massive figure, 20. Oh, it's 190,000. 100. That's all, ladies and gentlemen, just a mere 190,000. So there you go. So that's with the guys down there.
What are you making though? Is you being as very transparent as you can be?
We try to, Will. We try and be as transparent as we can, and I try and preempt what bidders would do in the room. You know, I go down to 50s and I go down to 25s and things.
I go down to 5s.
Yeah, Jack goes down to 5s, and then we're on for a long slog, and everyone's like, no, because I think if they were in the room, as you quite rightly say, they would then say, I'll have a 25, I'll have a... So we try and do that as best we can, yeah. Provisionals, as we go through the 3 days, provisional bids, they're very important. I explain that as we go along, but I'll just touch on it now quickly, because not everyone's up to speed with how provisional works. Obviously, the die-hard auction people are, of course. So, provisional bid. If an item falls below the reserve, we sell that on a provisional basis. That basically means that It can't be sold to anybody else until we've had a negotiation, a chat with you guys, and we will try our very best to put a deal together. And in 85–90% of the cases, you'll find that there will be a deal done. So that's how the provisional works. They are important. It just secures that lot, because what happens is the little Mini goes under the hammer, it just falls short of where we were wanting, and then the phones start ringing in the office and people try to sort of intervene and buy. Great, you can register your interest, but you can't buy until the provisional bidder is dealt with first. If he then comes off, then fine, it's opened up, you can do what you wish. That's about it, I think. That's covered most things. Collections, we touched on that.
Just quickly, please can phone bidders ring 15 minutes in advance?
I've got that there. Sorry, I've got it there and I missed that bit. Phone bidders. Can you please be sure and ring potential clients there in advance? And I don't mean 2 or 3 minutes in advance. I mean maybe 15, 20, half an hour in advance. Yeah. So we can make sure we have got the right number, the right lot, the right everything. So please don't leave it to the last minute. While you're sat there doing nothing, ring them through and say, I'm going to be speaking to you in half an hour, get yourself ready. Because that's one issue I think that we have where we can't rectify it in time. If you're relying on emails to try and double check a phone number, obviously not everyone's sat on the other end waiting for an email. So be sure and get on it if you can. And if there's a wrong number, a wrong digit or whatever, we can address it straight away. Other than that, I can't think of anything else. Will, you normally remind me of something.
I suppose the only other thing is to can't up when he's on the pudding, because he never much to sleepless nights in it.
Oh, he's doing okay. Little Max is doing really well. So no, Jack's all right. Yeah, he's drunk about 14 cups of coffee this morning, so he'll be okay. He's buzzing. So yeah, I'll open up and do a few and then we'll move on. I'll leave that down there because I'll have to go through the same rigmarole tomorrow. I'll with some fresh bidders online. So. No, because I don't know quite where we are with that yet. Yeah. So we might as well kick off then. So lot number 1 is the Halifax Building Society enamel sign. Now it could be the last one, as it says there. It was taken down off the building, I'm told, by the vendor there. So very unusual. Could be one of one. We don't know. There we are. Where we're going to be. Will start me off at 500. There's that one, yep, thank you very much. £500 then at 500, 525, 550, £550 there at 550, £550 then 575, at £575 we've got, at £575, at £575, 575, at 575, could be one of one, 575, at 575 we have, £600 bid, thank you at 6, at £600, at £600 then at £600, at £600 are we all done? At £600 then we'll do that provisionally at 600 then are we all done and dusted at £600. That's provisional at 600. Lot number 2 is the Austin camper there. Look at that. If my grandfather was here today, although he loved his commas, he'd be all over that, he would. There we are, where we're going to be. Nice bit of information there from the vendor, thank you very much. You tell me, 7,000 there, 7,250, thank you, 7,250, 7,500, at 7,500, at 7,500 pound, at 7,500, at 7,500 pound, at 75, 7,750, at 7,750, at 7,750, at 7,750 pound, at 7,750. It's a lovely thing that, 7,750 we've got, at 7,750, at 7,000, apologies, 7,750 pound. At 7,750, at 7,750 pound then, at 7,750. Have a word with the office, I think he just needs a little bit more, at 7,750, 7,750. 3, the lights up double-sided Fiat sign. Oh, look at that. There we are. Where are we then? We've got 250, £300 we've got, at 300, 350, at £350 bid, 350 I've got, 350 then, 375, 375, 425, at 425, at £425, at £425 and 50, 450, at £450 bid, at 450 and 75 and £500 on my sheet, at £500, at £500 we have, at 500 then at £500, at 525, 525, at 525, at 525, at 525 are we all done, at 525, dropping the hammer down and at 525 are we all there at 525, 525 sold. Lot number 4. is the 1977 MGB. Here we are, MGB. That looks sensible enough, doesn't it? There we are. She's been restored. Many new parts. Needs a hood. Basically, she just needs finishing off, boys and girls. I think there you are. I think the hard, expensive work has already been done. There you are. Where we're going to be? Who's going to start me at 3? Anyone at 3,000? You don't get much of an MGB roaster for 3. Anyone want to jump in at 3,000? At 3,000 anywhere? At 3,000. Dave at £3,000 on the phones. At £3,000 we've got. At £3,000. At £3,000. 3,020. Will, what are you doing, Will? You're not with it today. You're moaning about Jack. £3,000 we've got. 3,010. We can't do tens though, Will. We go that, yeah. Hang on a second, boys and girls. We'll just get that rectified. Certainly not in tens, Will. Yeah, there you go. £3,000 is with you, Dave, still at the moment. Yeah. £3,100 on the internet. 3-1. 3,001. 3-2 in Cornwall. Thank you, Cornwall. 3,200. 3-3. 3,003. At 3,003 we've got. You're out, Dave. 3-4, you're back in. 3,004. Dave in on the phone. At 3,004 we have. 3-5. 3,005. 3,500. At £3,500. 3-6, Dave's back in at 3-6. 3,006, 3-7, Doncaster's in at 3-7, 3,007, 3-8, on the floor, on the phones there at 3-8, 3-9, 3,009, 3,900 we have, £4,000, at £4,000 we've got, 4-1, 4-1, you're out, Dave, at £4,100 we've got, 4-2, 4,002, 4-3, 4,003, 4,004, 4,004, yep. 4-5, Doncaster's in, 4-5. You're out, Dave, you're back in, 4-6. £4,600 we've got, 4,006, at £4,600, at £4,600, at £4,600, that's your bid, Dave, at 4,600, hammer's coming down, we're going to sell 4,600, you're out, Doncaster. At 4,006, it's going to Dave's phone. Sold, Dave's phone. Doncaster sell underneath there. Lot number 5, the Holloway Road Tube Station sign. There we are. There you go. It's got a bit of age about it. There we are there. Where we're going to be on that? 150, thank you, 150 we have. At £150, 150, 175, £200 bid. At £200 then. At £200 then, are we all done? At £200 then. At £200 are we all finished at 2? At £200 then. £200 then, hammer's coming down at £200. Are we all done and dusted at 200? £200. Lot number 6. Is the big Mercedes. This is sensible on the money, look at this. The big Mercedes 500 SE. There we are. Nice bit of information there. Sadly, as he very honest there, sadly been neglected over the last few years due to illness. Well, David, that's a very honest appraisal of you. There, thank you very much for that. There we go. Where we're going to be on that? We've got 15, we've got 16, 17, £1,800, 18, 19. At 1,900 we've got 19, £2,000 bid. At £2,000. £2,000, 2001, 2001, 2-2 with me, 2-3, 2003, 2-4, 2-5, 2-6, 2,600, at 2006, 7, £2,700 we have, at 27, at £2,700 I'm going to sell, at £2,700 it's on sale, at £2,700 are we all done, at £2,700. At £2,700, make sure I'm missing no one at £2,700, it's going to be sold. 2-8, 2008, just in, don't leave it to the last minute. 2008, 2-9 I've got, at 2,900, at £2,900, at 2009, at 2009, £3,000 bid, £3,000, 3-1, 3-2, 3,002 with me at 3-2. At £3,200, at 3,200, internet, you're back in, 3,003, you're only just in, who's the gentleman or lady in Ashby de la Zouch there? Nicholas, you're only just in, Nicholas there, at 3,003, we've got, at £3,300, I'm out now, at £3,300, are we all done at 3,003, hammers coming down to Nicholas there, at £3,300, sold 300, underbidders on that sheet there, Keith. Lot number 7 is the Porsche, the 928 Porsche. Now, Come from a great stable this, Robert there. We've got a couple of cars in from him now, one behind Michael there, the big Citroen and the Porsche. And as he says there, I was chatting to Robert about the car. Him and his daughter walk past the car on a regular basis. Then about, I think 10, 11 years ago, they made an offer and owned the car. Went straight into storage, sat next to the Citroen that's behind Michael there with the intentions of doing something, but never did. And I tell you what, it's got the makings of a car, this. Did I hear you say you've had it running on intravenously with some... Yeah. There you go. So, yes, it's a real straight car, this. There we are. Anyhow, where are we going to be? You tell me. Hang on. We have got... Hang on a second, guys. I'll just get up to date with my other screen here. Bear with me a minute. Just click that through. I have to just move. I can't work this one, Will. This one always moves all the time, this damn thing. Yeah. There we are. There we go there we are. I've just got my screen up to date. Sorry guys. It's this one doesn't this one here doesn't go off. I have to remember to press the button. There we are. £3,000 on the way. I'll take that one, Will. At £3,000 bid we've got. At 3,000 then. At £3,000 we have. At £3,000. At £3,000 then at 31, 32, 33, 33. At 3,003. That's a lot of car for that. At £3,300. At 3,300. At £3,300 we have. At £3,300 bid. At 3,003, 33, 3,003, 4, 3,400. At £3,400. At 3,004. That'll make a car, that, guys. The longer you spend round it, the more interesting it becomes. 3,004 we've got. At 3,400. At £3,400 then are we all done? At £3,400 he's looking for a bit more. Have a word with the team upstairs in the office. They'll try their very best to put a deal together for you, but it needs to be a bit more than that. I think we all know it's worth a bit more than that. Lot number 8 then, Will, please, is the Rolls Royce. Again, look very sensible on the money, really. There we are. Nice lot of information there telling you all about the car. There you go. I'm just reading it through here briefly. I think it covers most points there. There we are. That's nice, isn't it? Where are we on that? I've got 6.5 here, Will. I see you've got 6.4. I've got 6.5, 6,500, 6.5, 6.6, £6,700 I've got. At £6,700. At £6,700. At £6,700 I have at 6,007. At £6,700. That is provisional. At £6,700. At £6,700 we've got. At 6,007, at £6,700 then we'll put you down, bidder number 600,132, but that is very provisional. At £6,700 then, hammers coming down on a provisional basis at £6,700. 6-7, that's provisional, that one, Keith. SO Globe, probably lit up here somewhere, is it? Is that it there, Michael? There we are, look at that. That's a good order by the looks of things from what I can see here. There we are, SO Globe there we are. Oh, I know where this has come from. Yeah.
He wrote that.
Yeah, this is a lovely globe, isn't it? Yeah, I know the family, the family were petrol carriage owners, and a lot of the entries from the family are original items from back in the day. Yep.
You wrote that?
Yep. No, 525, which is more than that.
Right, there was no...
Yep. So there you go then. So a nice globe, that. A lovely globe. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. I've got 300 here, I've got 325, I've got £325 I've got, at 325, 325, 350, at 350, 375, at 375 I've got, 375 I've got here, 375, 400, 425, I've got 425, 450, I've got 460 here, Will, £460 I've got, on my screen here at 460, at 460, 470, 480, 490, £500 bid. At £500 bid I've got. At 500, at £500, at £500 bid. At £500 I've got. At £500 it's on sale. I'm going to sell, excuse me, at £500. Excuse me, at £500 I've got. At £500 then. At £500 then I'm going to sell. At £500 are we sure? We're all done. At £500 then, hammers coming down, we're going to sell. At £500 with the number 500021. When the hammer's down, it's gone. Sold. Lot number 10, the Aston Martin, here we are. Yeah, this will make a nice car. I was round the car, I think earlier in the week, or maybe last week now, with a video and so forth, just telling you a little bit about it. just update this screen. I keep forgetting to update this damn screen. There we go. There we are. There we go. Super duper. Then where we're going to be? You tell me. 40,000. I've got 40,000. 42,500 at 42,500. At 42,500. 42,500. Will thank you. At 42,500. 42,500. We'll change the increments, Will, and go for that one there. Look, 43.5 at 43.5, 43.5 at 43.5, 44.5 at 44.5 at 44.5 at 44,500. That is very provisional. At 44,500, 44, 45.5 at 45,500. At 45,500. Then are we all done? At 45,500 then. At 45,500, 45,500 pound. At 45,500. At 45,500, and then we all done. At 45,500 pound, then that's very provisional. Then at 45,500. Very provisional that one, Keith. We'll see what we can do. And moving on to number 11. Thank you very much. Oh my word, we've got a big one coming up there. 11 there. There we are. Lot number 11. The Mr. and Mrs. Drip enamel sign. There we are. We have got 210, 220, 230, 240, 250, 260 on my screen there. £260 on my screen. At £260. At £260. 270 says Mark. At £270 says Mark. At 270, at £270, that's Mark's bid. At 270, £270 bid. Mark's bid over there at 270. At £270, are we all done? At £270. At £270, are we all in? At 270. At £270, and we're going to knock it down to you, Mark. Missing no one, £270. Mark's bid at 270. And now the big senator. Now we like a bit of information from owners and vendors, and we've certainly got that from Andrew. Look at that. There's everything you need to know there on the old senator there. Look at that. Lovely. Everything we need. Yeah. I'm just going to update this screen again. There we are. So we have got, we have got Jack. Where is Jack? Where is Jack again? Can someone just give Jack a shout? Just have a quick look at this screen just to make sure we're just right. Just ask Jack to double check here. Do you think that one is that one?
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I better just double check.
Yeah. We're just going to quick check. We've got quite a lot of interest in this car, and I just want to make sure that I've got these notes and bids here correct, ladies and gentlemen, just to make sure everything's 100%.
Should be. But we'll just double check.
And that's the same moving forward.
All right,
as well.
lot number 12, just quickly. It's got a current bid of 7.1. Will you just check the bidder number for me, quick, on that? We've got obviously absentee bids on the sheet here with us at 7.1, and also a current bid, which is showing online, which I'm presuming is this bid on our sheet. I'm just making sure it's not doubled up.
We're just making sure, ladies and gentlemen, that we're not.
It says current bid. I think 6.1, 7.1. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's all right.
Yep. Right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Just to make sure we were doing the right thing here. We've got lots of interest in the car. So we have got 3,005, 3,500, 3,750. We'll just go through all these bids I've got here. 3,750, 4,000, 4,250, 4,250, 4,500, 4,500 pound, 4,500, 4,750, 5,000 pound, 5,250. I've got lots of interest here. 5,250, 5,500, 5,750, 6,000 pound we've got at 6,000 pound, 6,250, 6,250. 7,000 pound here, Keith, at 7,000, and then we'll just have to change the increment slightly just to keep it super fair. 7,1. This is where I was just making sure. 7,100 pound we've got at 7,100 pound. At £7,100 then. At £7,100, are we all done? At 7,100, 7.2. North Shields, thank you very much, at 7.2. At 7,002, 7.3. At 7,300. At £7,300 we have. 7.4. 7,004's just gone, Dave. 7,005's just gone. 7,005 has gone. 7.6 has gone. £7,600 has gone. 7,600. 7.7 has gone. 7.7 has gone. £7,700 has gone. 7.7 has gone. We're on 7.8 now. 7.7 is there. Next one, 7.8. 7.8's just gone. It's in North Shields. 7,008. 7.8 has gone. Internet bid. 7,800. 7.9, you're finally in. He just beat the Essex lad there at 7,009. £8,000. North Shields back in at 8,000. £8,000. £8,000. Thank you for letting me know. £8,000. 8,001. You're back in Essex. 8,001. £8,100 we've got. At £8,100. £8,100. 8,2. 8,002. At £8,200. 8,002. £8,200. At 8,200. 8,2. 8,3. 8,003. At £8,300. At 8,003. 8,4. 8,004. £8,400 we've got. 8,004. Missing nobody. 8,500. 8,005. £8,500. 8,005 there in Essex at £8,500. The rest of you guys are all out. Are we all done then? I'm going to drop the hammer down at £8,500. Then are we all done? At £8,500 going for the first, going for the second, third and last time at 8,500. That's sold, Keith, 8,005. Now then, the big garage sign. There we are, with pole. If you flick through the photographs there, you'll see the pole. Long pole, nice pole there, with the sign, ready to bolt on. You can obviously change the wording, do what you want. But a nice pole with a nice line. Where are we going to be on that? Who's going to start me at 250? Anyone going to start me at £250 anywhere? At 250 anywhere? Yeah, pole, big pole. Yeah, great big pole, yeah, like 20 foot long. It's in the photographs there, you can see on our website. There's a nice big, I think it's probably, 6x6 or 8x8 metal pole there. A typical forecourt pole that we've all seen a million times over the years. And then obviously you can just change the word into whatever you want, can't you? But all the hard work's there. The pole, the sign, the plastic, it's all there. All you got to do is just change the livery. Where are we then? Anyway, I'm going to start me at 250. If not, nothing on you. I've got nothing on my screens, just checking round. I haven't got anything on my screens. If you've got an interest in the pole, should I say, then please have a word with the girls or the guys upstairs in the office. There's a full team up there at the moment, and there'll be only two willing to help you. So at the moment, we'll pass on that one, Will, and I shall suggest you have a word with the office. Lot number 14. This has caused some interest as well. Wow. And this is the Alfa Romeo Spider. What a lovely car as well. There's lots of interest on both of my screens here, Will. Plus here on my screen. And we've got lots. We've got the usual 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5, 7, 7.5, all the way up now to where we are there at £8,500 we've got. At £8,500, at 8,500 then we have at 8,500. At 8,500 then it's on sale at £8,500 and we order, 8,006, just saw that come in, 8,006. At £8,600. At £8,600, at 8,600, at £8,600, and are we all done at 8,006? At £8,600, at £8,600, then hammer's coming down. Once it's down, it's gone. At £8,600, 8,700, 8,700. Please don't leave it to the last minute. £8,700 we have. Nottingham, you're only just in. 8,700, at £8,700, 8,700. At £8,700, and are we all done? 8,008, 8,900, 8,009. New bidder, I think there, Will. 8,900, £8,900 we've got. £8,900 then in Lincoln, then £8,900. Are we all there? £8,900. I'm going to drop the hammer down. Be warned. When it goes bang, it's gone. £9,000. Back in again at 9. At £9,000. At £9,000. £9,000 we've got. At £9,000, what a pretty car that is. At £9,000, then are we all done and dusted then? Hammer's coming down, be warned. Get ready, Will. When it goes bang, it's gone at £9,000. Sorry, at £9,000. £9,000. Lot number 15, the Duckham's Motor Oil Thermometer. That's a nice bit of kit there. There you go then, £100 away, thank you. At £100 we've got 100 then, £100, 125, 125, at 125, that's cheap enough. At 125 we have, at £125, 125, at 125 and 50, at £150, at £150 bid, at 150, at 175, at 175, at 175, at £175, at 175, at 175 then, £200 we've got at 200, at £200 then, at £200 we have, at 200, at £200 then, at £200 then, that's provisionally sold at £200, £200 provisional. Lot number 16, the little MGA, this is sensible money, look at this, very sensible money there. Oh my word, look at that, owned for 43 years, well that's lovely, we love that continuity with ownership. There we are then, owned for 42 years, it says there on my notes. Yep, that's pretty much what it says there. There we are. Certainly someone's owned it for 43 years, that's for sure. There we are. You tell me where we're going to be. £8,000 there, Will. Thank you. 8,000 and a quarter. 8,250 and 5. 8,005. At 8,500, 8,750 and £9,000 we have. At 9,250 and 5. 9,005. At 9,500, at 9,005, at 9,500, at £9,500, at 9,500, that's not an expensive MGA, at £9,500, at 9,500, that's cheap is that, at £9,500, at 9,500 then for the little MGA there, they're a lovely driving sports car, an MGA, they drive like a Mazda MX-5 when you've got them right, at 9,500, at £9,500 and are we all done? At £9,500, at 9,500 then are we there, are we all done at 9,500? Need a bit more, have a word with the team upstairs, it just needs a little bit more for the MGA, they'll try and put a deal together for you. And moving on to lot number 17, here we are, lot number 17. There we are, a couple of cheap and cheerful petrol cans there. Where are we going to be? £40 away and sold. At £40 then, at £40 we've got. At £40 then, at £40 bid. At £40, at £40 then, are we all done at 40? £50 we've got. At £50 then, at £50 then, at £50. At £50 then, at £50 bid. £60 we've got. At £60 bid. At £60 then, at 60. At £60 bid. At £60, £70 we've got. At £70 then, at £70 then, at 70. At 70 then, hammers coming down, we're going to sell. At £70 then, are we all done and dusted at £70? Sold, £70, lot number 18. Now, look, just what you always wanted. There you go, the hovercraft. There we are then. There we are. I think we've sold it once before. Thank you. Look, we've sold it once before. There we are. I think we've had a bit of fun with it on camera somewhere. I think the lads, probably cameraed it, I think, at one point. So, yeah, I think she's been on one of the programmes. Interest there with me. There we are there. We've got 1,000, but we've got £1,100 on that screen. £1,100 we've got. £1,100 on the screen at £1,100. At £1,200. At £1,200. That's cheap enough, isn't it? At £1,200 then. At £1,200 we've got. At £1,200 then. At £1,200 then. It's very provisional at the moment, but we appreciate your bids. At £1,200 then. At 12 and 13. At 1,300. At £1,300 we have. At 1,300. At £1,300, at £1,300 bid, at 1,003 for the hovercraft at 1,300, at £1,300, at £1,300, then we'll put you down provisional West Midlands, you need one down there, at 1,300, provisional Keith at 1,300. Now the Dunlop sign, that's a nice sign, oh my word, it is a nice size sign as well, look at this, there we are, the lads are bringing it in now. We've got 200 there on the sheet straight away. There we've got 200 then. 200, 225. At 225 we've got 250. 250 then at 250. 275. 275. At 275 we have. At 275. At 275 we've got. At 275 we have. At 275. At 275 we have. At 275. £300 bid. At £300 bid we've got at 300. At £300 then. At £300 then. At £300 that's provisional. At £300 then that's not an expensive sign. Look at that. Look at that. What a sign is that, isn't it? At £300 we've got. at £300, then at £300, 325 we have at 325 and 350 at £350. At £350, that will transform a wall, either inside or out. At £350 we've got. At 350 then, looks like it's off to Harrogate at £350. At £350 then, at 350, we'll put you down Provisional Harrogate, I'm sure there's a deal to be done. At £350 then, Hammer's coming down. At 350 then, Provisional to Harrogate. At 350, lot number 20 is the little children's car there, look at that. The little scooter car. And I was talking to the vendor of this earlier in the week. They are cracking little car there you go. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. Well, I've got all sorts of bids here, but I've certainly got £3,000 on that screen there, so we might as well start there, mightn't we? At £3,000 we've got. At £3,000, 3,250. At 3,250, 3,500. At £3,500, it's on sale at 3,500. 3,500, 3,600, 3,700, 3,800, 3,800. 3,008, 9, £3,900 we've got at 3,900, at £3,900, at 3,900, at £3,900, and are we all done? At £3,900, I'm going to sell, it's here to be sold, at £3,900, and are we all done? At £4,000, £4,000 bid, 4,000, 4,1, here with me, 4,1 on my sheet, 4,001. At £4,100 on my sheet at 4,1. At £4,100. At 4,001. Are you sure? The bid's here with me. Bidder number. Oh, the zero. Bidder number 500000. There we are. Then there we go. £4,100. It's going to go. You're going to be warned. £4,100. Sold at 4,1. And now, the Renault, not Citroen, I called it a Citroen earlier on, I apologise, it's a Renault. Same stable as the lovely Porsche earlier on, there we are. Now that carries such lovely patina, that car. I don't know if you guys, have you got that on the YouTube? That's a cracking old car, that really is. Everything matches up, the car is right. In my opinion, he wants oily ragging and leaving. I think it's an absolute cracker. I think there's a piece of history there. It's lovely. There we are. Where are we going to be? £2,000 away. At £2,000. At £2,000. Then at £2,000 we've got. At £2,000. At £2,000. That is for nothing, that. 2001. 21. 22 I have. At 22. 22. At 2002. At 2,200. 23. 24 I've got. 2,400. At £2,400. At 24. 25. 2,005. At 2,500. At 2005 and 6, £2,600 we have. At 2006, at 2006 and 7, £2,700. At £2,700, £2,700, then at 27, 28, 2008, at £2,800. At 2008, 29, 2009, at £2,900. One more bid and I'll put it on sale, 2009. At 2009, £3,000 bid. At £3,000. At 3,000 bid. £3,100 off to Kent, I think. At 3,001. Who's in Kent, please, Will? Kurt. Yeah. Kurt, you've got yourself a cracker here, mate, I think. At £3,100. At 3,001. Please keep it as it is. Just change the screen and keep it as it is. 3,001. At £3,100, then are we all done at 3,1? At 3,001. I think that's for nothing, that. At £3,100. At £3,100, are we all done? At 3,001. At £3,100, then are we all done? At 3,001. At £3,100, then I'm going to sell. I think that's for nothing. At £3,100, then at £3,100, Hammer's coming down. At £3,100, 31. That's the buy of the week, this and that, I think. What a cracker. Now, talking of crackers, the Ford Explorer. Let me just update my screen. The Ford Explorer there. Now, this is the most cared for Ford Explorer, I think, in the world. There we are. Come from a lovely stable there. Clive's given us a nice bit of information about it. If you're looking for a big, comfortable, powerful, on-the-job tow car, family car, you name it, tick all the boxes car, this is it, for nothing. They are, I think, it's absolutely for nothing. Where are we going to be? 4,008 there, will I take? A 4,008, 4,900, £5,000. At £5,000, a very capable car. £5,000 we've got. At £5,000, 5,100. 5,001, 5,001. And parts aren't a problem. I ran an F250 or 150, I can't think what it was, and I could get the parts over from America very quickly, a few days, and you got anything you wanted. At 5,001, at £5,100 we've got. At 5,001 Cumbria, at £5,100. At £5,100. It's a lovely car, it's in nice condition this. At 5.2, at £5,200. At 5,200, if you're looking for a big comfy tow car, at 5,200 we've got it here. At 5,002, at 5,002, that's provisional. Oh, Scarborough, good morning Scarborough. At £5,200. That's provisional at the moment. We'll put a deal together for you, I'm sure. At £5,200, who's in Scarborough, Will?
This is, no.
It was?
Yeah.
Ah.
This is Matthew in Lincoln.
Oh, Matthew in Lincolnshire now. Oh, we missed it, Scarborough. Sorry, 5,003 in Lincoln now. At 5,003. At £5,300. 5.3. 5,003. Scarborough, you're out. At 5,003. Lincoln, you're in. 5,003. At £5,300. At 5,300. At £5,300, then you're out Scarborough at 5,300. You're missing a trick there. At 5,003, provisionally sold. Then Hammer's coming down. When it's down, it's gone at £5,300. Provisional at 5.3. With Scarborough as the underbidder there. 23 AA 7 Oaks road sign. There we are. Again, let me just push the button on my screen here. There we go. We've got 200 on yours, but I've got 260 on mine here, Will. I've got 260, 270, 280. At £280 I've got. At 280 I've got. At £280. At £280 in. At 280. At £280 bid. At 280 on sale and sold. At £280. 290. At £290 I have. At 290. At £290 and I'm going to sell it. At £290 it's on sale. At £290 and are we all done? Be warned. At £290 then it's off. At £290 then Hammer's coming down. I'm going to sell at £290. £290 Keith, thank you very much. And the V-dub, the VW. There we are. Thank you, Keith. There we are. We've got interest on my books. Got interest there. We have got £3,200 bid. At 32 we've got. At 3,200. At £3,200 bid. At £3,200. At £3,200. At £3,200 bid. At 3,002 I have. At 3,002. At £3,200 and that looks cheap enough. At 3,002.
Yeah.
£3,200 we've got. At 3,200. At 3,200 then we'll put you down provisional. At £3,200 then are we all done and dusted. At £3,200 provisional. 3,200. Charlie, do you want to act on that? And tell the office as well. Lot number 25 is the Power Globe. Have we not got that one on display? Oh, Michael's got it in his hand. There we are. Michael's got it there. There you go then. The Power Petrol Pump Globe. We have got 150, 175, 175. £200 bid. At 200 then. At 200 then. At £200 then. At 200. At £200. At £200 for the Power Globe. 225. At 225. At 225. At £225. At £225 we've got. 225. At 225. Thank you. At 225. At 225. At 225. At 225. At £225 we'll put you down provisional. At £225 Harrogate. He's looking for a bit more unfortunately, but 225 we'll put you down. See how you go then at £225. 225. And lot number 26 is the Audi Quattro. Now haven't these come on strong this last couple of years? They really are proving very popular with the classic car industry. They really are. And here we are. We've got some bids here. We've got bids there. We've got bids everywhere on this. We've got 3,005, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39 and £4,000 there in York. Good morning, York. At £4,000 we've got. At £4,000 then. On sale at £4,000. I'm going to sell it. At £4,000 then. At £4,000 are we all done? At £4,000. At £4,000. 4-1. Market Raisin. 4-1. £4,100 at 4-1. At 4,001. I bought one of these now.
Ooh.
I know, a silver one. I know. I've joined the hairdresser club.
Yeah.
£4,100. At £4,100 I've got. At 4,001. at £4,100, and it's off to market raising by the looks of things. At £4,100 we have. At 4,001. At £4,100, and I'm going to drop the hammer. When it goes bang, it's gone. At £4,100, then it's on sale at £4,100. It's gone, 4,100.
That's like selling coal to Newcastle, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. And at lot number 27 is the renovated pump. There we are then, it's on display somewhere, Michael. Michael's got it on display. Yeah, it's a piece of art, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, it's not, it's not a functioning pump. We have a few of these made by Philip. He makes us some fantastic, like I say, they are pieces of art. He does some lovely signs, of which will be under the hammer later on, some lovely illuminated signs. He makes a cracking job of these, and this one is he's decided to do in the Mathewsons livery, which I think is fantastic. There we are. So without further ado, we have got 250, 300, 350, £400 I've got. At £400 we've got. At 400. At £400 we have. At 400. 425 down there with young Jack at 425. 450. At £450. 450. 475. £500 with Jack. At £500 we have. At £500 then at 500. At £500 we've got. At £500. At £500 then at 500. 525. 525 here. 525. 525. 550 with Jack. At £550 with Jack down there at 5.5. At 550. At £550 we've got. At £550. £550. 550. £550. She's lovely, isn't she? Where is she? Down there somewhere. Look at that. Yeah, £550 we have. At 550. 550. Bids with you, Jack. 550. 575. 575. He's out. Does he want 6? 575. £600 he does. At £600 then. At £600 I'm going to drop the hammer at 600. At £600. At £600, and are we all done at 600? Be warned. When the hammer's down, it's gone. At £600 then, hammer's coming down at £600. Young Jack, 600. Now then, the old V8 Pilot. These are a lovely girl, aren't they? Look at that, and the lovely bit of information there from Peter all about the car. That saves us a job. Thank you very much on that, Peter. I've got loads of interest here. I've got interest there, interest here, interest everywhere. Let me just update this screen as well, because I'm sure there'll be some more on there. There you are, there is. There you are, we're all over the place. So we have got, we'll just do these justice if we may. We've got 8.5, we've got 9, we've got 9.5, we've got 10, we've got 10.5, and then we've got 11 there on that screen. £11,000 on sale and £11,000. £11,000 we bid. £11,000 I've got. £11,000. £11,100. He just beat you in there. 11.1. 11.1. 11.1 down there. 11.2. 11.2. 11,002 on Allen's. 11.3 on Mark. 11.3. 11,003 on with Mark. 11.4 with Allen down there. 11.4. 11.4. 11.5. 11.5. 11.5 here. 11.5. 11.6. 11.6 between two phone bidders at the moment. 11.7 with Mark on the phones. You'll be able to see it on the screens if you're watching. 11,008 with Alan down there. Oh, he stood up, he means business. £11,800 we've got. 11.8, 11.9 with Mark here. 11.9, 11.9, 11.9, £12,000 at 12. At £12,000. This is really why I like the phone bids, because it keeps you in control. 12.1, 12.1 with Mark at 12.1. 12.2 with Alan. 12.2. 12.2, 12.3 with young Mark, 12.3, 12.3, 12.4, 12.4, 12,004, 12,004, 12.5, 12.5, 12.6, 12,006, 12.7, 12.7, 12.7, 12.8, 12.8, 12.9, 12.9, 12.9. Young Mark at 12.9. 13 says Alan. He sneaked in at 13. 13 we've got. 13. 13,000. Thank you for letting me know, Alan. I think you're there. £13,000. We're going to pull the lever. £13,000. 13. Are we sure there, Will? 13-1 in Somerset. Somerset's been patiently waiting. There we are, 13-1. 13-2. Alan on the phone, 13-2. 13-2. I like your tactics, Somerset. 13-2. Alan at the moment, £13,200. Are we all done? I'm going to pull the lever. 13-3. Somerset. Somerset at 13-4. In the room on the phones. 13-4. Marksman still thinking about it. He might come back in yet. 13-4 we've got. 13-4. 13-4. 13-4, it's Alan's. I'm going to have to pull the lever. Thank you for your bids. Mark, Somerset, Alan, thank you. Alan's winning at the moment at £13,400. Alan's telephone bidder at 13-4. Alan at 13-4. Well done, Alan. Well done, guys. Well done. And on the subject of well done, we have got a milestone birthday with one of the members of the team in the office there. It's Elaine's 40th birthday today, so we've got a little cake and we've got the fire extinguishers ready for the real number of candles that we need. There we are. So everybody there, we can get that as well. So Elaine's a new member of the team and she's fitted in like a glove. She's been great and she keeps sending us emails, I think, from various addresses saying how fantastic she is, but we've worked her out. They're all from friends and family. There we are, but there you go. So can we have a quick happy birthday to Elaine, please? So, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Elaine. Happy birthday to you. There we go. Well done. Thank you very much, Elaine. New member of the team, Elaine, and she's great. There we are, lot number 29 then, quickly on to 29. Now this is sensible money. The Mercedes Sprinter 315, there we are, extra long wheelbase, all the bells, all the whistles. There we are, we've got all the information there from the vendor, everything you need to know. The vendor's had the vehicle for 9 years. He's just moved on to a bigger unit now, but there you go. This has done the job for 9 years. We have got interest there, Will. We have got 10. We've got 10, 10,250. 10,5, 10,750, 11,250, 11,500, and then 12,50 just sat there waiting. Sorry, 12 just sat there waiting. Thank you very much. At £12,000 we've got. At £12,000 bid. At £12,000. That's not dear, that. At £12,000. At £12,000 we have at 12,000. At £12,000. At 12,250. At £12,250. At 12,250. At 12,250. At £12,250 are we all done? At 12,250. At 12,500. Ashley's phone 12,500. 12,500. 12,750 in Staffordshire at 12,750. At 12,750. At £12,750. At 12,750. At 12,750. 12,750. I'll take 100 if it helps anywhere, Will. At 12,750. At £12,750. Like I say, I'll take 100 if it helps. At 12,750 we've got it. At 12,750 then I'm going to pull the lever. At 12,750. That's not a dear van, that. At £12,750. At 12,750 going once, going twice. Third and last time, are we all done? At 12,750. 12,750 sold. Lot number 30. This is an unusual beast, is this? A wolf in sheep's clothing, this one. The Mercedes E63 AMG. There we are. Find another one of these. These are a rare bit of kit, these are. Let me just update this screen again. Hang on a minute. And there we go. There we are. There we are. So the big Mercedes, where are we going to be? You tell me who wants to start me. I haven't got anything on my screens here, Will. Anyone want to start me? You've got a little bit there. Anyone want to start me at maybe 12.5 then? Let's have a cheeky start at 12.5 and see where we go. Anyone want to jump in at 12.5? That's a low start. A low start, a very tempting start for you if you're thinking about it. Thank you, Drewfield at 12,005. It's a start. Thank you very much. The vendor obviously looking for a bit more, but it's a start. Thank you. Next one, 750. Will. Oh, too late. 12,006 we've got. At 12,006 in Thirsk. At £12,600. It is a way off reserve, but thank you for your bids. At 12,600 we've got. At £12,600. At 12,600, 12,800. At 12,008. Obviously it's the E63, let's not forget that bit. At 12,008 we've got. At £12,800. At £12,800. At 12,800. At £12,800. At 12,008. At 12,008. We'll put you down, Driffield. Thank you for your bids. Oh, 13. Thurska's jumped back in at 13. At 13,000. At £13,000 we have. At £13,000. At £13,000. 13,200. Oh, new bidder. Hertfordshire. Good afternoon or good morning even. At 13,200. At 13,200. At £13,200. At 13,200. At £13,200 then. Very provisional. Driffield's back in at 13,400. 13,400. At £13,400. At 13,400. This will be a provisional case, I'm sure, ladies and gentlemen, as I spoke about when I started. It'll be provisionally sold, and then we'll have a quick negotiation with the vendor, see if we can put a deal together. Hopefully we can. If we can, then great. If we can't, then it will be open to further offers. At 13,400 at the moment, it's provisionally sold to Driffield. At 13,400. At £13,400 then. Are we there? At 13,400, it's a bit off, but we'll put you down. I appreciate your bids at £13,400. Hammer's going down. 13,400 provisional, Keith, on that one. Right, I'll just pass you over to Paul. Paul will do a few, and Jack's going to do a few, and I shall see you shortly. I'm going to grab a cup of tea.
Well done, thank you very much. And on to lot number 31, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Motorised bicycle, 80cc, little two-stroke. Somebody asked earlier in the week, is it road registered? Can you use it on the road? No, you can't, not officially. You can as a pedal bike, but not as a motorcycle. So it's a bit of fun. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that then? We've got £200 there and we're away. £200 bid then. £200 then for the little motorised bicycle. You could sneak home from the pub on an evening, couldn't you? £200 bid. £200. Pardon?
I've seen you this morning.
Good morning, Will. How are you? £200 bid then. £200 bid. £200 bid then for the little motorised bicycle. Are we there? £200 then. Are we 20 anywhere? £200 bid here with me at 20. £220 down in Norfolk. £220 then. £220. Do we have 40? £220 bid then. Down in Norfolk then. Is provisional. We shall try for you. £220 then for the first, for the second, for the third and last time looking round. So provisional at 220. Sorry, there you go, Keith. Thank you. And on to lot number 32, the Volvo Estate. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that then? There we go. Volvo Estate. We've got some interest here with me, ladies and gentlemen. And we have got 222, 24, 26, 28, 29, 3,000 here with me, please, Will. £3,000 bid here with me. Bidder number 600125. £3,000 bid. £3,000 bid then for the Volvo Estate. You can't buy them, can you? Not in this sort of condition. £3,000. You love them, John. You've had loads of them. £3,000 bid here with me. £3,000 bid. Have we 3-1? John's still got one. There you go. Yeah. £3,000 bid. £3,000 bid then on sale, ladies and gentlemen. Make no mistake. £3,000 bid then. £3,000 for the first. £3,000 for the second, third and last time. Sold at £3,000. Thank you. And on to lot number 33. There we are then. Lions T sign. The boys have got it. Big sign, look. It's going to take two of them to lift it, look. There you go. Nice size sign, look. There you go. Ideal, that, isn't it? There we go then. Where are we going to be with that one? We have £200 bid here with me, please, Will. £200 bid. £200 bid then here with me. £200 then. It'll brighten up a nice wall. We've got a big wall. £220, £240, please, Will. £240 here with me. £240 bid. £240 and 60 and 80. £280 bid. £280 bid here with me. £280 bid then. £280 bid for the Lions T sign. Is that it? £280 we'll submit and we'll get you an answer as soon as we can. The boys are getting our make. £280 then for the first, second and third time provisionally. And on to lot number 34. There we go then. What we got there then? We got Royal Enfield Bullet 500. There we are. I think I might have done the video on this. I think I had it running last week. Good value these. Electric start, are they Sut? Wherever Sutty is, our bike man. He's run off. I think they are. Anyway, there we go then. I'm sure I had it running last week. I'm sure I did. The vendor has provided a smart example of a popular model, low mileage, dry stored all its life. There you go. I might not have had it running. I might be thinking of another one. But anyway, there we go then. Where are we going to be then? We've got 750 here with me, Will. That's £750 bid. At £750 then, at £750 here with me. It's not a lot of money for a little Royal Enfield, I know. At £750 bid. At 750 and 800. At £800 bid. At £800 then down in Bournemouth. At £800 then. At £800 then do we have 50? At £800 then are we done? At £800 bid. £800 then. At 850. £850 then. Grimsby, good morning Grimsby. At £850 then, and should we say 9? At £850 then, looking round then, £850 for the first, £850 for the second, 900. At £900 bid, 950. At 950, should we fill it up? On sale for the next bid. At £950 then, 1,000 and it's on sale. At £950 it'll come, I'm sure. At £950 then for the first. At 950 for the second. Third and last time looking round. 950. Thanks for your bids, guys. And on to Provisional at 950, yes. And on to lot number 35, wooden hand-painted gold shred sign. There we are then. Mick's got it there, look, little wall filler there, look, painted on wood. So there you go, look, lovely little sign. There we go then, we've got £50 bid here with me and away. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid then here with me. At £50 bid, that's my bid, that Will, sorry, that's here with me, that. At £50 bid here with me. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid and 60 and 70. At £70 bid then I'm out. At £70 bid then. It's going down to Norfolk, look. At £70 bid then are we done? At £70 then 80. £80 bid, 80, at £80 bid, 90, at 90, at 90.
80 with you.
No, I'm out. Yeah. Who's that?
No, this is a extra bid, I think. So.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so you're on 80.
Sorry. Bit of confusion at our end. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we're at £80 bid, then internet bidder there then, at £80 bid. At £80 bid then are we done and dusted? At £80 bid then, at 80, on sale, £80 then for the first, second, third and last time. £80 bid. No. You were trying to multitask. Yeah, well, we've all done it. It doesn't work. And on to Ford Escort Cosworth. Here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you've been, you've looked at it, you've seen. It's one of two cars this time. There it is there, Mick. There you go. Nice, straight-looking car. There is two, yeah, graphite one and a silver one. There we go then. Current V5, MOT certificate, some old V5s. What we got there? What we got there? Oh, we got on offer. Yeah, there's a bit of office stuff on there. So there we go then. Where we're going to be with that one then? We got 30,000 and we're off at 30,000 for the Escort Cosworth. At £30,000 then 32. At 32. At 32,000. At 32,000 then the Escort Cosworth. At £32,000. At £32,000 then. At 32,000. At 32,000 we'll talk. At £32,000 then are we done? At £32,000 then. At 32,000 for the Escort Cosworth. I wouldn't take it if it was mine. At £32,000 then are we for? At 32,000 then we'll talk, we'll ask, we'll submit, and we'll get you an answer as soon as we can. At 32,000. Thank you. Thank you. And on to lot number 37. There we are then. Spirit of Ecstasy mascot on a stand. There we go then. Little mantelpiece filler for you there. Look, we have £100 bid here with me. Please, Will. £100 bid. £100 then. The Spirit of Ecstasy mascot on a stand. £100 here with me. £100 then. £100. £100 here with me, 120. £120 then, £120 then. You might want to drop that to it. There you go, there you go. You've done this before, haven't you? You've done it before. £120 then, Leeds. £120 then, do we have 30? 120, 30. £130 then, 130. £130 then. Oh, we've got a technical.
You've cracked the screen.
What's up, Jack?
All right.
Oh, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a bit of a power outage in Thorntondale or something. I didn't realise we were plugged into Thorntondale.
Mick, just check that connection under that box.
I thought it was running on steam.
Yeah, I thought we were still on coal. Yeah.
I wanted to do an auction.
Someone's bid, Jack.
I wanted to do an auction where the power went. And I was like, well, then that's how you took it and go and went right to the gate.
Really? Yeah.
So you can't plan for these things.
Is it not? We might have to. Yeah, Charlie. We work in here.
Seems to me. Well, we got internet and everything.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
we're running off of that. What, have they lost internet? Have they just...
Thorntondale's lost internet.
That should be back on.
Are we back on, Jack? Oh.
Just so it's on.
Yeah. Are we? Yeah, we're back on, are we? There we go, we're back on, ladies and gentlemen. Don't know what happened there, don't know. So, you maybe ought to get it and then we're ready, aren't we? But anyway, we're still on lot number 37, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me out there. Lot number 37, Spirit of Ecstasy, mascot, on a stand, Mick's holding it. There we go, look, £140 bid then, £140. £140 then, have we 50? £140 then, we'll sell it provisionally then. £140 then for the first. £140 for the second. £140, third and last time. 140. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience, everybody. And on to lot number 38, Ford Capri. The vendor says 2 litre gear, lots of paperwork, including show passes and all MOTs, etc. It's owned, shown for over 10 years by the Classic Club organiser / treasurer. He's a 5th owner, but only 2 owners before me. As the first owner, it was his company car. So there you go then. So it's been husband and wife and a couple of owners, and there we go. What a lovely, lovely, straight-looking Ford Capri. So there we go then. Where are we going to be with that then? With 7,000, Will. 7,2, 7,4, 7,004, 7,6. At £7,600 then, at £7,600, at £7,600 then, the Ford Capri, at 7,800 and £8,000 then, £8,000 then, 8,000 was with me actually, Will, yeah, 8,000, here with me, 8,200, 8,200 then, £8,200 then, I can't even pronounce that, it's Gwynedd. Over in Wales, it's Wales. £8,200 then, morning Wales. 8,200, 8,400. £8,400 then, at 8,406. 8,600, £8,600 then, the Capri. £8,600 then, are we done? 8,688. 8,008. At 8,8, 9,000. At £9,000 then, we're getting near. At £9,000 then, at 9,092. At £9,200 then, at 9,294. At 9,400. At £9,400 then, at 9,400. Going off down to Wales then, it is provisional 9,600. At 9,006. At 9,006 and 8. At 9,800, at £9,800. One more bid and it's on sale, ladies and gentlemen. At £9,800 then, at 9,800 we'll submit provisional 10,000. At £10,000. At £10,000 then, the Capri 10,200. At 10,200 it is on sale, make no mistake. At £10,200 then, at 10,200 then, looking round then, 10,200 for the first. On sale, don't miss it. 10,200 then for the second. At 10,400, 10,400. Hang on with that. At 10,406. At £10,600 then the Capri. At £10,600 then. At 10,600 then are we done? At 10,600 looking round then for the first. At £10,600 for the second. At 10,800. At 10,800. Don't lose it for a couple of £100 Wales. At 10,800, 11,000. £11,000 then. 11,000. I can't really pronounce it. There's lots of L's and lots of A's. And morning Wales, we were there at the weekend. We had a good weekend down with you. Thank you. £11,000. Do you want to drop that to 100? We'll just give everyone a fair chance. £11,000 then. £11,000 then. Looking round then. 11,100. £11,100 then. Are we done? 11,200. 11,002. The hammer's up. 11,200 then for the first. 11,200 for the second. 11,300. 11,300. 11,304. £11,400. £11,400 then for the first. 11,400 for the second. 11,500. 11,500. 11,600. Whose idea was this 100? 11,600. £11,600 then. £11,600 then for the first. 11,600 for the second. For the third and last time, sold and away, going down to Wales. 11,600. Thank you very much for your bids, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. And on to lot number 39, Starmaster Dupal. There we are then. Nice looking sign there, look. What is it, tin? Aluminium? It's something like that. There we go then. We've got £20 bid, £40, £60 here with me, £80 here with me, Will. £80 bid here with me. £80 bid then. £80 bid then for the steel, aluminium. Yeah, it's not wood anyway. £80 bid here with me. £80 bid then are we there? £80 bid then we'll submit, we'll talk. £80 bid then for the first. £80 bid then for the second. £80 then for the third and last time. And on to lot number 40. Ford Cortina Mark 1, there we are then. Bit of a project car this, it's been hanging around for a while. We've been asking the vendor, in all truthfulness, to come and take the thing away, haven't we? It's been hanging around for ages. But anyway, here we go then. So it's been sleeping in Dad's garage, not my dad, his dad, for about 40 years. So she's been stood for a long time, but it's there for either restoration or valuable spares, one or the other. There you go. Where we're going to be then? We're going to be £200 there, and we £250 here with me, please, Will. 300, 350, 3.
Hang on. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm getting there. 350, 400 online. Can we have 420 here with me, Will? I know it's a bit of an odd figure, but we'll have that there with me, please. At 420 here with me. At 420, 440, 460 here with me. At £460 then, here with me at 460. At 460, 480. At £480 then, down in, where is this? Dis in Norfolk. At £480 then, I'm out. At £480 then, looks like it's on its way. No reserve, it's on sale. At £480 then, Dis in Norfolk. At £480 then for the first. At 480 for the second. At 480 for the third and last time. Sold and away down to Dis. Thank you for your bids, everybody. And on to lot number 41. Do you want to do this one? No. Are you, all right, okay. On to large illuminated Mathewsons garage sign. I didn't know you were selling this. No. Now, the gentleman that makes these signs, he makes a lovely job, and he said, would we mind if he did one or two bits with our name on? So there's a sign there. I think, is there not a petrol pump kicking around me? There was over there. There you go. I can't see it from here. So there's a couple of bits that have got our name on. So there we go then. Where are we going to be then? We've got £200 here with me. At £200 bid. At £200 bid. At £200 bid then. Here with me. At £200 bid then. At £200 then. Have we 20 anywhere? At £200 bid. At £200 bid. At £200 bid then. At 200 we'll submit and talk. At £200. You want a bid? At 220? Do you? At 220, Jack will have a bid, look. At 220 pound. At 220 pound then, Jack's bid then. At 220 pound, I won't want to make it for it. At 220 pound then we'll talk. At 220 pound then, looking round for the first, second, third and last time. Jack's bid at 220 pounds. Your bid.
My bid.
Yeah. And on to lot number 42. There we are then. Volvo 240 GL. There we are. There we go. The vendor has provided oil changed every 10,000 miles. Unable to get underneath it anymore to do necessary work due to back problems. He's owned the car for 19 years and he would love it to go to a good home. So there you go, lovely. What a great old runabout that is for you. It would see you out, wouldn't it? You can't wear them out, they're good for the miles. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be £500 bid and away. At £500 bid then, the old Volvo, there you go. At £500 bid. At £500 bid. At 500, 550. At £550 bid. At £550 up we 6. At £550 bid then we'll submit it, we'll talk. At £550, how cheap's it got to be? At £550 then, here with me at £550 we shall submit and talk. At £550 for the first, provisionally, £550 for the second, third and last time. Provisional, we'll try for you. That one. And on to lot number 43. Electric bike. Here we go, look, there we go. Electric's the future, they keep telling us. There we are then. There you go. I must admit, I've got a couple of electric bikes. They're handy things, they're good. So there we are then, brand new. I think it's brand new, is it not? Brand new, look. It'd do Ange, that, wouldn't it? That would do Ange, wouldn't it? In fact, do you know what? It's not a bad idea, that, Mick. Yeah, I'll get her a basket. Yeah, it's the last one. There's no more. It's the last one, ladies and gentlemen. Brand new, look, Benelli. There we are then. Where are we going to be? We're going to be 200, 220, 240, 260, 260, 280 here with me. £300 here with me, Will. At £300 bid. At £300 bid then. At £300 bid. It's the last one we're going to have by the sounds of it. At £300 then. You sure you don't want it for Meg? At £300 bid. At £300 bid then. At £300 then we'll submit. We'll get you an out. In fact, no, we won't submit. We'll sell him. It's on sale. At £300 bid. At 300 then for the first. At £300 then for the second. 300 for the third and last time. Sold and away. Thank you. On to Ford E83W. There you are then. Bit of a fire engine there, look. The highest bid at the end of the auction will be submitted to the vendor for their consideration. So there we go then. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be £600, £700, £800 bid here with me. At £800 then. At £800 then. £800 then. Have we had it running?
Got about 18,000 miles and clear in every respect. And really, really solid.
Father just said there he's had a bit more to do with this than us. 18,000 miles showing. Wouldn't be surprised if it was correct, although obviously we can't guarantee this, but the more you look round it, you would suggest that it will be correct. And let's be fair, they weren't commuted with, were they? So it probably will be right. So so there you go. Once what you see, it's actually more solid than the pictures would suggest. But anyway, there you go. So with £900 bid. At £900 bid then. At £900 then. At £900 bid. 1,000 here with me. At £1,000 bid here with me. At £1,000, £1,100 then. £1,100 then. The old fire engine there, look. £1,100 then if we 12. 1,100 at £1,100 then we'll submit. We'll get you an answer. At £1,100 then we can talk. At 1,100 then for the first. At 1,100 for the second. Third and last time provisionally. 1,100. Thank you. And on to a Sanderson special. Now there we are then. Now I got this one wrong. I did the video on this last time and I said it was built on a Reliant. It isn't. It uses some of the Reliant bits. It was a bespoke build. It spent an awful lot of money on the build. Thousands and thousands on the build. There you go. It's a bit of a quirky thing. You've all seen it. You've all read about it, I am sure. Where are we going to be? we're going to be. We got £500. Can we get 500 bid to kick us off? Can we get £500 bid? If not, we're moving on. Have we got 500 anyway? Is anyone jumping in, Will? Alan there at £500 bid. At £500 bid then. Alan on the telephone. At £500 bid then. At £500 then. Have we 6? At £500 bid then. At £500. Engine alone's worth that. At £500 bid then for the Sanderson special. At £500 bid, we'll submit it. We'll get him an answer as soon as he can, Alan. At £500 bid provisionally for the first, second, third and last time looking round. Alan's phone. Thank you. On to lot number 46. Honda. There we are then. Little Dax. There she is. Great little thing. Ideal for in the back of the motorhome, Dave, wherever you are. Pop it in the back there, look. Don't take up loads and loads of room, do they? Brilliant little thing. There we go. Where we're going to be then, we got 6, 7, 800 pound, 9, 1,000, 11, 1,200 pound here with me. At 1,200 pound bid. At 1,200 pound here with me. At 1,200 pound bid. At 1,200, at 1,200 pound, then 13, at 13 and 14, at 1,400 pounds, at 1,400 pound bid here with me, at 1,400, at 1,400, 15, I should think so, 16. He's pushing you all the way. 1,600 pound bid then, at 1,600, at 1,600 pound bid here with me, at 1,600, at 1,600. Then are we done? At 1,600 pound then, at 1,600 then, provisionally 17, at 17, 1,700 pound then, at 1,700, at 1,700 pound then we'll talk, at 1,700 pound then for the first, at 1,700 is there 18, 1,700 for the second, provisionally third and last time 1,700. Thank you for your bids, gents. And on to lot number 47. Charles pedal car, there you go. That's lovely, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? Isn't that great? I know a little boy that'd like it. There you, never mind signs for your man cave. There you go. There we go then. What a lovely, lovely little thing that is. There we go. We've got some interest here with me. We've got 4, 5, 600 pounds here with me. At 600 pound bid. At 600 pound then. At 600 pounds then. What a lovely cracking little thing. At 600 pound bid here with me. At 600 pound bid. At 600 pound then, are we done? At 600. At 600 pounds then. For the little, is there pedals in it? Yeah, there is pedals, it is a peddler. There you go. At 600 pound bid here with me, then we'll submit. At 600 pound then, looking round for the first. At 600 for the second. At 600 for the third and last time. Provisionally 600. And on to lot number 48. Here we go then. The Transit minibus. There you go. Plenty of life left in that old girl, I know. The vendor has provided 9-seater minibus, owned for 2 years, bought for family days out, new tyres, new water pump, new fuel pump, and has an electric window conversion. If he has any sense, he's got a window behind the cab. I can't hear. That's a reasonably good old van, he says. There you go. So there you go then. We got £1,000 bid here with me, Will. £1,000 bid then. At £1,000, 1,112. At £1,200 bid. And 13. At 1,314 with me. At £1,400 then. At £1,400 then. At 1,400 for the Transit, the little minibus then. At £1,400 then, are we done? At £1,400 then, we are provisional, but we'll talk. At £1,400 then. At 1,400 then for the first. At 1,400 for the second. At 1,400 for the third and last time. Top right, thank you. And on to lot number 49. Here we go. Ah, these look great, these do, don't they? Get them lit up on the corner of the building. They're lovely, there you go. Mick and Andy have got it there, look, complete with bracket. There we are then, ladies and gentlemen. We got £100 here with me. At 100, 110, 120. At £120 then. At £120. At £120 then. At £120 then. The AA Garage Light. At £120 then. At £120. At £120 then, are we done? At £120 we'll talk. 130. At 130. At £130. At £130 then. At £130 then for the first. At 130 for the second. At 130 for the third and last time. Provisional on the internet. Thank you. And on to Jaguar. Do you want to jump on? You all right?
I don't know a great deal about this.
No, that's all right. Rightio. Here we go then. The Jaguar 420. There we are, ladies and gentlemen, in silver. Looks a nice bright car. The highest bid at the end of the auction will be submitted to the vendor for their consideration. It's come from a collection of cars. Sadly, bereavement forces sale. We get this all too often, don't we? The vendor was known to us for many years. Nice guy. World's a bit of a duller place without him in it. Simple as that. So there we go. We've got some interest here with me. We've got some interest online. We've got to skip all the rest of it, and we've got £4,100 here with me. At 4,100, Will. At £4,100 then the Jag. Don't forget, we have got to make a phone call on these cars. At 4,100 for 2. At 4,200. At 4,002 and 3. And I'm out. And 4. At 4,004 and 5. At 4,506. £4,600 then. At £4,600. At 4,607. At 4,007. At 4,700. At £4,700. It looks good value to me. At 4,007 and 8. At 4,008. At £4,800 then. At 4,809. At 4,900. At 4,905. At £5,000. 5-1. At 5,100. At 5,100 is a 2. At £5,100 then. At 5,100 then we'll make a phone call. At £5,100 then for the first. At 5,100 for the second. 5-2. At 5-2. 5-3. 5,003. At £5,300 then. At 5,300 and 4. 5,004. New bidder. At £5,400. £5,400 then. At 5,004 are we done? At 5,004 and 5. At 5-5. At £5,500 then for the first. At 5,005 for the second. At 5,500 for the third and last time. Provisionally. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can, guys. Thank you. And on to large illuminated Jaguar, Aston Martin sign. Just there it is, look. Lovely thing. Lovely these are, he makes a wonderful job. There we go then, we've got lots of interest here with me, Will. We've got 2, 220, 240, 260, 280, 300, 20, 40, 60, 80, 400, 400, 420 on there, 440 here with me. At £440. That was a mouthful, wasn't it, to get to 440. At £440 then here with me and on sale. At £440 then the Aston Martin light up sign 460. At 460. I'm out at £460 then on the internet there then. At £460 bid. At £460 bid. I wouldn't want to make it for it. At £460 bid. At £460 then. Are we done? At £460 then for the first. At 460 for the second. At £460 then for the third and last time. 460. Thanks for your bids, everybody. And on to lot number 52. There we are then. Rover 3500 SD1 look. Vitesse. There she is, look. I did a video on the car. It's a nice, genuine looking car. I believe we sold it a few years ago. There's choice of 2 of them. Yeah, there is indeed, Mick. Yep, one's a 6-cylinder, one's an 8 though. There you go. I believe we sold it locally owned a few years ago now. and it's come obviously back onto the market. So there we go. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 772 there, Will, please, at £7,200. At £7,200, a nice, bright, usable Rover, runs really well if memory serves. At £7,200 then, at 7,200 have we four. At £7,200 then the SD1, at £7,200 then, at 7,200 we'll talk, at £7,200 bid, at 7,200, at £7,200 then for the first, at 7,200 provisionally for the second, at £7,200 then for the third and last time. Provisional, Charlie, thank you. And on to lot number 53, there we are. Where are we going to be? Little Phillips sign, Mick's got it there, look, there you go, nice little wall filler there, look. We got £40 bid here with me, Will, at £40 bid, at £40 bid and 50, at £50 bid then, at 50, at £50 bid then, at £50 bid, you should have started at 50 there, shouldn't I? At £50 bid, 60, at £60 bid then, at £60 bid, at £60 bid then and 70, at £70 bid then a little Phillips sign, at £70 bid then 80, on sale, £80 bid everybody, at £80 bid, at £80 bid shall we say 90, at £80 bid then, at 80, on sale then, don't miss it, £80 then for the first, £80 for the second, third and last time, £80, thank you. And on to the little Triumph Herald. There we are then. There we go. Nice bright looking little Herald. Brakes have been done. Stainless steel exhaust. New wheel trims and caps. New tyres. New sills. Trims. Lock on the bonnet. Spares in the boot. There we go. So there we go then. Looks a good usable little thing, although I haven't had a lot to do with it, I don't believe, but there we are. There we go then. Where we're going to be then, we've got 3, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 6, 3, 8, £3,800 here with me. At £3,800 then. At £3,800 then the little Herald. At 3,800. At £3,800 then. At £3,800. You can't buy little Heralds like this, can you? At 3,008. Malta, £4,000. Look at that. I bet he's warmer than we are today. At £4,000. Hello across the pond. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000 bid then. At £4,000 then. Shall we drop that to a one, Will? At £4,000 bid. Do we have one? We'll give everyone a fair chance. At £4,000 bid, looking for one. At £4,000 then. At £4,000 we'll talk, we'll submit it. At £4,000 then for the first. At 4,000 provisionally for the second, and third and last time. If you get it, I might even bring it across. And on to lot number 55, the Sangyong Muso racing truck. There we are then. Now, we had two of these a few years ago. We were going to have a bit of team building with them more than anything, do a few track days, bits and pieces, and they sat behind me in this building here for months on end, really, didn't they? And we decided to get them sold, and so one is used every day, still all lettered up and used every day as his everyday truck. This one, I don't think has done much of anything at all. They're a brilliant thing. They were built by Sangyong, and they are superb. They are very, very well put together. So there you go. It's come back in just as it left us, exactly the same. So there we go then. We have got some interest here, some interest there. So we've got 7, 7, 2, 7, 4, 7, 5 at 7,500. At 7,506 here with me. At £7,600 bid. At £7,600 bid then. Don't forget, it's as near to a new truck as you're going to get. I know it's probably had a couple of exciting days, but it's as near to a new truck as you're going to get, isn't it? At £7,600 here with me. Bidder number 600189. Don't bid against yourself. At £7,600. At £7,600 bid. At 7,600. At £7,600 is a 7. At £7,600 bid. At £7,600 then we'll submit it. At 7,600 then for the first. At 7,600 for the second. 7,600 for the third and last time. Top right. And on to That isn't that, is it?
No, don't.
No, I don't think it is. No.
You did your team building downstairs at the curry house, didn't you, instead?
We did the team building at the local curry house instead, Will said. Yeah, we actually did, yeah. Do you want to do this one?
Yeah, I can do it.
There you go. Jack's going to do one or two, ladies and gents.
I'm gonna want just check that we're doing that right. We're corresponding to.
I will.
Yeah. Right. Good morning, everybody. Lot number 56 then, the VX490. Where are we? No reserve here, look. This one's been 50 quid.
I know. Gonna want some weekend work.
Yeah.
Probably for the rest of your life.
Right.
But once you've got some
You want some
rock
wash
away,
first, doesn't it?
yes,
And you'll
it
see
does
where
want
you're
a
at.
wash.
Yeah,
Once
there
you've
you
got
go.
a bit of rock gone, it's actually not a bad car.
Charlie says it'll make a car. There we go. Well, no reserve, guys. It's sold from the off. We've got £1,000 bid. 1-1, 1-2, 1-3. £1,300 bid then here with me and being sold and away at 1-3. £1,300 bid then for the VX490. £1,300, 1,400 Dorset. You're in. Internet bid at 14. £1,400 bid then for the Vauxhall at 14. Here's the 15 anywhere at £1,400 then. Internet, it's going at £1,400 bid. I'm out on my sheet. Dorset, you're in at £1,400 and it's being sold. It's going at £1,400 and are we all done for the first? 14 for the second. Third and last time it's being sold at 14. Sold. Internet bid. Lot number 57. Oh, the little van, look, there we go, look, lovely little thing. I think, did you do the video on this one, Charlie? I can't remember. But anyway, lovely little van. I'm sure you've been down and seen it. Sits in mixed unit up the road there, 1960, she says here, look. We have got interest straight away from the off. We've got 8.5, 8,750, £9,000 bid then in County Durham. I was there yesterday at £9,000 bid. At £9,000 bid then online in County Durham at 9,000 is the one. At £9,000 bid. At 9,000 then are we all done? At £9,000 bid, County Durham. At 9,000 I'm out on my sheets at £9,000 bid. At £9,000 bid. I'll mark it down provisionally. We're a little bit off, but we'll try for you, County Durham. At £9,000 bid then. Are we all done at 9? At 9,000 then it's provisional at 9,000 for the first, 9,000 for the second, third and last time we'll make a phone call. Provisional internet. Lot number 58, oh, the GT40 replica. Sits down there. We unloaded it ourselves out the trailer, pushed it in the unit here. We'll make a car. Don't believe there's any glass with it. I've had that question quite a lot. But the majority, has it got a gearbox, Charlie? Certainly got an engine, hasn't it? I think it has got engine and box, but anyway, I'm sure you've been down and seen it. It's obviously one what needed viewing, but we'll make a lovely thing. And yeah, all the panels and everything look very good. So no, it'll make a car. Where are we? Interest again straight away. I might as well start at the internet then. 10,000, 10-1. At 10,100 being sold and going at 10-1. I think so, Dave, but I can't promise. Just have a look, Mick. I think there was a gear. I think that question got asked. They're just having a look, guys. Just check there's a gearbox with it. There's certainly an engine in the boot. Anyway, we're at £10,300 bid then. At 10.3 being sold. At 10.4. At 10,400. At 10,400 bid. At 10,400 then internet bid. Mick saying there is a gearbox with it. There you go. At 10.5, 10.6. At 10,600 bid. At 10,600 Hertfordshire. At £10,600 bid then. Are we all done? At 10,600. We'll make a lovely thing when it's done. It'll look the business, won't it? There we go. It's selling. I can sell it at 10,006, 10.7 Lincolnshire. Thank you. 10.8 back at you. At £10,800 bid. At 10,800 is the 9. There is at 10,009, £11,000 bid. 11,000 then for the GT40 replica. At £11,000 bid. How much are real ones? There must be like
Millions.
Are they into millions? Are they? Yeah. 11,002. At 11,200. 11,002. 11,3. 11,003. 11,4 Hertfordshire. At 11,400. At 11,400 then is the 5. At 11,4. At 5 there is Lincolnshire. You're back in. Hertfordshire. 11,6. £11,600 bid. At 11,600. 11,7. 11,8. 11,800. At 11,800 Hertfordshire. At 11,8 is the 9. 9. 11,9. 12. £12,000 bid. At 12,000. At £12,000 bid. At 12,1. 12,001 and 2. At 12,2. At 12,200. At 12,200. I'm out on my sheet at £12,200 bid. 12,3. 12,4. 12,400. At 12,400. Are we all done? At 12,500. 6. 12,600. At 12,600 pound bid. At 12,600. At £12,600 bid then. Are we all done, Hertfordshire? You've been in from the word go. At 12,600 then. At 12,600 I can sell it. At 12,600 then for the first. 12,600 for the second. Third and final time it's being sold. 12,600 Hertfordshire. Lot number 59. There we go, look, the little enamel sign. 16 by 11 inches, there we go, look. I've got 30, 40, £50 bid and away, please. At £50 bid. That's nice, look. At £50 bid. At £50 bid, then are we all done? At £50 bid. 60, thank you. 70, back at you. At £70 bid. At £70 bid. 80. At £80 bid, internet. At £80 internet. £90 back at you. At £90 here with me. At £90. £100 Norfolk. At £100 bid then. At £100 bid, are we all done? At £100 bid then for the first. I'll have to mark it provisionally. At 100 for the second. Third and final time. Provisional Norfolk. Lot number 60, the Matchless. There we go, look, lovely looking bike. I think there's a video on there, I think we've had it running, but anyway, I can't see it taking many minutes. We got 2,000, 2,1, 2,2, at £2,200 bid here with me. At 2,200 then for the 1958 Matchless. Partial V5, but missing the trade and export slip, unfortunately. But there we go, 2,2. At £2,200 bid. At 2,200, is a 3 anywhere? At 2,200 bid. At £2,200 bid then, I'll mark it down provisionally. We're a little bit off, but we'll try for you. At £2,200. Top right. Lot number 61, the Nissan Genuine Dealership. There we go, look, with raised letters. Oh, blimey, there you go, look, Andy's bringing it in now for you. Look at the size of that. Blimey, yeah, it's a lot bigger than it portrays on the photos. Where are we then, guys? Where are we? We've got 100, 150, 200, 220, at £220 bid then. At £220 bid for the Genuine Dealership sign. At £220 bid.
He won't go on the front of his pickup, you know that.
It won't fit on the front of the pickup, no. It might fit in the back of the pickup, just. At £220 bid then, at 220. At £220 bid, are we all done? At £220 bid then, I'll mark it down provisional, we'll try for you. At £220 bid for the first, second, third and last time. 220, provisional. Lot 62, the MGTD. Oh, there we go, look, nice little thing. The MG Car Club membership letter, we've got trade directory, numerous invoices. Highest bid at the end of the auction will be submitted to the vendor for their consideration.
Yeah, lovely old car that.
Nice car, where do you want to be?
It's a nice old car. Yeah.
Start there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
£8,000 bid then and away, guys, at 8,000. £8,000 bid. £8,000 bid then for the bright looking little TD. I think I did the video on this one actually. Well, is that the one that sits down there, Charlie?
I think so.
Yeah. £8,000 bid then, here with me, 8,250. 8,250 bid. On my sheets at 8,250. 8,250 bid then, asking 5. 8,500, thank you, at 8,500. At 8,500. 8,500 bid. At 8,500, 8,750. At £8,750 bid. At 8,750 then is the 9. At 8,750 we're a little bit off. Obviously we can only just go by what we've got on the sheet here today, guys. We'll obviously make a phone call, see what we can do. At 8,750, got to be worth 9 surely. At 8,750. At 8,750, you should be watching it on YouTube. They've got the cameras over there. Looks a real bright little car from memory. At 8,750 then. Are we all done? I'll mark it down provisional. We'll make a phone call for you then. At 8,750 for the first. 8,750 for the second. Third and last time at 8,750. Worth more, I think, but it's trying. Look. Lot number 63, the Shell Genuine Forecourt sign. There we go, look, aluminium frame, where are we? £100 and away then, please, at £100 bid. At £100 bid, 110, 120. At £120 bid then. Oh, there's a bracket on the back there, look, to hang it on your wall. At £120 bid. It does want to light, that look really well on a wall, won't it? At £120 bid. At £120 bid then. 120, 130, thank you. £130 bid, 140, back at you. £150 bid, in the hall with us at 150. £150 bid, then are we all done? £150 bid for the first, marking it provisional for the second. Third and last time at 150. Provisional in the hall.
Oh, you missed it,
no,
mate. You missed
it's too late, sorry. Lot number 64. Oh, do you want to do this one? I don't want the pressure of this one. You can jump on and do this. To be fair, saying that, I drove it, didn't I?
Go on, you do it.
I better do it then. I better do it.
Go on then.
So, you're blimey, I got some pressure on now. Look, yeah, we're all right. Look, I think, yeah. The Mexico, ladies and gentlemen.
No, that's all right. Well, I said, do you want to go on and do it? I said, to be fair, Jack spent more time around it than anybody.
I did, yeah.
So,
Me and John went and did this is obviously the Bangers and Cashes Mexico, ladies and gentlemen. I'm under a bit of pressure, really. I did a rough idea what I think it was going to achieve earlier on. To be fair, undergone a massive nut and bolt restoration. I mean, it really has had the works, as obviously if you've been down and seen it, it speaks for itself. You can't really fault it, can you? We had a good look around the trailer.
Lovely car.
Nice car. Me and John went and did some filming. We had the drone up in the air, went down to the cafe down the road, and just for the morning, lovely weather. I think
went to the cafe.
Went to the cafe. I know, I went to the cafe. I think I frightened John a little bit actually. It was a bit leery, wasn't it, John?
We went to the cafe, we spent more than £5 on a cup
Yeah.
Well, I'll start a little bit higher than that, I think. Well, anyway, guys, we might as well start somewhere. I've got a bid of 30, 31,000, 32,000, 32 and a half, I better go, and 33 at the moment. £33,000 bid then. 33, 33 and a half, 34, 34,000. £34,000 bid then for the Mexico at 34,000. 34, 5, £35,000 bid.
You've got a long way to go before you hit its true value. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, no, maybe should have stayed in thousands with this. It's the pressure. It's the pressure.
I'm just going to go and have a cup of tea, and I'll come back.
Well, £35,000 bid then at the moment, guys. On my sheet here with me, bid of 60047 at 35,000. Is the 36 anywhere? At £35,000 bid then. 36, thank you. At £36,000 bid. At 36,000. At 36, 37, 38. At £38,000 bid. At 38,000. At 39 on the internet. At 39,000. At 39,000. Is that one a bid? At £39,000 bid. At 39,000 then. At 39,000 for the Mexico. I thought it'd do more. We had a bit of a bet, didn't we? We thought it was going to do a bit more, but we're not finished yet.
Probably spent that on it, I think.
Yeah. What have we? Dare I ask?
No, don't ask.
They'll want to know. They want to know.
Let me take them away from the podium in case you fall.
Go on.
We're not halfway there.
We're not even halfway to what they've spent on it yet. Blimey. Including the purchase price.
You know, it is an immaculate version.
It is indeed. Yeah, no, extremely nice car. I'm sure everyone's been down and seen it. We've done a lot of filming with the car earlier on as well on the YouTube side of things. I think you've got to see it really. Obviously, it's provisional at the moment at 39,000, guys. Your bid on the internet there. Bid of 6, 7. Oh, there we go, 40. There we go. We're waking up now.
They're about £20,000 on its value.
Yeah, 20. I know. They're fairly safe at 40, I think, guys. There we go. Well, £40,000 bid then. £40,000 bid. Internet. Other internet bids are out at 40,000 then. At £40,000 bid. Is there one anywhere? Do you want to try a 500, Will? I know it's worth a lot more.
It's not a lot of points, mate. No,
Sure. At 40,000 then. At 40,000, are we all done? We'll mark it down provisionally.
Very provisionally.
Very, very provisionally. At 40,000 then. At £40,000 bid.
Another auction if it doesn't make its money.
Yeah, we'll probably put it through next sale, guys. At £40,000 bid then, it's provisional. We'll obviously have a chat and hopefully come to some sort of deal. If not, we'll be putting it in the April sale, as obviously if you've been and seen it, it's worth a lot more. May sale, getting excited. There we go then, £40,000 then, it's provisional for the first, at 40,000 for the second, third and last time, £40,000. Provisional at the moment, guys. We'll have a chat and see what we can do. Going on?
We can do. Yeah.
Well done, Jack. Well done, mate. And on to lot number 65, Ford and Fordson enamel sign. There we go then. Nice little sign, look. It's not too big. Go in your single garage, no problem at all. There we go. We've got 40, £50 bidding with me. £50 bid then. £50 bid then for the little Ford and Fordson sign. £50 bid here with me. £50 bid. 50 and 60 and £60 bid then. 60, 70, 80. On sale, ladies and gentlemen. 90, 90, 100, £100 then. £100 bid. 100, 110, £110 then, £110, £110 then the little Fordson sign, £110, £110 then, are we done? £110 then for the first, second, third and last time looking round. Sold away at 110, thank you for your bids. And on to lot number 66, here we are then, Mazda RX-8. There we go, we had it running last week, did we not, Charlie? Sounds lovely. Haven't driven it, anyone driven it? Either of you two? Only just on site. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 224, 26 here with me, please, Jack. £2,600 then. 2,600. I always wanted one of these. £2,600. I think they're a lot of fun, aren't they? They sound like they're going quicker than they are. They're one of them cars, aren't they? 2006. £2,600 then, £2,600 the RX-8, 2,600 we'll talk, £2,600 then, provisionally, 2,600 then for the first, second, third and last time looking round, 26 provisional, and on to lot number 67. Here we are then, a little J40 pedal car. They're lovely, aren't they? They're brilliant. We've got some photographs of Charlie and Amy. You were too big by that time, Jack. You'd outgrown them. You'd gone into petrol power, I think. But we've got some lovely photographs of these two messing about in them and so on and so forth. Lovely little thing. Oliver's Mount. Yeah, they were on the start grid and stuff. Brilliant. So there we are then, ladies and gentlemen. Austin J40 pedal car. We've got 1,600 there on the internet there then. At £1,600 bid. At 1,617, is it getting heavy? At 17, 18, £1,800 bid then, I should think so. On sale, ladies and gentlemen, £1,800. At £1,800 then, the little J40. At £1,800. At £1,800 then, are we done? Worth more than that? At 1,800. At £1,800 then. At 1,800. Are you alright? Is it getting heavy? At 1,800. Is a 19 at £1,800 then. It's going to be the buy of the day at 1,819 at £1,900 then. At 1,900 and 2,000. I should think so. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid then for the first. At £2,000 for the second. Third and last time looking round. Sold at 2,000. Thanks for your bids. And on to lot number 68. There we are then, Kawasaki ZR 750 H1. There we go then, good little commuter for you there then. It's a one-owner bike that needs carbs cleaned. There we are. He's had it running, sounds sweet, done a little over 26,000 miles. It's been standing for a while due to bereavement. Sad that, innit? I have the V5, previous MOTs, etc. And there's a few spares with it. So there we are then. Where are we going to be with that then? I nearly had it running the other week, but she just wouldn't quite go. As it quite rightly says there, it was struggling on fuel. So there we go then. We've got £600 bid. At £600 bid then, the little Kawasaki. At £600 bid here with me. At £600 bid. At 600 is a 50 anywhere. At £600 bid then. At £600 bid. You can't find them, can you? At £600 bid then, the little Kawasaki, they're terrific value, aren't they? At £600 bid, I don't suppose you're going to buy it. At £600 bid, we'll make a phone call, we'll have get you an answer as soon as we can. At £600 bid then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time. 600, very provisional, we'll try. And on to lot number 69, a wooden hand-painted AA Edinburgh sign. There we are then, hang it up high, and it looks lovely, thank you. There we go then, where are we going to be then? We've got some interest here with me. We've got 60, 70, 80, £90 bid. At £90 bid here with me. at £90 bid then. Bidder number 600070 at £90 bid. At £90 bid then have we 100. At £90 bid then. At £90 bid. Don't forget it is wooden and it is hand painted. £100 then. At £100 bid. At £100 then, keep it indoors. At £100 bid then. At £100 then, sold and away then. At £100 then for the first, second, third and last time. 100, thank you. And on to Land Rover. Here we are then. Please note, VAT is applicable to the hammer price on this vehicle. That's unusual, isn't it? To get one at this age and still VAT qualifying. Anyway, that's it. It says it is on there, so be warned, everybody. Be warned. There we are then. VAT is applicable. Short wheelbase, Series 3, good working order, complete with a winch, registered as historic, and owned since 2012. So there you go. Must have been bought in the company, mustn't it? Simple as that. So there you go then. There we are then. Where are we going to be?
Hang on.
Yeah, will you? Dave's just going to check in the office there, ladies and gentlemen, because it's very unusual.
Pretty sure that it is.
Yeah, Charlie thinks it is, but anyway, we'll see. And while we're just talking there, the bids are just tickled in. We've got £3,200, please, Jack. At £3,200 bid. Bidder number 600228. At £3,200 then. At £3,200. At 3,233. At 3,003 and 4 here with me, please, Jack. At 3,004. At 3,400. He's frantically looking through the paperwork up there. At 3,405. At 3,500. At 3,005. No, Dave is with me. He doesn't believe that there will be VAT on this, ladies and gents. However, the vendor has ticked it then, has he? Yeah. Yeah. No, me and Dave, we both believe it won't be plus VAT on the vehicle. However, the vendor has indeed ticked a box, so be prepared that you might have to find a little bit for. It's not a lot of money, is it? On £3.5 grand. Let's be fair. Anyway, we're at £3,500 then. At 3,500. At £3,500 then for the old Land Rover. There she is then. 3,500. I don't think you'll end up paying VAT. 3,600. At 3,006. At 3,607. At £3,700 then I'm out. At 3,738. At 3,800. At 3,800 is it solid? At £3,800 bid. At 3,008 and 9 and 4. £4,000. At £4,000 bid, probably where we should have started. At £4,000 bid then, are we done? At £4,000 then, on sale, £4,000 then for the first. For 1. For 2. 4,002. At £4,200 then. At £4,200 then for the first. At 4,200 for the second. For the third and last time. For 2. Going to Thirst. Thanks for your bids, everybody. And on to lot number 71. There we are then. Kawasaki double-sided light box. There we go. Mix pointing to it. It's down there. There we are then. We have 100. Oh, blimey, we were straight up to £190 on there. At £190 on the internet. At £190 bid on sale. At 190, 200, 210. At £210 then. At £210, 220. At £220 then. Nottingham. At £220 bid. At £220 bid is a 30. At £220 bid then Nottingham. At £220 then for the first. At 220 on sale for the second, third and last time looking round. Away down to Nottingham. Thank you very much. And on to ex-Army. Well, I would call it a Sankey, but I'm not sure it is a Sankey.
It's not like a Jeep size.
No, it's a bigger one.
Size.
Yeah, it's not a Sankey, is it? No, it's the next one up, isn't it? But anyway, there you go then. It's a good, useful trailer, I know that much. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be £300 and away, are we, Jack? Can we get a bid of £300? Otherwise, we're going to pass. Have we got £300 anybody? Have we got 300 anybody? Is anyone jumping in? If we can't get £300 bid, we're going to move on. Is there £300 anyone? No, we're moving on then. We're moving on to lot number 73, the Coleman's mustard sign. Yep, there you go. Mick's got it. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one? Nice little wall filler there for you. We're going to be 60, 70, 80, 90 here with me. At £90 bid here with me, Jack. There you go. 100. At 100, 110. At £110 then. At £110. 120, 120, 130 and 140 with me, please, Jack. At £140 bid. At £140 bid, bidder number 6 0096. At £140 bid. At £140 bid. At 140, 150. At £150 bid. At £150 then. At £150. At £150 then I'm out. At £150 then for the first. At £150 for the second. Third and last time. £150 going off to Lincolnshire, thank you. And on to lot number 74, Triumph Bonneville. There we are then. There's a large write-up there from the vendor. I shan't read it all out. But there it is. I'm sure you've read it. There we go then. Can we get a couple of thousand bid on that there? 1,500 then. If we can't get £1,500 bid, then we're moving on, Jack. Is there anyone there for £1,500? If not, we're going to pass. Is there 1,500? There is 15. At £1,500 then. At £1,500. At £1,500 then. The Triumph Bonneville look good value, don't they? Look good value. 16, I should think so. At £1,600 bid. At 1,600. At £1,600 then. At £1,600. We're a little off, but we'll talk. At £1,600 then is the 17. At £1,600 then for the first. Provisionally, £1,600 for the second. Third and last time we'll talk. 1,600 provisional, Cheshire, thank you. And on to a large illuminated BMW power sign with a clock. There we are then. Lovely thing. Lovely, lovely thing. There we go. Again, we have a bit of interest here with me. We have 200, 210, 220 on the internet in Kent at £220 bid. At 220, 230, he says. At £230 bid. At £230 bid. At £230 and 40. At £240. At £240, 250, he says. Jack on the telephone there. £250, 260. At £260 bid. At 260 and 70 and on sale. At 270, 280. At £280 then. At 280, 290, £290 then. At 290, 300. At £300 bid. At £300 and 10. At £310, Jack's telephone and 20. At £320 bid. And 30, 330. At 330 and 40. At £340 bid. At 340. At £340 then, looks like it's going off down to Kent. Jack shaking his head. £340 then, are we done? At 340 for the first. At 340 for the second. For the third and last time. Going off to Kent. Thank you for your bids, gents. And we are on to MGTF. There we are then. Lovely, user-friendly little car these. We love them. They're brilliant. We have some DVLA correspondence, number plate authorisation certificate, current V5. There we go then. And we've got £15,000 bid. At £15,000 for the MGTF. Very user-friendly little motor. At £15,000 bid. At £15,000. At £15,000 bid is there one. At £15,000 there is. At £15,100 bid. At 15, 1 and 2. At 15,200. Down in Dorset, Pool. At £15,200 then. At £15,200 then. On sale, ladies and gents. At 15,003 and 4. At 15,004. At £15,400 then. At 15,400. At 15,400 is the 5. At £15,400 then. At £15,400, it doesn't look an expensive car. At 15,400 then for the first. 5. 15,500. At 15,500. At 15,500. It wasn't that long ago. These were 18, 19,000 and more. At 15,500 pounds then. At 15.5 then for the first. 15,600. At 15,600. At 15,607. At 15,008. At 15,008. At 15,008 and 9. I should think so as well. At 15,900 pound then you might as well have another one. At 15,900 pound then Leicester for the first. At 15,900 then for the second. Don't miss it for £100. He's not. 16,000. At 16,000 bid. At 16,000 pound and 1. 16,1. I'm going to give you both plenty of time. At 16,100. At 16,000, it's a shame one has to lose it, isn't it? At 16,100 pound then for the first. At 16,100 pound for the second. On sale. At 16,100 pound, third and last time. Leicester, well done. Thank you for your bids, ladies and gentlemen. And on to lot number 77, the Suzuki Van. There we are. They're a brilliant little thing, these are. They're a quirky little bike, aren't they? There we go then. Bit of interest here with me, bit of interest there with you, by the looks of it, Will. There we are then. We have 1,000, 11, 1,200 pound bid. At 1,200 pound bid then. Bid of 600, 300. There we are. At 1,200 pound bid and on sale, everybody. At 1,200, 13, 14 and 15, Will. At 1,500 pounds. At 1,500 pound bid. At 1,500, bid of 600, 300. At 1,500 pounds, 16. At 1,600, I'm out. At 1,600 pound then, Selby. At 1,600 pounds then. At 1,600. At 1,600 then, 1,700 says Dave on the telephone. At 1,700 pounds. At 1,700 pound, Dave on the telephone, make no mistake, 1,700 pounds then for the first. At 1,718. 1,800 pounds, does he want 19, Dave? 1,800 pounds then, 19 he does. At 1,900 pound. At 1,900 pound, Dave on the telephone there. At 1,900 pounds then for the first. At 1,900 for the second. For the third and last time, giving fair warning, 1,900 pounds. Dave's telephone, thank you. And on to block number 78, Royal Enfield. There we are then. There we go. These are great, aren't they? Brilliant. Go to work in your suit, look. Lovely. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that one then? Can we get £1,500 bid? Again, if we can't get 1,500, if there's no interest, then we're going to move on. Can we get £1,500, anybody? £1,500. If we can't, we're going to pass. 1,500 asking. Nope. We've got no motorbike buyers, have we? Not this early stuff. And we're moving on then to lot number 79. Coleman's starch sign. There we are then. There we go. Enamel sign. Mick's got it there, look. Not too big again. Go in your normal standard garage, etc. And we got £40 bid and we're off. At £40 bid then. At £40 bid. At £40 bid then is the 50. At £40 bid then the little enamel sign. There she is, look. At £40 bid, 50. At £50 bid and 60. At £60 bid then. At £60 bid then the little enamelled Coleman starch sign. At £60 bid. At £60 it'll come. At £60 then provisionally. At 60 for the first. £60 bid provisionally for the second. Third and last time. At £60. And on to the little escort van. There we go then. We used to nickname these Gloria Estefan. And there we are then. VAT is applicable to the hammer price on this vehicle. So there you go. VAT is applicable, it says. The vendor has provided. Second owner. The first owner was BTW. They've used the van within our joinery business. So there you go. Starts on the button. It sounds sweet enough, the old van. They used to be everywhere, didn't they? Escort vans. Everybody ran escort vans. Everywhere. Brilliant. Could hardly wear them out. So there we go then. We got 11, 12, £1,300 bid. At £1,300. At £1,300 bid then, the Escort 55D. At £1,300. At £1,300 bid. At £1,300 is the 14. At £1,300 then, we all know what they're worth when they're looking lovely. At £1,300 bid. At £1,300 we'll submit. At £1,300 we'll talk. At £1,300 then, are we done? At £1,300 then for the first. For the second, third and last time, 1,300. Provisional, Charlie. And on to lot number 81. There we are then. Regent Petrol Pump Glass Globe. There we go. Just there. Lovely, isn't it? Isn't that great? Isn't that lovely? So there we go then. Where are we going to be with that one then, ladies and gentlemen? We are at 200, 250 here with me. At £250 bid here with me. At £250 bid. At £250 bid then. At £250 then, 275. You teased me there, didn't you? At 275, 300 says Alan on the telephone. At £300 bid. At 325, Alan is against you. At 325, I'm out. 350 says Alan, on sale. At £350, Alan's bid on the telephone, 375. At £375.
You see, people are going to go from £10 increments.
Yeah, that's right. 400 says Alan. At £400 bid then, Alan on the telephone there. At £400 bid. At £400 bid then. At £400 bid, 425. At £425. At 425 against you, so 450 says Alan. At £450 bid. At £450 bid then, Alan there on the telephone. At £450 bid then, are we done?
We're going for tenner because you slowed down.
Okay, Will's going to offer you a £10 there if you want it on the internet. At £450, Alan on the phone, he does want it, look, 460. At 460. At £460, Harrogate, £460. He wants 70. 470 says Alan. At £470 bid. At 470 and 80. At £480 bid. At £480 bid. And 90. At 490. At £490 bid then. At £490 bid, are we done? At £490 bid then. On sale then, ladies and gentlemen, £490. Alan on the telephone for the first, second, third and last time. Sold to Alan on the phone. Thank you for your bids, gents. Or ladies. Could be ladies. There we are then. And on to 2018. It says here, I for Williams twin axle, plant trailer, useful, purposeful bit of kit, towed in. Obviously it would do, wouldn't it? They're super user friendly, these. They tow lovely, these little trailers. There we go then. We got £1,000 bid and we're off, Will. At £1,000 bid. At £1,000 bid then. At £1,000 bid. At 1,000 have we 11. At £1,000 11 we do. £1,100 bid. £1,100 bid then. £1,100 bid then. The little plant trailer. Good tyres from memory. I think I went round this trailer. £1,100 bid then. At £1,100 then we'll submit. 1,200 he says. At £1,200 bid. At 1,200. At £1,200 bid then we'll submit. At £1,200. At 1,200 for the first, second, provisionally third and last time. 1,200. And on to large illuminated Shell oil can display. There we go then. That's a nice thing. Down there, mixers. I can't see it from here, but I can see the pictures of it. Again, brighten up a dingy corner. That looks a lovely bit of kit, that. So here we go then. We have some interest. We have 200, 210, 220, 240 here with me, please, Will. At £240 bid. At £240 bid then. At £240. At 240, 260. At £260. At £260 bid then is there 80. At 260. At £260 then North Allerton. At £260 bid. At £260 bid then for the first. At 260, 280 on sale, ladies and gentlemen. £280 then. At £280. £280 then is the £300. £280, £280 then on sale, don't miss it. £280 then for the first, second, third and last time. Going to Oldham, 280, thank you very much. And on to lot number 84, there we are then, the dumper. I said no to this, and then the gentleman was coming for a car and he ground me down, so I reluctantly said yes. And that said, and when it arrived, it runs really well, doesn't it? So Charlie's driven it, there it is, battery was low, starts on the key. Is electric start this one? Yeah, it was electric start.
It's going to want a battery.
Yeah, it'll want a battery, won't it? But anyway, there we go then. Some interest here with me. You've seen it. Scruffy little thing, but plenty of life left in it. There we go then. 200, 220, 240, 260, 280, 300, all the way up there. £360 here with me. Bidder number 600182. £360 bid. 360 and 80. 380 and 400. £400. 420, 420 and 40, 440 and 60, £460 bid, hydraulic tip, electric start, £460, 480, £480, 500, I should think so as well, £500 bid, 520, £520 then, £520, 540, 540 and 60, £560 then, £560. 80, 580, 600, £600 bid, £600 bid then, £600 and 20, 620, 620, 640, 640, 660. Whose idea was this £20 thing? 660, 660 and 80 and 700. I know, exactly right. £700 then and 20, 720, 740. £740 bid. £740 then are we done? 760, 80, 780, 780.
One of these a few weeks ago. I was putting down some gravel on the driveway.
There you go, you see. Well, for this money, you could have had one of these, couldn't you? Will just said he put some new gravel down his driveway. You could have right done with this. There we go then. 800, 820, 840, £840 then. £840, 860. £860, 860, 880, 880, 900, £900 bid, £900 bid then 920, £920, £920 then it might look scruffy but there's plenty of life left in it, £920 then are we done, £920, no, 940, 940, 60, 960, 980, £980 then, £980, 1,000, 1,020.
Get the sandblast on that.
It would look a treat, yeah, sandblast it and a quick coat of yellow and away you go. 1,040 and 60, 1,060, £1,060 then, 80, 1,080, 1,100, £1,100, it just pinged, £1,100 then, 1125. Oh, I see where we're going now. 1150, £1,150, £1,150, £1,150 then. 1175, £1,175, £1,175. At 1,200, at £1,200 bid. At £1,200, 1225, 1250, at £1,250 then. At £1,250, are we done? At £1,250 then for the first. At 1,250, 1,275, 1,275, 1,300. At £1,300. At £1,300 then for the first. For the second, £1,300 then. Sold and away, third and last time. There you go, 1,300. Thanks for your bids, guys. Thank you very much. Hope it does your job. And on to lot number 85, little mini, a mini Equinox. There we are then. One lady owner from New. It's blocked in, that's our bit there. There we are then. One lady from New, it says. 16 stamps, one written stamp, a previous V5, a current V5. There you go. Looks a real bright little car. There we are. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be £3,500, £4,000 bid. £4,000 bid, the little mini. £4,000 bid, £4,000. £4,000 bid, £4,250. £4,250 bid, £4,250. £4,250 bid, £4,250 then, are we there? £4,250 then, we'll submit. £4,250 then for the first. £4,250 for the second. And £4,250 provisionally for the third and last time. Hope you get it. Thank you. And just before we do lot number 86, we have a few solds, ladies and gents. Lot number 8, the Rolls Royce. Sold. Lot 34, the Royal Enfield Bullet. Sold. Lot 33, the Lions T enamel sign. Sold. 31, the motorised bicycle. Sold. Lot 25, a glass globe. Sold. Lot 55, a Sangyong Muso truck. Sold. Cheap truck that. Lot 39, the Star Master dupe sign. Sold. Lot 59, the Freeman's enamel sign. Sold. And lot 41, the Mathewsons sign, has been sold. So thank you very much for your bids, and there is the importance of getting your name in that hat. There you go. On to lot number 86, Mercedes E220 Auto. There you go. Remember running these as a kid, this sort of era, sitting in the back, doing up and down the A1, all the rest of it, happy times. Automatic, 7 seats, clean inside, sunroof, factory dog net. There you go then. They didn't have a dog guard, they had a dog net, these. So there we are then. Nice, bright, usable looking Merc. Look, we got £1,500 bid and we're off. At £1,500. At £1,500. At £1,500 then is a 16. At £1,500 then. At £1,500. We were talking about Mercs yesterday, how this was probably the best era of Mercedes, and they might have just tailed off a little bit. At £1,600 bid, I would think so as well. At £1,600. At £1,600 then, you could sell it to your next door neighbour with confidence, couldn't you? This era, you know. At £1,600 then. At £1,617. £1,700. At £1,700 is not a lot of money for a good usable estate car. £1,718. 18. £1,800. At £1,800 then. At £1,800 is the 19. At £1,800 then, the Mercedes E220. At £1,800 then, we'll submit. At £1,800 for the first. Provisionally, £1,800 for the second. Third and last time. £1,800 provisional, thank you. And on to the Wolf's Head oil enamel sign. 12-inch diameter. There you go. Mick's got it there. Look, it's only a little sign. Look, there we are. Then we've got 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, £90 here with me, Will. At £90 bid. At £90 bid here. At £90 bid then, 100. At £100 bid then, Spalding in Lincolnshire. At £100 bid, 110. £110 Jersey. Hello, Jersey. At £110. At £110 bid. At £110 then, are we done? At 110 and 20. At £120 then. At 120. 130. £130. At £130 then. Channel Islands, there we are then, at £130 then. Sold and away, first, second. No, it's not. 140. At £140. 150. At 150. At £150 then. Are we there? At £150 then for the first. At 150 for the second. Third and last time. 150. Thank you very much. And on to lot 88, Ford Sierra Azura. There we are then.
Really, really clean.
Charlie says it's an exceptionally clean car. The vendor has provided there, owned since 2020 by the current owner. Powder-coated alloys, new tyres fitted, immobiliser, battery cut-off switch, new radiator, front bushes, cam belt, water pump. Earlier this year, in fact a few weeks ago by the looks of this, invoice, documents for tow bar fitted to tow a small trailer. but was never used. So there we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We've got some interest here with me, Will. We've got 3, 3, 2, 3, 4, 3, 6, 3, 8, £4,000 bid there. £4,000 bid and on sale. £4,000 bid. 4, 1, 4, 2 with me, Will. 4,200 then. £4,200 then. 4, 3, 4, 4. 4,400 here with me, 4, 5, 4, 6 Will. 4,600, bidder number 600030747. 4,700. 4,700 I'm out. £4,700 then. £4,700 then are we done? £4,700 then, the good old Sierra there. They're a lovely old car they were. £4,700. £4,700 then for the first. £4,700 for the second. Third and last time. Sold and away off across the pond. Thank you for your bids, ladies and gentlemen. And on to lot number 89, Ford Sierra RS Cosworth. There we are then, 3-door, been within the same family for some time. Had a couple of name changes on the logbook for some reason, not too sure quite why, but it was one family it seems. So 18,000 miles showing. Not sure if that's going to be right or not. I did look round it earlier in the week for several people, and it's actually a really straight old car. It wants a bit of love. It's been stood outside for a little while, I think. It's certainly been stood around for a little while. Wants a bit of recommissioning. It does start, battery's flat. It's just ready for a little bit of love. Simple as that. But there we are then. The highest bid at the end of the auction will be submitted. The vendor's unsure of its value. To be honest, it's one of those cars you could ask half a dozen people and get half a dozen completely different values. So anyhow, while we've been talking with some interest on the internet there, look, and we have £20,000 bid, £20,000 bid, £20,500, £20,500 bid, £20,521, £21,500, £21,500 then, £21,500 and 22, £22,000 and 5, £22,500, £22,000 and 3 and 5, £23,500, £23,500 then, £23,500, £23,500 then, Burnley, Lancashire.
There is a figure on there.
Yeah, I see that, yeah, at 24,000.
It doesn't matter now.
It doesn't matter now, no. At £24,500 then, we had two increments from the same increments from two different bidders, but we passed it at £25,000. At 25,000. All right, I see. Right. At £25,500 bid. At 25,526. At £26,000, it doesn't look overly dear. At £26,000. At £26,000 then, it is a 3-door, don't forget, if you're going to have one, let's be fair, that's the one you want, isn't it, let's be honest. At 26.5 and 7, at 27,000. At 27,000 then, Bristol and half, Burnley, 27.5 and 8, at 28,000 and a half, 28.5, at 28,500, Norwich, Norfolk, there's 3 of you, at £28,500 bid, 29, at 29,000, at 29,000. Are we done? At 29,500, at 29,530 and a half, 30,500, at 30,500, at 31, at 31,000 then, at 31,005, 31,500, at 31,500, 32, at £32,000 then, 32.5 and 3, 33. You might want to drop that to 250s, Will. At 33,000 and a half, 33.5, at 33.5. There's 250 there if you want it, ladies and gents. at £33,500 then, at £33,500 then we will submit. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can. 750, 33,750, at £33,750 then for the first, at 34, at 34,000, 34 and a quarter, 34,250. At 34,250. We have got to make a phone call, I'm afraid. It'll come. 34,500. At £34,500 then. At 34,500 and 750. At £34,750 bid. At £34,750 then for the first. Provisionally 35. At 30, every time I say for the first, I get another bid. I'm going to say it more. At £35,000 then, the man in Bristol is saying, drop the hammer, drop the hammer. At £35,000 then for the first. Provisionally 35,000, provisionally for the second. Fair warning, third and last time, 35. There you go. Well done, everybody. Thank you for your bids there. 35 provisional, Charlie. Thank you. And on to lot number 90. There we are then. Jaguar XK8 convertible in banana yellow. It might not be banana yellow, but it is yellow. It's a very rare, the only factory yellow XK8 as far as the vendor is aware. It's a special order at an extra cost of £9,000 to have a yellow one. The yellow. I like the yellow. It's had just 3 owners from new. The last one, an elderly gent who owned the car since 2009 and has done, when it had done 52,000, and it has now done 72,000. Kept in the garage with a cover over it. Comes with service history, handbooks, the little blemishes on the paintwork. Definitely a nice eye-catching car.
Colour will sell it.
The colour will sell it.
Colour will sell
Banana yellow. It's lovely, isn't it? There it is there. Look, looks $1 million. There we are then. We got 7, 7-2, 7-4, 7-6 bid here with me, Will. At £7,600 bid. At 7,006 and 8. At 7,800. At £7,800 then. At 7,800 is there 8,000. There is £8,000 bid. At 8,000. £8,000 bid. At £8,000 then. At £8,000 then 8,2. 8,002. At 8,200. At £8,200 bid. 8,204. 8,400. At £8,400 then. It's the only one, according to this, it's the only one.
Is that right?
8,000, it says there. Very rare, believe the only factory yellow. £9,000 for the yellow.
Extra?
Extra, yes, at an extra cost of £9,000.
To pour a bit of yellow in the gun rather than red?
Rather than silver, yeah. £8,400 then. Provisionally, £8,400 then. Are we done? At £8,400 then. Be unique. It's the only one, or the only factory one, he thinks.
Possibly.
At £8,400, probably. At £8,400 then we'll talk for the first. Provisionally, £8,400 for the second. Third and last time. 8-4. Thanks for your bids. And on to little Mini Cooper D all 4. There we are then. Looks a real modern little motor. It drove to the auction. Current V5. A mini wallet containing owner's handbook, service book, 3 stamps, driver care booklet, warranty booklet, MOT Protect Emergency Service handbook, MOT certificates and some invoices.
Supposed to be really good in the snow, you know.
I think they are, aren't they?
Really good.
Yeah, there's a 4-wheel drive one. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Diesel as well.
Diesel, 4-wheel drive. Cracked it, haven't you? What a great little thing. So there we are then. Where are we going to be then, ladies and gentlemen? We've got £2,000 bidding away. At £2,000, 2224. At 2,400. At £2,400 then 26. At 2,600. At £2,600 then the little Mini there, it looks for nothing. At £2,600. At 2,600. At £2,600 then. At 2,600 we'll talk. At £2,600 then we'll submit. At 2,600 to 8. At 2,008. At £2,800. At 2,800 is a 3. at £2,800 then, at £2,800, don't hold your breath, I don't think you're going to get it, at £2,800, at £2,800 is then 9, at 2,800 then for the first, provisionally £2,800 then for the second, third and last time, 28, be a cheap car if that comes, won't it? We're all stood here thinking, have we got a use for a little mini? Aren't we? I was. Yeah.
Another one.
Yeah, I'll get on there and have a little go at that. Jack's going to jump on, ladies and
Jump
gents.
on. Lot 92, everybody. The 1958 Little Austin A35. There she is. Look, bright little car. And we're sold from the off. We've got 18, 19, £2,000 bid to 1, 2, 3, 2, 4. At 2,400, 2, 5 here with me, Will. 2, 6 on the internet. 2, 7 here with me. At £2,700 bid. 280 on the internet. At 2,800, then it's selling. It's off. At 2,800, 2, 9 here with me, please, Will. At £2,900 bid, 3,000 Sheffield, you're back in. At £3,000 bid, then are we all done? At £3,000 bid, then for the little A35, looks a nice bright little thing. At £3,000 bid, then are we all done? At 3,000 then for the first, 3,000 for the second, third and last time at £3,000 being sold. 3,000 internet bid, him underbidder. Lot number 93, the Power Lube motor oil enamel sign. There we go, circa 12 inches in diameter. We have got 10, 20, 30, 40, £50 bid and away then, please. At £50 bid then, Mix Andy's holding it up. £60 bid on the telephones here with us. Norfolk, you're out. Jack's in on the telephone at £60 bid. At £60 bid then, Jack's telephone 70, you're out, Jack. At £70 bid online, 80 he says and sold. £80 and selling. £90 back in Norfolk, back at you, Jacko. At £90 bid, £100 he said, he's filled it up. At £100 bid then on the telephones here with us. It's Jack's on the telephone, internet you're out. It's being sold at £100 then. At 110, Derbyshire. At £110, back online, 120. At £120 bid, back on the telephones. At £120 bid, then it's being sold. At £120 bid, are we all done? At 120 then for the first, 120 for the second, third and last time. Jack's telephone. Lot number 94, the MGZR. There we go, look. Paperwork includes an MG wallet containing an owner and service handbook containing 7 stamps, previous MOT certificates. There you go, look, she's the 105 petrol, 5-door hatchback, fire frost red, and 2 new front tyres fitted. There you go, 4 new spark plugs, new brake pads, and new engine and oil filter. There you go, we've got £500 and away then. At £500 then, Leicestershire, at £500 bid. At £500 bid, looks cheap, 600. At 600. At £600 bid. At £600 bid, Carlisle. At £600 bid then. At £600 bid. At £600 bid, are we all done? At £600 bid, asking 50. At £600 bid then, looks a cheap car, 650, thank you. At £650 bid, 700, back in Carlisle. At £700 bid then, at £700 bid, are we all done? At £700 bid then, I'll have to mark it down, provisional. At £700 bid then, looks cheap. At 700 for the first, selling provisionally for the second, third and last time at 700. 700 provisional. Lot number 95, the Hudson soap enamel sign. Oh, that's nice, look. There you go, look, Andy's holding it up, looks a nice age sign. Where are we? We've got 20, 30, 40, £50 and away. At £50 bid then for the Hudson soap sign. At £50 bid is a 60. £60 bid, Lincolnshire, you're in. At £60 bid, 70, Norfolk. At £70 bid, £80 bid. At £80, £90 bid. At £90 bid then. At £100 bid, it's on sale. 110. £110 bid. At £110 bid, are we all done? At £110 bid, I can sell it. 120. At 120. At 120 bid. At £120 bid, then it's going, it's off. At £120 bid, then it's being sold for the first, second, third and last time. 120. 120 internet bid. Oh, the little caterer. Fancy little thing. There we go, look, 1997 Caterham, 2 service booklets containing 22 stamps and 3 written stamps. There you go, look, MOT certificates, post-build inspection certificate, valuation report, loads of bits and pieces in here, look, including a full major mechanical overhaul in October 2020, totaling just over £2,500. There you go, look.
Well loved little car, that.
Well loved little car, new radiator core, never been track driven since purchase. Current owner has kept the car in a dry storage with a dehumidifier. There you go, lovely thing. We got bids from the off. We got 9.2, 9.4, 9.6, 9.8, £10,000 bid. £10,000 bid then. 10,000 for the bright looking little caterer. Look, the really well cared for car. 10.2, thank you, Lincolnshire. And 4, North Yorkshire. 10,400 bid is a 6. 6 there is, Lincolnshire, you're back in. 10.6, 10.8, 10,800 bid. 10,800. £11,000, 11.2. 11,200 bid. 11,200 then. 11,200 for the little caterer. 11.4, thank you. 6 back at you. 11,600 in Harrogate. £11,600 bid. 11,600. Looks for nothing. 11,600. 11.8. One more bid. It's on sale. It is. It's selling. I can sell it at £12,000 bid. Then Harrogate, North Yorkshire at £12,000 bid. Nottingham, you're back in. Harrogate, you're back in now. 12,004. Excuse me. At 12,400. Then I can sell it at 12,400 bid. Are we all done? At £12,400 bid. At 12,400. Then are we all done? At 12.4 then for the first. 12.6, 12.8, at 12,800. Are we going to fill it up at 12,800? At 12,000
until I drove one, and when you drive one,
yeah, I bet they're a fair thing, aren't they?
Absolutely fantastic bit of fun.
Yeah, lovely car. Nice on a summer's around the corner as well, isn't it? On a Sunday, go and have a bit of a blast, have a bit of fun. At 12,800 then. Are we all done? It's Harrogate in North Yorkshire then at 12,008. I can sell it. It's going at £12,800 bid then for the first. Harrogate for the second. Third and last time it's being sold at 12.8. There we go, 12.8. Lot number 97, the Austin 7 car parts. There you go, look, bit of all sorts there by the looks of it. A few drums, pumps, wheel brace, jacks, all the rest of it there. Look, I'm sure you've had a look. Where are we? We've got 10, £20 bid. £20 bid then for the little Austin 7 car parts. £20 bid, £30 bid. £30 bid then. £30 bid for the selection of Austin car parts there, guys. We're a little bit off reserve, but we'll try for you. £30 bid then. £30 bid. I'd pay that to blow my tyre up when I have one. Look, pump in there. £30 bid then, are we all done? I'll mark it down provisional. £40 bid. £40 then. I'll still mark it down provisional at £40 bid. £40 bid. I'm out on my sheets. £40 then. It's provisional. £40 provisional. Lot number 98, the Willys MB Jeep. There you go, look.
It's a cracker. She's lovely. She's down there. Look, now down there.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, come down from Scotland, Peter, and you've got an opportunity to buy the trailer as well later on, I believe.
Oh, lovely. Oh, there we go then. Yeah, she's 1944 Willys Jeep. There you go. Look, there's a bit of information here. Where are we? 1944. Jeep has been owned by the current owner since 2006. Partially restored. It comes with the usual accessories, i.e. the water carrier, actual manufacturer's cover. There you go, a lovely example. Sits down there, starts and runs and drives. We are sold from the off. We got £15,000 and away. I better just go 16,000, 17,000, 17,500. Please, Will. At 17,500 bid. At 17,500 in 250s, please, Will. At 17,500. At £17,500 bid. At 17,500, 17,750. At 17,750 bid here with me. At 17,750. At 17,750 bid then. At 17,750 bid. Are we all done? At 17,750. Is there 18 anywhere? At 17,750 bid. At 17,750. Are we all done? It's selling. It's going. At 17,750. Bid of 600,291. At £17,750 then for the first. For the second, third and last time it's being sold. 17,750, that one in the top right. Lot number 99, the Shell Treasure Island enamel sign. There we go, look, circa 12 inches in diameter. We've got 70, 80, 90, £100 and sold. At £100 bid then, at £100 bid and going. At 110, internet, you're in. At £110 bid. at £110 bid, I'm out. Internet, you're in at £110 bid, then I can sell it. At £110 bid, are we all done? 120 Norfolk, at £120, 130, at 130, 140 County Durham, at £140 bid, at £140 bid, at £140 bid, then are we all done? It's selling at £140, 150, at 150 bid, at £150, at £150 bid, are we all done? At 150 then for the first, I'm selling it for the second, third and last time, 160 County Durham, snuck in, at £160 bid, are we all done? At £160 bid then, at £160 is the 70 anywhere, 170 they say, Hertfordshire, you're back in, at £170 bid. I haven't seen one of them before, looks a nice little sign, isn't it?
Nice signs, go anywhere.
Yeah, it will. At £170 bid then, are we all done then guys? At 170 for the first, 170 for the second, third and last time it's being sold, 170 internet. The 1957 aerial, there we go, look.
I think the lads have got on the YouTube channel next door, I think.
Oh, were they doing it through there next door? Restored some time ago, had little use since, but kept in running condition. There you go, look, looks a lovely machine. Where are we? I have got 18, 19, £2,000 bid and away. At £2,000 bid then for the 1957 aerial. Looks for nothing, looks a real clean bike. At £2,000 bid is the one. At £2,000 bid then. At £2,000 bid, looks cheap. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid then is the one. At 2001 Devon internet bid, you're in at £2,100 bid. At 2,100 asking two. At £2,100 bid in Devon 22 internet, you're back in at 2262 bid a number. At 2,200 then is the three. At 2,200 Devon, you're out. At £2,200 bid. At £2,200 bid, you're a bit off reserve, you're very safe at that, looks a nice bike. At £2,200 bid then, are we all done? Devon, you're out. Don't know where you are, bid at 2262. At 2,200 then, we'll mark it down provisional, we're a bit off but we'll try for you. At £2,200 bid for the first, second, third and last time. 2-2. Want to do some?
Yeah, if you want, yeah.
Where's this going? Bear with me, bear with me.
I'll just do a few guys and then Jack and Paul will get back on like 101. Room 101. There we are, the Winchester Arms. There we are, Winchester Arms. Company enamel sign. Where are we then? You tell me. We've got 60, 80, £100 bid. At £100 we've got. At £100 bid, will at 100 and sold. At £100 we have. £100 and 110, 120, 130, 140, £140 we have. At £140 we've got. At 140. 140, 150 says Jacko down there at 150. At £150, your bid, Jack, at 150. At £150 we've got Jack on the telephone then at 150. Are we all done? At 150, yep, I'm out. 150, you're in. At £150, Hammer coming down then. Your bid, Jack, at £150. 150 and sold. Lot number 102, the 1975 VW Beetle. There we are, that's a bonny looking car, isn't it? There we are, nice bit of information there about it there. Tells you all the bits and pieces. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £7,000, that's a start, and it is only a start. 7,250 and 7,005. 7,500, 7,750. At 7,750. At 7,750. That's a cheap Beetle. 7,750. At £7,750. At 7,750. At 7,750. At £7,750. Extremely provisional at 7,750. At 7,750 then. At 7,750. £8,000 bid. £8,000 we've got. £8,000. It's still provisional. You're out, internet seeing. £8,000 we have. £8,000. £8,000 then. At £8,000 then. Provisional bid. £8,000. It's an internet bid at £8,000. £8,000. Are we all done and dusted? £8,000 going. £8,000 for the first. £8,000 for the second, third and last time. Are we all there at 8,000? Very provisional. 8,103 is the wooden hand painted. We call these wall fillers. They're fantastic for that. They just take your eye off an empty wall. They do the job. We have got 50, we've got 60 there. I've got 70 on my sheet. £70 bid I've got at £70. At £70, then I'm going to sell at 80. £80 bid, 80. £80, £80 sold and done at £80. At £80 then, £80 are we all there at 80? £80 then going once, £80 going twice. Third and last time are we all finished at £80. Hammers coming down. £80, 104, the Honda. Oh, this is a clean machine. I had one in these colours myself back in the day. There we are. What a clean machine this is. Look, the Honda. CBR there. Where we're going to be, you tell me. £1,000. Thank you, £1,000 we have. £1,000. That's cheap, isn't it? £1,000. At £1,000. At £1,000. At £1,000. £1,100. £1,100. £1,100. They are cheap, these bikes. £1,100 we have. £1,100, £1,100 there, and £1,100 on the Honda. Castrol colours, looks very nice. £1,100, £1,100, then £1,100. £1,100, aren't they for nothing? £1,100, £1,100. We'll put you down provisional then at £1,100. Very provisional, but we'll try. Cheap bikes, aren't they, those? 105 is the antique style BP Motor Spirit lamp. There we are. We always have a few of these around. They look fantastic when they're all lit up. They do look the business. We have got 120, 130, 140, 150, 160 I've got. At £160. At £160 then I'm going to sell. At 160 then. At £160 then are we all done? And the bracket there, look, ready to roll. At £160. Hammers coming down then. At £160 are we all done? Are we all done and dusted then? At £160 I'm going to sell. At 160 for the first, second, third and last time. Sold. 106 is the 1970. Oh, the little Honda there. Is it a little Chally there? The little Honda. There we are. Again, where are we going to be? Who's going to start me? £1,000. 900 then, I'll take that bid at 900 then, at £900, that's for nothing. At £900, at 900. At 900 then, are we all done at £900? Cheap little bike that, 900 we've got. At £900 then, at £900, £900 are we all done at £1,000? At £1,000, at £1,000 then, 1,000. At £1,000 then, at £1,000 bid. At £1,000 bid. At £1,000, we'll see what we can do for you. At £1,000, that's going to be sold provisionally at £1,000. Lot number 107 is the Snap-on Tools. Oh yes, the wooden arrow. There we are. Does a lovely job of these. And we've got one or two different ones in. Yeah, we've got one or two in the office. I've got the odd one at home. They look the business on the hanging from the rafters. Where are we then? We've got 100, 125, 125, at 125, 150, 150, £150, 175, 175 at £200. At £200 we have. At £200 then we're going to sell. At £200 then, hammers coming down, I'm going to sell at 200. At £200 then it's going to go. At £200 then, off and gone and away at £200. So, lot number 108 is the BSA, another BSA there. Look at that, look how cheap these bikes are. They really are. And owned and entered by a supporter of the sale for many years now, almost since we started, really. There we are, always puts in a good bike, always turns out a nice bike. Honestly, guys, you are safe with this vendor, is 100%. Where are we then? You tell me. £1,500 then, thank you, at 15, 16, £1,700, at £1,700 for nothing. At 17, 1,800, 18, 19, at £1,900, at 19 and 2,000, at £2,000, at £2,000 we have, at £2,000, at £2,000 then for the BSA at 2,000. Aren't they cheap? I can't get over how cheap these are. At £2,000. At £2,000 then. At £2,000 then. A lovely BSA at 2,1. At £2,100. At 2,001. There should be a video of it running. I'm amazed if there's not. He makes sure that everything is started, and when he drops it off, he has it running up. 100% this guy at £2,100 then are we all done? At 21. At £2,100 then. At 22, at 22, at 2002, at 2002, 23, at 2003, at £2,300, at 2003, at £2,300, at 2004, 24, at 2004, at £2,400, at 2004, at £2,400, 25, at 2005, at 2,500, at £2,500 then, 26, 2006, at 2,600, at £2,600, 2,627, 2,007, at £2,700, at £2,700 then, at 2,708, 28, at 2,008, at 2,008, at 2,008, 29, at 2,009, at £2,900. At £2,900, are we all done? I'm going to bring the hammer down at 2,009, £3,000 bid. At £3,000 we have at 3-1, 3-1, at £3,100. At £3,100, at 3,001, £3,100, at £3,100 then, for the first, for the second, third and last time, are we all there at 31? Sold at 31. 109 is the British Railways tickets enamel sign. There we are. Look at that nice size as well. Put that anywhere, that sign. You tell me. Start me then. £50 on the way. Thank you. At £50 then. At £50 we've got. At £50 then. Lovely little touch there. Look, £50. At £50 then. At 50. At £50 bid and £60 and £60 away. At £60. At £60 then. At 60. At £60 then. At £60 are we all done? At £70, £80 we've got. At £80 then, £90 on sale at £90 then. Are we all done and dusted? Nice little size sign there. Oh, £100. Oh, £100 we're going to sell at 10. Oh, £110. Oh, £110. Oh, 110. Oh, £110 then. Oh, 110. Oh, 110 for the first. Oh, 110 for the second. Third and last time at 110. Sold. And on that number, 110 is the 1959 NSU. Look at that. What a pretty little bike that is. There we go. Pretty little machine there. The little NSU. Who's going to start me? Who's going to start me? I'll go 50, Will. 750. I'll go down an extra 50. Let's just get a bid and get away. I'll take 750 then as a start. Let's be on then at 750 anywhere. £750 for the lovely little lightweight there. Look, that's cheap enough. Anyone want to jump in? I've got nothing on my screens, Will. No. 750, I can't start any lower than that. Pretty little bike there. If not, we'll move on. Have a word with the girls upstairs in the office and they'll try their best to put you a deal together. And lot number 111 is the Toyota. There we are, the Toyota sign. We've got some bids here. What have we got? We have got 50, 60, 70, £80 bid. At £80 then, £80 then, 80 and £80. Nice big sign. At £80 then, £80 then, are we all done at 80? At £80 bid. £80 then, £80 then, that's cheap enough, isn't it, for a big sign? At £80 then, are we all done? At £80 then, are we all done and dusted then? Are we all finished? At £80. 112 is the Ford Sierra RS Cosworth. Which one's this? Oh, this is a nice car. Now, we've handled this car before. We sold it a few years ago. I think I sold it for the original owner, the family, I think back in the day. It's been in a private collection since. I think it still remains a one-owner car from memory. It's a lovely car. It's a very, very honest car. There's a little bit of damage on the front bonnet, which is covered by a sticker. That's been there for donkey's years, that. Absolute donkey's years. But the rest of the car, inside the boot floor, the car inside, around the car, it is a real genuine car. Very genuine car. Where are we going to be on that? Will, let's get a kick off at 30. I can't start any lower than 30. I know these Fords aren't quite in favour, despite what you might read in the press. The market has changed. These Fords are not immune. This car achieved a lot more money than this, I can assure you, last time it was sold. Granted, we were in the middle of the silly season with the COVID pandemic, but even so, it seems a lot of cars for me. Anyway, I can't start any lower than 30. Anyone want to start me at 30? If not, we'll move on. We've still got quite a lot to do today. If not, no, you're not going to get one like that any less than 30. Sorry, have a word with the team upstairs in the office. They'll try their best for you. 131 is the Dunlop enamel sign. Just refresh my screen. And again, there we go, Dunlop sign again. We have a nice selection of small signs which will go absolutely anywhere. Where we're going to be then, £40, £50 we've got, and £60. At £60, £70 down there with Jack and sold at 70. At £70 I'm going to sell, £80 on the net, £80 on the net at £80. £90 I've got, at £90 then, £90 then on the telephones at 90. At £90 are we all done? At £90 then, hammer's going to come down at £90 then, are we all done and dusted? £100 on the internet. Oh, 100 on the internet. Here you're out, Jack. 110, you're back in again at 110. Oh, £110. Oh, 110. Oh, 110 on the phones. at £110 on the phones at 110. Are we all done and dusted? Hammers coming down at 110. Sold on the phones. Internet underbidder 114. The 1956 Morris Minor. Here we are. We have got 32, 33, 34, £3,400, 35, 35, then 36, 37, 38, 39, £4,000. 4-1, £4,100 we've got. At £4,100 then. At £4,100. Are we all done? 4-2. Just beat you. 4-2 here. 4-3 I've got. 4-3 I've got. 4-3. 4-4 I've got. 4-4. 4-4 I've got. I've got 4-4. 4,004. 4-5. 4-6. I've got 4-6 here. 4,006 is where we are now. 4-6. £4,600 is where we are now at 4-6. £4,600. 4-7 says Ash. 4,007. 4-7 Ashley's phone. 4-8 Alan. 4,008. £4,800 I'm going to sell. 4-8 4-9. 4-9. 4-9 with Ashley. 4-9. £5,000 with Alan. £5,000. £5,000 Alan's bid. At £5,000. Hammer's coming down. It's Alan's bid at 5-1, 5,001. Ashley's bid 5-1, 5-2, 5-2 we've got 5-2, 5,002, 5-3, 5-3, 5-3 with Ashley at 5-4 with Alan 5-4, 5-4, £5,400. It's Alan's bid then. 5,004. Hammer's coming down at £5,400. Alan there at £5,400. Alan with Ashley as the underbidder. 115 is the BMW M3 garage acrylic sign. There, that's nice, isn't it? Nice that. Yeah, it's a nice little sign there, Michael. We have got 60, 70, 80, £90 bid. At £90 we've got. At £90 I'm going to sell. At £90 then on sale at 90. At £100 bid. At 100, £110 bid. At £110. At £110 are we all done? At £110. At 110 then Hammer's coming down. I'm going to sell at £110. £120, £120. At 120. 130 here. 130 I've got. 130. At 130. £130, 140, 150 I've got, 150 here, 150, £150, 150 here on my sheet, 150, 160 on the internet, 160 on the internet, 160, 170 with me, Will, 170 here, 180 there, just beat you in, 180, 190, £200 here with me, at £200 with me on my sheet here, at £200 on my sheet, 210 in Kent on the internet, 210, £210 on the net, 210, 210, I'm out Dave, you're out, internet's in, 210, Hammer's coming down at £210, 220, 220 on the phones, 230 in Kent, 230 in Kent, are we all done? 230, thanks for letting me know, 230 then, Kent's the winner at £230. Dave for the underbidder. 116 is a little marlin. Here we are, the little marlin there. We have got some interest here. We have got, where are we, Will? We have got, we might as well start 2,000, 2,000, 2,1, 2,2, 2,3, 2,4, 2,5, £2,600 we've got at 2,600, at £2,600, at £2,600. Bids with me, 2,7 on the internet, 2,7, 2,8, 2,008, at £2,800 and 9, 2,9, at 2,009, 3,001, 3,132, 3,233. 3,003 at 3,003 and 4, 3,004 and 5, 3,5 and 6, £3,600 at 3,7, 3,8, 3,008, £3,800 are we all done on sale? 3,9, 3,9, 3,009, £4,000 bid at 4,000, £4,000 we've got at £4,000. At £4,000, at £4,000 we have, at £4,000, at £4,000 then Hammer coming down, it's going to go, 4,1, 4,001, 41, off to Birmingham at 41, 42, Derby, 42, Derby there at 42, at 4,002 then. Hammer's coming down at £4,200. 42. Sold at 42. And another lovely bit of art here from Phil. There we are, the venerated motor oil pump. There we are. It's a display item, ladies and gentlemen. It's there on my right. There we go then. Where we're going to be then, you tell me. Where are we? 300 then, thank you. 300, 325, 350, 350, 375, 400 says Jack. £400 mid, and 25, and 25, and 50, 450. At 450, 475, young Jack there, 475, at 475, at 475, at £475 is provisional, £500 in Bingley, £500 on here, Jack, you're out, 525, you're out, sorry mate, just come in here, just come in, next one's 5.5, 525, fresh bidder, at 525, 525 we've got, 550's gone, 550 is gone, it's on sale, it's going to go. 575 says Jack, 575. Jack's bid. That was definitely Jack's bid there, Will. At 575. At 575 we've got 575. That's on the telephone. £600 and 625. 625. 650. Back on the phones at 650. £650 on the phones at 650. At £650 on the telephone at 650. We're going to sell at £650. Hammer's coming down at 650. Be warned. 650. Jack. Internet underbid. Now then, the Jaguar. There we are, the Jaguar S-Type XXTD. There we go. We handled the sale of this car before. John's had some fun with it. It's come back in now. It's a lovely car. Where are we going to be? We've got some interest here, Will. You've got some there. We've got a few bits here. Where are we going to start? We've got 35, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 4,000, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48. At £4,800 then. At 4,008. At £4,800. At £4,800 we all done. At 4,008 it's going to be sold. At £4,800. At £4,800 49. £5,000 bid. At £5,000. At £5,000 then. Are we done? At £5,000 then. Hammer's coming down then, be warned. At £5,000 it's going to be sold. £5,000 and sold. Lot number 119. Here's a nice little sign again. There we are, Michael's got it. Austin Ely Motors sign. There we are then. You tell me then. £50, that's cheap enough, isn't it? At £50 bid. At £50 we've got £50 then at 50, £60 bid. At £60 then at 60. At £60, at £60 bid. At 60, at £60, £60 then, £70 bid I'm going to sell. At £70 then it's going. At £70 we've got. At £70 then, at £70 then, cheap enough at £70. Hammer's coming down, I'm going to let it go. At £70 are we all done and dusted at £70? It's gone, 120, the 2003, S55, there we are. If you're going to have an S-Class, you might as well have this one. Look, S55, AMG, service book containing 11 stamps. Wow, winner, winner. There we go then, bonny looking car. Where are we then? 3001, 312, 32, 3002, at 3002, a lot of car for the money. 33, 3,300, at £3,300 bid, at 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, £4,000 we've got, and 1, 4,001, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 5, and 6, 4,006, and 7, and 8, and 9, and £5,000. 5-1 between Dorset and Essex here, 5,001. Dorset, you're winning at the moment. You were briefly 5-2, 5-3, you're back in. At 5,300. 5-4, 5-5. 5,005. At £5,500. What a lot of car. At 5-5, 5-6, 5-7, 5-8. £5,800 and 9, 5-9. £6,000 bid. £6,000, fresh bidder there. 6-1. Dorset's back in. £6,100. at 6,001. Then we're going to pull the lever then. It's off. Oh, nearly. Lancashire, you're back in at 62. At £6,200. Then Hammer's coming down at 62. Be warned. At 6,002 and 3. 6-3, Dorset. I think you've been in from the start, Dorset. Thank you for your bid. 6-3, 6-4. 6-4 we've got. £6,400 we have at 6,400. At £6,400. Are we all done? 6,004. £6,400 then for the first, second, third and last time. Be warned when the hammer's down, it's gone. 6-5. Dorset's back in at 6-5. 6,500 for the first, second. 6-6. 6-6. 6,600. At £6,600. At 6,006 for the first, second, third and last time. Get ready with that button, Will. At 6-6 it's going to go. Sold at 6-6. 121 is the Cast BSA Tools Limited enamel sign. Cast sign, apologise, getting in the habit of saying enamel. There we are, BSA Tools Limited, England sign on a wooden plinth. So basically we've got a cast sign on a wooden plinth there. There we are then, £50 and sold and done and away. At £50 they're on sale, at £50, £60 we've got. At £60, £70 I'm going to sell. At £70 then, at £70 bid. At £70, £80, £80, 90 we have. At £90. At £90, at £90 then, are we all done at 90? Are we all finished then? Hammer's going to drop down at £90 then. Are we all finished at 90? £100, at £100 we've got. At £100 we've got. At 100 then. It's going to go. It's off at £110. £110. At 110. At £110. At £110. At 110 for the first, second, third and last time at 110. Sold. And 122 coming up is the little seat of ether there. GT 16 valve, there we are. An unusual little car. There's restored and brought back to life here. There was over £12,000 spent on some restoration work and so forth. So yeah, it's had some money spent on it. There we are. Benefit seems to feel that there's probably only 4 in the UK with only 2 in running order. There you are. An unusual car that. Where are we going to be? You tell me. Who wants to start me at 5? Will, I can't start any lower than 5. A very unusual little car there. £12,000 worth of expenditure, it says here on the notes. Ladies and gentlemen there, who wants to start me at 5,000? That's a cheap enough little seat of ether at 5,000, isn't it? Surely. There are some photographs from the vendor, should you wish them to see them, that with regards to the restoration and the level of work that was undertaken. Yep, there we are. Anyone want to jump in at 5? I've got nothing on my screens here, Will. I haven't, no, I haven't. If you've got any interest in the little Seat, very unusual little car, you don't see them nowadays, please ring through to the girls and the guys upstairs in the office, and they'll do their very best to try and put a deal together for you. In the meantime, can we move on to 123, Will, please, which is the Mobil Oil enamel sign. There we are. And away we go at 80, 90, £100 and sold. At £100 then, are we all done? At £100, it's an easy one. At £100 then. At £100 then. At £100. And 10, 110, 120, 120 we've got. 120 we have. 120 we've got. At £120 bid. At £120. At £120. At 120. At £120 we have. At £120. At 120, Jack, I believe it's your bid at 120. At £120 then. Hammer's going to drop down. 120, 130, Jack. 130, 140 even, £140. At £140, 150 says Jack. At £150 bid. At 150 then, Jack's telephone at £150. Are we all done? Are you sure? At 150 then, going to Jack's phone bidder at 1.5. Sold. 124 is the Rover. A state car as well. Look at that very unusual conversion there. I think we've only ever had one before. Don't recall having any more. I do remember us having one a few years back. There we are. Very unusual car. Where are we going to be on that? You tell me. £6,000 is the start, I suppose. Will, at £6,000. At £6,000 then, 6,250 and a half. 6,005. At 6,005 and 750. 6,750. At 6,750. £7,000. At £7,000. Very unusual car. At £7,000 we've got. £7,000. At £7,000 then. At 7,250. At £7,250. At 7,250. At £7,250. At £7,250. At 7,250. at 7,250, at 7,250 pound. Are we there? At 7,250, at 7,250 pound. Are we all done? Cheap car that. At 7,250 for the first, 7,250 for the second, third and last time at 7,250 pounds. 7,250. 125 is the Porsche alloy wheel clock. There we are. Be on display. Oh, there we are. Down there. Michael's got them on display down there. There we go then. We have got 60, 80, 90, 100 pound bid. Up 100 pound and sold. Up 100 pound we've got. Up 100 pound then. Up 110, 120, 130. Up 130 I'll take a tenner wheel. 130. 130 I've got. Up 130 pound I've got. Up 130. That's it. You're there now. Up 130 I've got. 130. 140's coming, 140, 150, 160 I have, at 160 pound, at 160 pound, at 160 pound bid, at 160, at 160, 170 pound then I'm going to sell, at 170 pound then on sale, at 170 pound, are we all done and dusted at 170 pounds, sold at 170, and the BMW, here we are, the 1982 BMW, there we are, one of only 47 currently registered, it says here, with some notes. There we are, nice bit of information there about it. Looks a nice touring bike, does that? Who wants to start me at £2,000? No? I'll start at 1750 then, Will. Let's get it down to 1750 and get it off the out the trap. 1750 then, at 1750. Can't start any lower than that. Lovely machine that. At 17.5 anywhere? If not, we'll have to move on. You'll have to speak to the girls upstairs in the office if you've got some interest in that one. Hang on, Will. Will's playing with figures here. Hang on a minute. He's making it up as he goes along here. Where are you, Will? There you go. Anyone want to make a start at 1750? Or if not, we'll move on to 127. We will move on to 127, Will. If you've got an interest in the BMW, please speak to the team upstairs.
When you said 17.5.
Ah, sorry, Will. Sorry, Will. My fault. I'll take it for the Will. I'll take the crap. 127, the Cobra light up sign. There we are, the light box there. Where are we on that? You tell me. Who wants to start me at £75 anywhere? Mickey's got it down there. I'll start at 75 if it's any good to you. Anyone want to start me at 75? Anywhere? At 75 asking. Cheap enough light up sign, surely. 75 anywhere? £75, thank you, at £75. £75 then at 75. At 75 we've got. At £75. At £75, that's cheap enough at 75. At £75 then are we all done? At £75 then are we all done and dusted at £75? All there then at £75. 128, well, is the 1946 AJS. This is a nice machine as well. I think, yeah, there we are, if I remember it. I like these wartime bikes. I think they're great, these. There we are. Where we're going to be, 2750, that one there, Will, 2750, 2750, 2850, at 2850, at 2850, at 2850 then, at 2850, 2950, at 2950 pound, at 2950, that's cheap enough, at 2950 pound. At 2,950. I'll take a 50 if it helps. £3,000 says Alan. £3,000 down there. £3,000, it's Alan's bid at 3,000. At £3,000. At £3,000 then. Alan, it's your bid at 3,000. It is provisional at £3,000 then. At £3,000 we've got. £3,000, Alan, it's provisional with you. At £3,000. At £3,000. At £3,000 then, provisional with Alan on the phone then, at £3,000, are we all done? At £3,000 for the first, second, third and last time at 3,000, provisional with Alan. And 129 is the BMW, there we are, the Hartka, I think you pronounce it, I can't think now. I did do the video on it and I think I got the pronunciation correct at the time. There we are, it's got an interesting story with the car. There's loads of information about it upstairs in the office. All sorts of bits and pieces. Why is this making funny noise, Jackie? There we are, all sorts of information there upstairs. Where are we going to be on that, you tell me. Who wants to make a start at £10,000? £10,000 anywhere, it will be a start. I can't start any lower than 10. 129. We're bidding on the BMW. Anyone want to jump in at 10,000? If not, you'll have to have a word with the girls upstairs. If not, I've got nothing on my screens, Will. Very unusual car, that. Very unusual car.
It's a nice car, though.
I know, it's such a shame that it didn't go through with the full conversion. The V8 was taken out and the 6-cylinder was put back in. All professionally done. Yeah, the original The original buyer changed his mind halfway through. Have a word with the girls upstairs if you've got an interest in 129, guys, and we'll move on to 130 if we may, which is the little cheap and cheerful escort van. There we are then. Cheap and cheerful little escort van. Where we're going to be on that, you tell me. £1,000 and £1,000 we've got at £1,000. That's cheap, isn't it? At £1,000 we've got £1,000 at £1,000, £1,100 bid, £1,100. 1,100 then for the little escort van. £1,100 we have. £1,100, £1,100 bid, 1,100 then, £1,100 then. That's cheap enough at 1,100. At £1,100 bid then, we'll put you down provisional at £1,100. She's away off reserve. He wants a bit more than that. I think it's worth more than that, but we'll see what we can do. I'm sure there'll be a deal done at £1,100 then. Amber's coming down at £1,100. £1,100 provisional. We'll see what we can do. 131 is the wooden antique sign. There we are. £80 and bid and away. At £80 bid. £80 bid. £80 bid and done. £80 then I'm going to sell. At £80 then are we finished? At £80 then Amber's coming down. Are you sure we're all done? I'm going to sell at £80. First, second, third and last time. £80 sold. 132 is the, this is the comma. There we are, bless it, there we are, the little comma camper there. Always bring back very fond memories to these. My grandfather used to love them. If he was here now, he'd be all over it like a cheap suit, bless him, and I'd buy it for him in a heartbeat. I really would. There we are, £3,200 we've got bid there, 32. 3,200, 3,3. 3,003, 3,4. £3,400. At £3,400 then for the little comma. 3,5, 3,6. 3,600. At 3,600. At 3,600, 3,7. 3,7. My grandfather would be going down to Essex, or down to Canvey Island anyway, if he had it. £3,700. At £3,700. At £3,700 I'm going to sell. At 3,700, 3,800, 3,900, £3,900. He was never without one, my granddad. 3,900, 3,900, £4,000 bid. At £4,000 we've got £4,000 and one. Was there a one there, Will? Did you do it wrong? £4,000 we've got 4,100. £4,100 at 4,001. 4,001, he'd be down in Brightlingsea. He'd be down in Brightlingsea or down in Canvey Island, he'd be down there. £4,100, bless him. At I get a bit upset, I did. 4,002. At £4,200, 4,300. £4,300 bid at 4,300. £4,300 we've got. At 4,003 and 4. 4,004. At 4,004. At £4,400 bid at 4,004. Are we all done then at 4,004, 4,500, 4,005? At £4,500 we have, at 4,005, at £4,500. At 4,005, are we all done? At £4,500, are we all done and dusted? At £4,500, then Hammer's coming down at £4,500. Sold to Essex, bless him. Yeah, you do one or two. They are Jack's going to do one or two, guys.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 133, the Shell Roxana enamel sign. There you go. Look, we got it somewhere, Michael. Yes, he's getting it. There we go. Look, we have got 30, 40, 50, £60 bid on the internet, £70 bid here with me. At £70 bid and away then, please. At £70 bid, internet, you're out. You're back in Norfolk at £80 bid. At £80 bid then for the little Shell sign. There we go. Look, at £80 bid, are we all done? I'm out. It's provisional at the moment. At £80 bid then. At £80 bid. At £80 bid, are we all done? It's provisional. At £80 then for the first. Provisional for the second, third and last time at £80. £80 provisional. Lot number 134, the little Ford Fiesta Z-Tech. There we go, look. Nice usable little car. Hang on, let me just get the screen right. There we go, look, where are we? We've got £1,800 sold and away. £1,800 here with me. £1,800 bid then and away. £1,800 bid. 19, hang on a minute, yeah, 2,000 I better go. At £2,000 bid here with me, 2,000 please, Will. At £2,000 bid of 600,232. At £2,000 bid then, it's sold, it's going. At £2,000 bid then, are we all done? At £2,000 bid, at £2,000 bid. At £2,000 then, I'm selling it for the first, at 2,000 for the second, third and last time for the little Z-Tech. £2,000 bid sold. Lot number 135, the Shell Marine enamel sign. There we go, look, there's another one, very similar. Mick's holding it up. Sold from the off, we've got 80, 90, £100 bid. At £100 bid then and selling. £100 bid then for the little sign. 110 on the telephones with Jack. £110 bid, Jack on the telephone at 110, I'm out. £110 bid then, it's your bid, Jack, on the telephones, I'm selling it. £110 bid then for the first, second, third and last time. 110, 110, Jack's telephone. Lot number 136, oh, the 2007 Range Rover, there we are, look. It's got a service portfolio containing 17 stamps and 1 written stamp, MOT certificates and numerous invoices, recent gearbox and starter motor with warranty. There you go, words from the vendor there. Where are we then? We've got £3,000 and off, £3,000 bid, 3-1, 3-2, 3-3, 3-4, 3,400 then, 3,400 for nothing, aren't they? £3,400 bid, what were these new? Oh, it cost a fortune. 3,400 then, it's the V8, £3,400 bid. 3,400 is the 5 at 3,400. That's me on my sheet at 3,004. At 3,400 bid, asking 5. At 3,400 bid, then are we all done? I'll mark it down provisional. At £3,400 bid, we're a bit off reserve, I wouldn't worry. At 3,400. At 3,400, looks a cheap Land Rover that. At 3,400, then 17 stamps in the book. At 3,400 bid. At 3,400 then, are we all done? At 3-4 then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 3-4. 3,400, top right. Lot number 137, the Rolex style wall clock. There we go, look, we get a good amount of these in, lovely things. We got £90 and sold, 100, 110, at £110 bid. £110 bid here with me, 110 then, 130, sorry, 120, 130 here with me, Jack, £130 bid, 130 with me on my sheet, Jack, you're out, you're back in at 140, £140 bid, £140 bid, 150, 160 here with me, Jack. £160 bid, bids here with me on the sheet, Jack, you're out. 170 he says he's back in. £170 bid then for the Rolex style wall clock. £170 bid, are we all done? It's Jack on the telephone, I'm selling. £170 bid then for the first, second, third and last time. 170, Jack's phone. Lot number 138, the 1949 Jowett. Someone just tell Dad his microphone's on. Lot number 138, yeah, sorry guys, the 19, just shout him quickly. Hang on a minute, just get the microphones going quick. The king, go get him quick, Charlie. Sorry guys, we've got a bit of interference there, he's left his microphone on. Hang on a minute, 1 second. Where are we then? Oh, the little Joat. Yeah, nice little car. Sits down there. Had a lot of interest this week. Sold from the off guys. We've got 3,250, 3,500, 3,750, £4,000 bid here with me. £4,000 bid then for the Jowett. £4,000 bid. Selling and away at 4,000. 4,000 is the one anywhere. 4,100, thank you. 4,200 here with me. £4,200 bid. At 4,200 bid a 5,000,29. At £4,200 bid then, it's sold and away. At £4,200 bid. New radiator, modified and improved water pump, new wheel cylinders, master cylinder, brake lines all round. Over £1,000 of invoices for parts. There you go, look, 4 new tyres in 2021. There you go, look, there she is at 4,200. At 4,200 then, I'm selling it, are we all done? At £4,200 bid then for the first, second, third and last time at 4,200. 4,200, top right. Lot number 139, the Rover 95. There she is, look, there we go. What have we got? The vendor has provided the following. It's a non-runner, unfortunately, is a starter motor and oil filter removed to replace, and then the car drove into the garage but never got finished. So there's a few spare bits and pieces with the car, grey leather interior and a period tow bar fitted. There you go, look, so obviously wants a mechanical overhaul, a few little bits and bobs getting done, and away you go. Where are we then? Someone start me. Where are we? 15, 16, £1,700 bid. At £1,700, that's cheap. At £1,700 bid. At 1,700. At £1,700 bid then for the Rover 95. Little bit of a project there, look, light-hearted one, keep you busy, out of trouble. At £1,700 bid. At £1,700 bid with me. At £1,700 bid. At £1,700 bid then, and we all done. At £1,700 bid then, it's provisional, we're a bit off reserve but we'll try for you. At £1,700 bid then for the first, 17 for the second, third and last time, selling provisionally. Top right, it's trying. Lot 140, oh, the little Fiat Cicento Sporting, there she is, look, nice tidy little car. I think I did the video, or Charlie did the video on this the other day. Looks a real clean little thing. We washed it off once either a really good hand seat and polish or a machine polish, bring the paintwork back to life. Done very little, I think. Where are we? Lovely little bright red Fiat, owned by my father in East Yorkshire with heaps of TLC. Being her second owner, every single mile is accounted for by hand in his little notebook. Just travelled over 12,000 miles from purchase in 2003, and driving became a bit much for him, so anyway, got packed up, I think. But there we go. Has been stationary now for a few years, so we'll need a little loving help with getting on the road again. There you go, look. But what a real genuine little thing that is. I've got bids here with me, 14, 15, £1,600 bid and away then, please, for the nice, genuine looking little Fiat there. Look, £1,600 bid. At £1,600 bid, asking 17. At £1,600 bid then. At £1,600 bid, provisional at the moment at 16. Looks a real genuine little car. At £1,600 bid. At £1,600 bid. At £1,600 bid, wants a mechanical overhaul and then it'll see you out. At £1,600 bid, then are we all done? I'll try for you. Bid of 600218 at £1,600 bid. You never know, we'll give it a go. We'll make a phone call then. At £1,600 bid then for the first, 16 for the second, third and last time, selling provisionally. 1,600 provisional, top right. Lot 141, the Red X alloy wheel clock. There you go, look. Mick and Andy are holding it up there. Nice thing. We've got 40, £50 bidding away. At £50 bid then. At £50 bid, £60 bid here with me. At £60 bid. At £60 bid. The alloy's worth more than that alone. At £60 bid then. At £60 bid for the alloy wheel clock. At £60 bid. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then, are we all done? It's provisional at the moment, we'll try for you. At £60 bid then for the first, £60 for the second, third and last time, selling provisionally at £60. 60. Lot 142, the MG ZS Plus. There she is, looking great. Where are we? We are sold from the off. We've got 5, 6, 7, 8, £850 and going. £850 bid then, looks cheap. £850 bid. Last owner for 15 years. There you go. Spare wheels to come with the car in the boot. Locking wheel nut present. Low mileage car. Half leather. Sony radio. There you go. Look. £850 bid then. Nice long-term ownership. £850 bid. Looks cheap. £850 bid and I can sell it. £850 bid then. Are we all done? £850 bid. Is there 900 anywhere? £850 bid. Looks a cheap car. £850 bid then for the first. I'm selling it for the second. Third and final time at £850. £850 sold. Cheap.
It was cheap.
Lot 143.
Put it to one side.
I know, yeah. Lot number 143, the SO Fan Products enamel sign there. Looks circa 12 inches in diameter. Nick's holding it up. Another nice little sign. We sold from the off. We got 120, 130, 140. At £140 bid then. At £140 bid for the nice little sign. 150 Jack on the telephone. 160 back at you, Jack. At £160 bids here with me. Jack on the telephone. You're out. He's not. He's back in. At 170. At £170 bid. At £170 bid then, it's Jack's telephone, are we all done? At £170 bid, I can sell it. At 170 then for the first, second, third and last time. 180. At £180 bid, Hull. Internet bid, you're in. Jack's back in on the telephones at 190. Hull, you're out. At £190 bid, Jack on the telephone. Internet bid, you're out. At £190 bid. At 190. Are you out, internet? At £190 bid then. 200, he's not, he's back in. At £200 bid in Hull. Jack, you're out, you're back in. 210. At £210 bid then for the little SO sign. At 210, it's Jack on the telephones at 210. 220, back in Hull. At £220 bid, you're out, Jack. At £220 bid on the internet. At 230, he says. At £230 bid. Hull, you're out. It's on the telephones here with us at £230 bid. I'm out on my sheets at £230 bid. At 230, then are we all done? Internet, you're out. Jack says back in 240. At £240 bid. 250 back on the telephones. At £250 bid on the telephones here with us. Hull, you're out at the moment. At £250 bid then. At 250, I'm selling it. At £250 bid then. Internet giving you plenty of warning at 250 then for the first 60. 260, Jack, you're out. At £260 bid, it's going to Hull. It's not, it's back in at 270. At £270 bid. At £270. At £270 bid. At 270 then, are we all done? Emma's going to have to come down at £270 bid then. It's Jack on the telephone. Internet, you're out at £270 for the first, second, third and final time. 270, Jack's telephone. Thanks for your bids, Internet. Lot 144, the 1965 Austin Mini Cooper. There we go, look. Looks a nice bright little car. I think I possibly did a video on this one. What we got? It's a 1275cc engine, but was put back to the 998 as the original. At some point, this has undergone a major restoration. Upgrades have been done to the suspension and the brakes. Have been changed from drums to discs. There you go, look. So achieving much more modern safety requirements. MOT and tax exempt. Plenty of history throughout the year. There we go. Where are we? Someone start me then. Have we got 10? Have we got 10 for the little Austin Mini anywhere? Is there 10 anywhere? Here's the £10,000 bid for the little Mini. Asking 10. I'll try a little bit lower then. We'll try 9. Just try 9, we'll try. At 9,000 is a £9,000 bid then for the little Mini. 9,000, thank you, at £9,000 bid. At £9,000 bid then in the hall at £9,000 bid. At £9,000 bid. At 9,000, 9,250. At 9,250. At £9,250 bid. At 9,250, asking 5, at 9,250 bid. Looks cheap, at 9,250. We're a little bit off reserve, we'll try for you, but I think that'll be waiting until next sale, guys. At 9,250, I'll mark it down provisional, at £9,250 bid. 9,250 provisional in the hall. Lot number 145, 1970 Chevrolet GMC Camaro. Look at that, what a machine. Now, I did the video on it the other day. I think Mick started it up, we moved it around the shed. What can you say, really? Yeah, it's like the Bumblebee out of Transformers, I think, innit? I think they use one of these. So she's a 1970, it's 4-speed, 5.7 litre V8, metallic pearl yellow with black painted stripes. Engine has had a mild cam fitted, Hurst shifter, there you go, look, aftermarket suspension, there you go, for better handling and cruising. Where are we? Where do we start on this one? Is there £20,000 anywhere? Asking 20. To be fair, I've got 18 here. We'll start there, Will, please. It's a little bit low. Charlie did a bit of filming with it the other day. The more you look round it, the more he likes it, he says. Yeah, then you start it up and then you hear the sound of it and then you really like it. Yeah, there you go, look. We've got 18, 18,250, 18,500, 18,500 and 750, 18,750 bid, 18,750, 18,750, 19, at 19,000. At 19,000, looks for nothing. It looks like a 30, 40 grand car, doesn't it? When it's sat there, it looks like it's 100 mile an hour stood still. At £19,000 bid then. At 19,250. At 19,250. At 19,250 for the GMC Camaro, look. At 19,250 bid. At 19,250 bid. We'll try for you. It's a bit provisional at the moment, but we'll give it a go. At 19,250. Are we all done? At 19,250 bid then. I'll mark it down provisional. At 19,250 for the first. 19,250 for the second. Third and last time at 19,250. Provisional. We're up there. Chucking them all over the spot.
Right, flinging them away.
Lot number 146, the Rover 414. There we go, look. Only used as a secondary car, lady driver, has a tow bar, burgundy interior carpet with carpet protectors. What we got, grey upholstery, new head gasket, plus other repairs at the time in 2024. Spent £1,200 on parts, new fan belt, front brake discs and pads. There you go, look, loads of bits and pieces. Cam belt and water pump 2024. There we go. Oh, loss of husband causes a sale. So, there you go. There we go. Where are we then? We've got 4, 5, £600 bid on the internet and away. At £600 bid then and selling. Looks a cheap car. At £600 bid. Pickering, North Yorkshire, you're in. At £600 bid. Is there 50? At £600 bid. 50 there is. Stockton on tees. Thank you. At £650 bid. Pickering, you're out. Stockton on tees. County Durham, 650. Pickering, you're back in. At £700 bid. At £700 bid then for the little 414. At £700 bid. Are we all done? At £700 bid. 750. At 750. £800 bid. At £800 bid. At £800 then. At £800 bid. Is the 50 at £800 bid. Pickering, North Yorkshire, you're in. I can sell it. M50. County Durham, you're back in at 850. At £850 bid. At £850 bid then, are we all done? At £850 bid then, I can sell it. Pickering, 900. At £900 bid. At £900 bid. At £900 bid then is the 50. At £900 it's going to Pickering just round the corner. At £900 bid. At £900 bid then, are we all done? I can sell it. It's going. At £900 then for the first. Selling it for the second. Third and last time at 900. Pickering. Lot number 147, the extra stout Guinness enamel sign. There you go, look, just picked it up. Another nice circular sign, fit anywhere. We're sold from the off, we got 80, 90, £100 bid. At £100 bid then and selling. At £100 bid here with me. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then it's going and we're all done. At £100 bid then for the first, 100 for the second. Being sold for the third and last time, 100. You have plenty of time, I think there, really, guys. Sorry.
Sorry, Darby.
Sorry. Lot number 148, the 2005 Audi TT Coupe Quattro. There we go. Look, summer is nearly here. Practically is. There we go. Look, 11 stamps, MOT certificates, and various invoices. Obviously, the 3.2 Glacier Blue, full MOT, HPI clear, lots of paperwork. Gear Recon, £2,800. Sorry, costing £2,800 at 62,000 miles. There you go, look, standard Bose, oil replaced at 74,000 miles. There we go, look, had a fair bit of a mechanical overhaul by the looks of it. We've got 373839, £4,000 and away then, please. At £4,000 bid. At £4,000 bid then for the TT. At 4,000. At £4,000 bid then. Looks a cheap car. At £4,000 bid. At 4,000. The sun will be shining. You can get the roof down. 4,1. Surrey. At £4,100 bid. Surrey. 4,2. At 4,200. Surrey, you're out at £4,200 bid. Back here, they're not. Aberdeenshire. Good morning, afternoon. 4,300. At £4,300 bid. 4,4. 4,004, back in Surrey, at 4,400, at 4,400 bid, at 4,400, are we all done? At 4,005, at 4,500, Aberdeenshire, at 4,500, at 4,500 bid then, we're a little bit off, I'll mark it down provisional, 4,6, at 4,600, back in Surrey, at 4,6, at 4,600 is a 7, at £4,600 bid, at 4,607 back in Aberdeenshire at 4,7, at 4,700, we're nearly there, at £4,700 bid, at 4,700, at 4,700, are we all done? I'll mark it provisional Aberdeenshire at 4,700, Surrey you're out, Aberdeenshire you're in, at 4,700 then, are we all done? I'll mark it provisional for the first, 4,700 for the second, third and final time at 4,7. 4,7. Jumping on?
If you like. Well done, Jack. And on to lot number 149, Ford Escort. There we are. Nice Mark 1 Escort there for you. The vendor has provided Mark 1 Escort's been in a private collection for the last 8 years. It was reshelled. It was done in the late 90s. It's running a 1600 cost flow. The original engine is included, but needs a full rebuild. Have we got that original engine? Do you know, boys?
I think it maybe is in the boot actually.
It might be in the boot. There you go, that's all right. As long as we've got it, then you can have it. There you go then. So original engine is in the boot, but needs a rebuild. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be at £12,000 then, Will. At £12,000 and away. At £12,000 then, 12,250 online, I'm afraid, Jack. 12,250, he beat you. At 12 and a quarter, 12,500 says Jack. At 12,500. At 12,500, Jack's telephone. At £12,500 then. At 12,500 is a 750. At £12,500 and 750 says Dave. At 12,750, Dave on the phone. 13 says Jack. At 13,000 he's against you, Dave. At £13,000. At 13,000 and a quarter. 13,250 Dave's telephone. 13,500 says Jack. At 13,500. At 13,500 does he want 750? He does. 13,750 says Dave. 14. At 14,000. At 14,000. At 14,000. £14,000 then Jack's telephone there and a quarter says Dave. 14,250 says Dave. And 14,005. Don't move in front of him, we're not playing that game. 14,500, Jack on the telephone there. 750 says Dave. At 14,750. At 15 and on sale. At £15,000, Jack on the telephone, on sale. £15,000, 250. At 15 and a quarter. At 15,500. 15,500. We all saw what the red one made, and this isn't as good as the red one, but it's a good car. 15,500. 15,750. 15,750. Dave on the phone. At 15,750, 16,000 he says. At 16,000. At £16,000, Jack's telephone. At 16 and a quarter, Dave's phone. At 16,250 says Dave. And 16,500. At 16,500, 750. At £16,750. At 16,750, Dave's phone. 17 says Jack. At 17,000. At 17,000 and a quarter. 17,250. At £17,250 then Dave and a half. 17,500. At 17,500, 750. 17,750 Dave. 17,750. 18 says Jack. At 18,000. At 18 and a quarter. 18,250. 18,250 then. Dave on the phone. 18,500. At 18,500. Against you, Dave. 18,750. 18,750. At 18,750 then. Does he want 19? 18,750. He wants 19. 19,000. At 19,250. At £19,250. At £19,250 then. 19,500. At 19,500. At 19,500 and 750. At 19,750. At £19,750 then. Dave's phone. 20,000. At 20,000. We probably should have stayed in 500s here, Will, but it doesn't matter. At £20,000 then. So do you want 100? Don't want him missing it for the sake of 100. 20,000, Jack's telephone. At £20,000. £20,000 then. Jack on the telephone. I'll take 100 if it helps. At £20,000 then. For the first. For the second. Thank him for his bids. £20,000. Third and last time. Sold to Jackman on the telephone. Sold them away. There you go. Well done, everybody. Well done.
Twos and fives.
Is there? Yeah, not this one. And on to lot number 150. You haven't eaten it, have you? You've had a taste. Right then, ladies and gentlemen, here we are then. Now, obviously, we get a bit of all sorts here, don't we? And we thought that we would get ourselves. Change that screen there, Will. We thought we would do something a little bit different we had a voucher that I won actually in a little raffle, in a little thing, and I put that in, and then we have chipped in and we bought the Easter egg, and we are going to sell the Easter egg, and we're going to give the proceeds to Mind. This is Jill's baby, this really. So proceeds of the egg are to charity. The charity is Mind, which is obviously a fabulous thing, and also, if you are local enough, you're welcome to come down tomorrow or Friday and have a couple of hours in the room. Is that right, Jill? Yeah? And a piece of cake, and they might share the egg. You never know. Anyway, enough of me rabbiting on. We've got some interest here with me, so thank you very much for your bids. Before we even start, we've got 160 on the internet, and we might as well trundle along here to £300 here with me, Will. There's no point in going through it all. We've got £300 bid here with me, 320 on the internet, 340, 360, 360, 380, at £380 then Barnsley, you'll leave enough to come. At £380, £400 then, at £400 then. Don't forget that the egg is also full of chocolate, I believe. It weighs 5 and a bit kilograms. It'll take you a bit of a while to get through it, won't it? At £400 bid. With a little bit of luck, it gets bought and gets given to maybe the children's ward or something like that.
Haven't got through it.
I know. I'm amazed that we haven't had a little nibble. At £420 then, the Easter egg. There we are then. At £420 then, Bedfordshire. At £420 then. At £420, 440. At £440, 460. At £460 then. Don't forget it's a good cause. At £460. At £460, 480. At £480, 500. Oh, Father's headed Bedfordshire bound over the next week or two. He'll bring it down. There you go. Yeah, I don't know how much of it will get there. He does like nibbling as he drives. But anyway, there you go. The offer's there. Bedford, £500 then. At £500 bid then. Jill was hoping that it would do £500, and rightly so then. £500 then. Bedfordshire for the first. 500, 520, 520, 540, 540. I hope you can come up tomorrow or Friday and have a couple of hours here, have the day here. It doesn't matter as long as you keep out of the way. And two of you, more than welcome to come up for the day. £540, going once, twice, 560. Catterick Garrison, same goes to you, Catterick. You're welcome to come down. Bedfordshire, 580, £580 then. £580 then for the first. 600, 620, at 620. Yeah, go on then, you can bring 4 of you, you can bring your mate. £620 then, 4 of you. You better be well behaved though. 620, 640, 640, 660. Hey, they're all chipping in now. 660, £660 then, 4 of you, and you might get a sandwich if you're lucky. £660 then for the first, for the second, 680, 680, 700, £700. Are we done? At £700 then, 4 of you. I hope you come up. It'd be nice to see you. £700 then for the first, second, 720. At 720, 740, 740. At 740. Hey, they might share it. Oh my Lord! Now we're going for 6 people now. We'll be laying a minibus on. 780, 6 of you now. 6 of you. You've got a big estate car. £780 then for 6 of you now. Yeah, to be fair, if you share it out, it's not a lot of money, is it? 780, 800, 820, 820, 840. It's between Catterick Garrison and Bedfordshire. 860, £860 then. £860 then. 880, 880, 900. At £900 then. At £900, I'm not doing any more. They're saying more people. We'll fill the building. At £900 then, are we done? At £900 then, I hope you can come up for the first, 920, at 920, 940, at 940, at 940, 960, 960, 980, at 980, £1,000. There you go. Now we're talking. 1,000, 1,020.
Going on with all the managers. restores your faith, doesn't it?
Do you know what, Will? You're absolutely right. Will's just sat there to my left there, ladies and gents, and he just said, for all that's going on in the world at the moment and all the bad things and all the rest of it, things like this do restore your faith, don't they? They absolutely do. £1,060, ladies and gentlemen, 1,060, 80, £1,100 then, £1,100 then, £1,100, 6 of you can come, £1,100 then, and 20, 1120, 1140, 1140. What time was tea again? 1140, 1140, 1160. It's going to be a coach load at this rate. 1180, 1180 pounds then, at 1,100, 1,200, 10 people, 2 car loads. Oh my Lord. 10 of you now, 10 people, you're welcome to come, 10 of you, there you go, 1220, at £1,220, it's still Bedfordshire, for the first, for the second, third and last time, 1240, 1240, 60, 1260, 1260, 1280, 1300, Father was just seeing if he knew that recognised the name. At 13, what is the name, Will? Craig. Craig in Bedfordshire. 1320, 1340.
Between Craig and Graham.
Between Craig and Graham. Craig. There we are then. 1380, 1380, 1400, 1420, 1440, 1460, 1480. £1,500 then. They're having a whip round, aren't they? At £1,500 then. Are we there? At 1,500 then. For the first, for the second, third and last time. 1,500. Craig from Bedfordshire. We look forward to seeing you. We really hope you can come up tomorrow, Friday, whenever you want. Come up, mate. And very, very well done. Sorry for Graham up in Catterick. You really tried there. We'll no doubt see you in due course. Thank you very much. Well done. Right, on to, let's get back to business as it were. On to lot number, right, hang on a second, hang on, my screen's all moved here now with all this excitement. There we are. We are on to lot 151, Land Rover Defender. There we are then. Drove in this one and I've been up the road in it, got a little bit of a whiny diff or transfer box, not sure which. Nice, bright, smart looking vehicle. Let's be fair, let's hope it's a diff and it's easily solved, isn't it? So there we are then. The vendor has provided a 110 county utility wagon, has some modifications such as steps, checker plate, alloy wheels, front grille and a tow bar. There you go. So there you are. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 14,000, Will. 14,500 at £14,500 then, the Land Rover Defender. At £14,500 bid. 14,500, that was my bid there actually, Will, sorry. At £14,500 bid. At 14,500. Do you want 15? At 14,500. 15, he says. 15,500 with me, Will. At 15 and a half here with me. At 15,500. 16,000. At £16,000. £16,000 then. At 16,000. At 16, Alan's poised, he's going to jump up at me in a minute. At £16,000 York bound. At 16,000 the Defender is provisional, but we can talk. 16,000, does he want one? No, 16,000 then, drop that to 250. We'll just give everyone a chance. At £16,000 we shall submit. Is there 250? There is 16,250. Be a cheap motor if it comes at that. 16,500 at 16,500. At £16,500 then 750 is there. At 16,500 for the first. At 16,500 for the second. At 16,750 over in Cheshire. 17,000, exactly right, I should think so as well. At £17,000. At 17,000. £17,000 is the 250. At 17,000 for the first. At 17,000 for the second. Provisionally at 17,000. Provisional, thank you. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can. And on to the little Triumph Spitfire. There we are then. Nice bright looking little Spitfire there. Where are we going to be with that? We've got current V5, owner's handbook, some previous V5s, MOT certificates, etc. Croft classic cars, vehicle passports, wristbands, things like that. There we are. We've got some interest here with me. We've got some interest there with you. 4.4, 4.5, 4.6, 4.7, 4.8. 4,800 here with me, Will. 4.9, 5,000. At £5,000 bid. At 5,005.1. There we are. At 5,100 on sale. At 5,002 and 3. 5,003. At £5,300 then a little Spitfire. At £5,300 bid. At 5,300 over in Hebden Bridge. 5.4. 5.5. At £5,500. At 5,500, at 5.6, 5.7, at 5,700, at £5,700 then Hebden Bridge, West Yorkshire, 5.8, 5.9, 5,009.
You said that as if you could from Hebden Bridge in Yorkshire.
Did I? I said it as though I lived there. 5.9661, £6,100 then Hebden Bridge, 6.2, 6.3. £6,300. At 6,300 is the 4. At 6,003, 4, 5, 6,005. At £6,500 then. At 6,005 is the 6. Are we done? At 6,005, 6, 6, 6, 6, 7, 6,700. At £6,700 then. At 6,700. At 6,008, 6, 9, 6,009. At £6,900 is the 7. At £6,900 then. At £6,900 then for the first. At 6.9 for the second. Third and last time, 6.9. Sold 6.9. Thank you for your bids, ladies and gents. And on to, where are we here with my little mouse? There we are then. On to 153, the Land Rover clock. There we are. That's a nice bonny looking clock. Look, they're great these. We're very lucky. We're supported with several guys who do a wonderful job for us. They really, really do. And this is no exception. There it is then. So there we are. Made out of MDF. You would never think it. The quality of them, they are absolutely superb. They really are. We've got some interest here with me. We've got 100, 120, 140 here with me, Will. At £140 bid. At 140, 160. At 160. At 160, 180. At £180 bid. At £180 bid. At £180 then. At £180 then are we there? At 180, 190. At £190. At £190 bid, 200. At £200. At £200 bid, Jack on the telephone. At £200 bid then on sale. At £200 bid then are we done? 210 he says. At 210. At 210, 220. At £220 then, 230. At 230, 230 then. At £230, 240. At £240. At 240, 250. At £250 bid. At £250 bid and 60. At £260 then are we done and dusted then. At £260 then, Jack on the telephone then for the first. £260 then for the second. 260. 260, Jack's telephone. Thanks for your bids, guys. On to 154. There we are then. The NSU Quickly. There she is. Great little thing out there. Brilliant, aren't they? Been stored in a cellar for over 30 years. There you are then. So, yeah, a little bit of weekend work, no doubt, and you've got yourself a right fun little runabout, haven't you? So, there we are then. We've got £800 here with me, Will. £800 bid. At £800 bid, the little NSU Quickly, infamous little bike, aren't they? £800 bid then. At £800 bid. At £800 bid. Should we try a 50, Will? Yeah. £800 bid then is the 50. At £800 bid here with me. At £800 bid we can talk. At £800 bid then provisionally for the first. 800 for the second. And 800 for the third. Provisionally 800, thank you. And on to, top right there, yeah. And on to 155, here we are. I have to keep moving my screen here now for some reason. I don't know what's happened with that, but anyway. On to 155, the Champion Spark Plug enamel sign. There you go, Mick's got it there, look, 20-inch diameter or thereabouts. Don't hold us to that completely. But there we are then, some interest here with me, with £200 there, 220 here with me, please Will. £220 bid here with me, 240 says Jack, 260 with me. £260 here with me, £260 bid. £260 bid, 280 says Jack. £280. £280 bid, I'm out. £280 bid then. £280 then, Jack on the telephone, 300. £300 bid. £300, 320 says Jack. £320. £320 then, Jack on the telephone then, £320 then for the first. 340. £340. £340 then. Does he want a 50? Do you want a 10? £340 then. He'll have a 10, he says. 350. 350. I'll do the same for the Channel Islands there. £350 then. Jack on the telephone then. 360. £360. £360. 370. £370 then. Darlington, County Durham. £370 then. Are we done? £370 then. Sold and away then. First, second, third and last time. 370. Darlington, thank you very much. Now this is a special old car. The old Vauxhall. Minus quite an important bit really, or at least it's in the wrong place. The engine out of it is on the shop floor. So she's got no engine in it. I don't believe there's a gearbox, not sure. But it's a lovely looking thing, ready for a later engine and gearbox. It wants a 6-cylinder Jag or a Triumph or something like that slipping in there, and it'll look like it's grown there. Lovely, majestic looking car. Yeah, a very, very lovely, usable car at the end of the day. And we've got a bit of interest here. We've got 4244 with me, Will, at £4,400. 4,400 the Vauxhall. 4,400. £4,400 then. The old Vauxhall Tourer, there she is, look. 4446. 4,600. £4,600 then. 4,600 for 8 with me. 4,800. £4,800 here with me. £4,800. £4,800 then, and 5. I should think so as well. £5,000 bid. £5,000. £5,000 bid then. The engine is with it. I don't know if it will run or not. It might want a rebuild. It might not. It might just slip straight back in. £5,000 bid then down in Worcestershire. £5,000 bid then. Is that it? Are we done? I'm out. £5,000 then for the first. Provisionally, we have got to submit the highest bid at the end of the auction. So £5,000 then, submitting for the first, for the second, for the third and last time. 5,000 Worcestershire. Thank you very much. I think that's a chap called Mark that I spoke to earlier in the week. And on to lot number 157. Here we are then. An old printing machine. There we are. I don't suppose it'll be in here. No, there you go. You've seen it. There it is. Look. Can we get £40 bid? Can we get 40, Jack? If not, we're moving on. Can we get £40 bid? You can't find these sort of things, can you? Can we? No. We're going to move on then. If there's no interest at £40, we'll move on to 158 Land Rover Defender 90. There we are then. It's a 200 TDI, Mick, yeah. There you go. Mick says it's a 200. It's across there in his building. There we are. Where are we going to be with this one then? Is it Golf chassis, Charlie?
She's Golf chassis. It might be a Golf bulkhead.
The vendors provided chassis up rebuild in 2022, including a galvanised chassis, new bulkhead, new suspension, new clutch, new tank, new timing belt, new battery, lots of other items. Too much to list. replaced front doors, Puma half leather seats. Oh, it just goes on and on and on. So it's driven approximately 250 miles to the auction. So there you go, tried and tested. What a machine. We've got loads of interest here with me, Jack, and we are finishing off at the moment at £13,600 there, look. At £13,600 then. At 13,600. If you oil it, oil up underneath, you will never wear that motor out. At £13,600. At 13,600 and 7. At 13,700. At 13,700. Can I have a 50, Jack? I know that's going to mess your thing up, but just to keep my figures right, at £13,750 with me. At 13,750. 13,800. At 13,800. At £13,800, then I'm out here. At £13,800, then Mansfield. 13,850, says Dave. At 13,850, 13,900. At 13,900. At 13,900 in Mansfield. At 13,950, says Dave. At 14,000. At 14,000, Dave. At £14,000, what's he think? And 50. 14,050 and 1. 14,1. At 14,100. At £14,100. 14,2. 14,2, Jack. Thank you. 14,250. 14,250. At 14,250 and 3. 14,3, says Dave. And 50. 14,350. At 14,350. At 14,350, giving everyone plenty of time. At 14,000. 14,4, he says. And 50. 14,450. No, that's against you. Yes, that's 14,5, thank you, says Dave. And 50. And 6, you're all right, you're fine. 14,650, against you. And 7, 14,7. At 14,7 and 50. And 8, 14,008 and 50. And 9, 50. 15. 50. His idea was this 50 thing. 1. 15, 1, 50. 2. 15, 2, says Dave, and 50. 15, 2, 50. 15, 3, he says. 15, 3, 50. 4. 15, 4, and 50. 5. And 50. 6. And 50. 7. You don't need me. You don't need me here. And 50. And 8. And 50. And 9.
We're going hundreds when it gets to...
We maybe ought to. 15, 9, 50. 16, he says.
Hundreds before it.
It's up to you, mate. You're in charge of the numbers there. We've gone into hundreds here because we want to go home for tea. 16, 1. Oh. He's having to decode the language because he's ringing to the top of Scotland, ladies and gents. 16, 1 against you, Dave. 16, 1. 16, 2, says Dave. 16, 3, says Mansfield. Who is it in Mansfield, Jack? Darren. We've got Darren in Mansfield, 16,3. At £16,300 then, and 4. 16,004 and 5, says Darren. At 16,5. At £16,500 then, and 6. 16,600 and 7. 16,7 and 8 and 9. £16,900 then, Darren in Mansfield, and 17. 17,100. At £17,100 then, what's he think, Dave? 200, he says. At £17,200 then, 17.3. 17.3. At 17.4. 17,400, 17.5. At £17,500. At £17,500 then. At 17.6 he says. 17,600. What do you think, Darren? At £17,600 then. Dave on the telephone then, are we done? At £17,600 then. Hammer's coming up for the first, for the second, for the third and last time. 17.6. Dave's man on the telephone. Well done, gents. Well done. Well done. 17.6, thank you. And on to 159 petrol pump globe. There we are then. Where's that? Is that there, Mick? Plastic? Glass? Glass. There we are then. Glass one. There you are, ladies and gents. Where are we going to be with this one then? We are going to be, we've got some interest here with me again, Jack, please. And we go from 200 right the way up to £420, please, Jack. At £420 bid. At £420 bid, bidder number 600306. At £420 then. At 420 is the 40. At £420 bid. At £420 then, the mobile glass globe. At £420 then. At £420 for 40. 460 with me, Jack. At 460. At £460 then, are we done? At £460 then for the first. At 480 and 500 with me, please, Jack. At 500. At £500 bid then. At £500 bid is there 20. At £500 bid then there's 20. At £520 I'm out. At £520 bid is there 40. At £520 bid. At 520 then for the first, for the second, for the third and last time. 520 down to Oxford, thank you. And we've got a few solds here, ladies and gentlemen. Lot number 49, the AA garage lamp. Sold. Lot 63, the Shell genuine sign. Sold. Lot 104, a 1996 Honda. Sold. 105, an antique style lamp. Sold. Lot 90, the Jaguar XK8. Sold. Lot 94, the MG ZR. Sold. And lot 64, the Ford Escort Mexico, the special one, has indeed been sold. Thank you very much for all that. And on to lot number 160. Here we are then. Where are we going to be with this one then? What we got? We have got a 2021 Keyway Superlight 125. There we are, that's what we've got. Looks a lot of bike. Looks a lot bigger bike than a 125, doesn't it? Look at that. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that then? Have we got £1,000 anywhere? We must have £1,000 to kick us off. Otherwise we're going to move on. Have we £1,000? Is there anyone there, Jack? Have we £1,000? Anybody? Otherwise we're moving on. We're going to pass. If we can't start off at 1,000, we're going to move on. We're moving on, I think. Nope, we can't do a lot with that one, I'm afraid. And on to lot 161. There we are. Oh, did they? Hang on. Did it or not? No? Well, to be fair, the best thing to do, if there is any interest, Jack thought he saw something just flash there as he pressed the button, but if there is any interest in that lot 160, then they'd better ring the office, aren't they? Yeah, I know, but we've already started this one. Yeah, so ring the office on that ladies and gents. On to lot 161, the motor oil for Ford's enamel sign. There you go, Mick's got it. There it is, look, there she is. We've got 40, 50, 60, £70 bid. At £70 bid. At £70 bid then. 80, £80 bid then. At £80 bid. Is there 90? At £80 bid then there's 90. At £90 bid. £100 bid then. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then, the little motor oil sign. At £100 bid then, sold it away then, £100 then, first, second, third time, looking round, 100, thank you. On to 162, there we are then. Another Escort, there we go. We've cornered the market in Escorts, haven't we? RS2000, there it is, I can see it across the building there. Lovely, lovely looking thing. RS2000, totally original and has never been restored, according to the vendor. Jack came in, that's right. Jack came in after this car was dropped off and so on and so forth, and he went up the road in it and he come back down and he said, please go out in that. It's the best car, or the best Escort, I think you said, your exact words, the best Escort I've ever driven. And I nipped up the industrial estate and back, and I came back and I said, I agree. It drives lovely, doesn't it? Oh, does it drive well? And it just goes to show when they are right, even though they're you know, however old they are, they still are a very, very nice driving car. So, so there you go then. So we've got some interest, as usual, as we thought we would. We've got 40, well, we might as well wind up there, and we're at 48 here, Jack. 48,000 here with me. At 48,000. At £48,000 bid. At £48,000. The Escort RS2000 vendor says it's never been restored. At £48,000 then. At 48,000, 48.49, at 49,000 then, at 49,000, he's at 50,000, at 50,000 bid, at 50,000 pound bid then, at 50,000 pound bid, the RS2000 never been restored, and it shows, does it not? It drives lovely. At 50,000 pound bid, we'll talk, we'll see if we can do anything. At 50,000 then, are we done? At 50,000 pounds then for the first. At 50,000 for the second, and 50,000 very provisionally for the third and last time. 50. Thank you. And on to 163. Here we are then. Where are we? 163. There we go. We are. Mick's got it there. Look, Indian motorcycle enamel sign. There we go then. We have got 50, 60, 70, 80 pound bid. 90 says Jack. That was Jack on the phone, I'm afraid. They beat you. 90 pound bid. Jack on the telephone there. 90 pound bid then. At 90 pound bid. At 90 pound bid then. I'll take 100. At 90 pound bid. Jack on the telephone then. At 90 pound bid. It will come. It's provisional, but it will come. At 90 pound bid then. 100. At 100 pound against you, Jack. 100 pound. 110 says Jack. At 110 pound, Jack on the telephone then. At 110 pound, Jack there on the telephone. 110 pound, 110 pound then for the first. 110 pound for the second. Third and last time. 110, Jack's telephone. Thank you. On to 164, the little BMW. There we are then. The vendor has provided 316. 1.8 automatic, 2 repairs sorted for an MOT, couple of rusty wheel arches. I think I might have done a video on this one. There's a scuff along a passenger side. It's a runabout. That's the top and bottom of it. There's still an outstanding recall for the driver's airbag. So for sale due to health issues, which is a shame, isn't it? That's not clever, is it? So anyway, there we go then. Without further ado, we've got 800, we've got 900, we've got 1,000, we've got 1,100 here with me, Jack. At £1,100 and on sale. At 1,100, 1,200, 1,300 here with me. At £1,300 bid. At £1,300. At 1,304, 1,405 with me. At £1,500 here with me, Jack. At £1,500 bid. At 1,500, 16, 17. At £1,700. At £1,700 bid. At 1,700, 18. At 1,800, I'm out. At £1,800 then down in Kent. At £1,800 then for the little BMW. £1,800 then for the first. For the second, 1,800, third and last time. 1,800, thank you. And on to, where are we? 165, gear oil dispenser. There you go, look. Handy bit of kit there. There we are. Any oil in it, Mick? Full. It's full, listen at him. I think it might be empty. There we go then, we got £40 bid then. At £40 bid and away. I think it's empty of oil. I think he's had the oil out. At £40 bid. At £40 bid then is a 50. At £40 bid then, £50 bid. at 50, £50 bid then, at £50 bid, at 50, £50 bid then, at 50, is there 60? There is, £60 bid, at £60 bid then, is there 70? At £60 bid then, at 60, £60 bid then, we'll submit first, £60 for the second, £60, third and last time, provisional, £60, thank you. And on to 166, the Piaggio, there you go. No need to fall off a bike ever again. There you go, holds itself up. Even you could ride this one now, sir. Just stop. You don't need to put your feet down, just stop. Lovely. No, you don't fall off. Oh, well, Anne can't fit on the back, he says. Anyhow, there we go then, little three-wheeler, they're a quirky little thing, they're a brilliant little thing. We couldn't get it running, could we? It didn't want to start. No, so just bear that in mind. We couldn't get it to start, so just we don't want to deceive anybody there. It didn't want to start with us. It nearly did, but it didn't. Anyway, there we are then, little Piaggio. We've got £800 bid there, please. Will, there you go. I knew there was a bit of shifting going on. £800 bid then, ladies and gentlemen. £800 bid here with me. At £800 bid, at £800 bid, and there's someone on the phone standing up. £800 bid then, does he want 9, Dave? 9, says Dave. At £900 bid. At £900 bid then, it'll come, I'm sure. £900 bid then. Dave on the telephone, are we done? At £900 bid then. Is there a 50 anywhere? £900 bid then. Dave on the telephone then. At £900 bid then for the first. For the second, £900 for the third and last time. Provisional. 900, Dave's telephone, thank you. And on to lot number 167, Jordan F1 collection. There we are then. Same applies, bit of interest here with me. And we've got 200, 220, 240, 260 will on there at £260 bid. On sale at £260. We've got some earplugs, we've got stopwatch, we've got sweatshirts, t-shirts, caps, literature, brochures, oh, all sorts.
At first glance, it looks like a piece of art.
It actually does look like a piece of something. Anyhow, 320, 340, 360 at £360 bid. At £360 bid then, Preston in Lancashire on 80. At £380, £400 then. At £400 bid, I'm out. At £400 bid then. At £400 then, are we done? At £400 then for the earplugs and stopwatch and sweatshirts and 420 at £420. At £420 then, 440 at £440. At £440 then, at £440 then, hammers coming up, at £440 for the first. Second, 460 at £460. At £460 then, is there 80? At £460 then for the first, second, third and last time. 460. Thank you for your bids, guys. And on to 168 BMW. I have to keep moving this screen here. 168, the BMW. There we are then. Looks a lovely old bike, this. The vendor, one owner from new, bought it new, used in Germany for 12 months, all UK conversions done before re-registering in the UK, sold as a project after a problem appeared recently with a starter grab clutch. I'm too old to handle this job, comes with a large top box and side panniers. Battery's low, started no problem at all with me for 3 or 4 times. Did we start it? So I started it 3 times. I definitely started it 3 times, no problem at all. So I think it wants using. It wants maybe a new battery, maybe battery is low and possibly using. But anyway, there you go. Price really sensibly, look, on sale from the word go. We've got 1,000, 11, 12, £1,300 bid will at £1,300, at 1,300, at £1,300. You'd have been buying this if you hadn't that one out there, Jake. At £1,300 bid. At 1,003 and 4 and 5 and 6 with me. At 1,006. At £1,600 then here with me, Will, 1,600, sorry. At 1,600, that'll be my bid. At 1,600, there we go. £1,600 then here with me is the 17. There is. And then there's 18 with me at 1,800. At £1,800 then here with me, at £1,800 then is a 19, there is, at 1,900 I'm out, at 1,902, £2,000 bid, I should think so, at £2,000, is there one? At £2,000 bid, 20,000 miles on it, proper original genuine bike, £2,000 bid then, on sale, when the hammer's down it's down, at £2,000 for the first, second, third and last time, 2,000, thank you. And on to 169, the Rally Grifter, all proceeds to charity, everybody, all proceeds to charity, there we are, there it is, look. We got £100 bid and away. At £100 bid for the little grifter. The full £100 goes off to the charity, whatever charity that may be. St Martin's House Children's Charity. Wouldn't it be lovely if the egg went there? Wouldn't it be lovely? Or somewhere similar. Wouldn't it just? So there we are then, £100 bid. At £100 bid then the little grifter. At £100 bid then the full £100 goes off to charity. At £100 bid then is the 20. At £100 bid on sale. At £100 bid then is the 20 there is. At 120, 140 with me, Will. At £140. At £140 then, bidder number 600225. At 140 is the 60. At £140 then. At £140 then for the first. At 140 for the second. Third and last time, 140. 140, thank you. It's all going to a good cause. And on to lot number 170. There we are then. VW camper van. There she is. When I get my screen to change. There she is then. You've seen it already, I'm sure. An amazing T2 camper van. One of the first right-hand drive campers delivered to the UK. Beautiful yellow paint with silver bumpers and chrome wheels. It doesn't run due to a carburettor issue, and the body needs some attention. A great car to put your own stamp on and taste on too. Comes with a history file as well. So there you go then. A good bit of history there with it. Where are we going to be with that one then? Have we got 4,000 to kick us off? Have we got 3,800 to kick us off, look? Have we got 3,008? We have. We got 3,800. At £3,800 then. At £3,800 then. There must be a wage in that at the end of the day. At £3,800. At 3,800. Drop that to 100. We'll see if we can get that. See if we can just inch it up. At £3,800 then. Looking for 3,900. At 3,800. At £3,800 then is a 3,900. At £3,800 then we'll submit. At 3,800 then for the first. At 3,800 for the second. Provisionally, third and last time, 3,800. There you go, thank you. And on to 171. There we go. I have to keep moving that screen all the time, look. On to 171. Ice cold Coca-Cola sold here, enamel sign. Give or take 12 inches in diameter. Mick's got it there, look. There we go. We have 50, 60, £70 bid. At £70 bid then. At £70, that's actually my bid at 70, Will, sorry. No, it's all right. At £70 bid. And 80. At £80 bid then. Norwich in Norfolk, 80, 90. At £90 bid, 100. £100 bid then. At £100 bid. At £100 is the 10. At £100 bid. At £100 then for the first. At £100 for the second. £100 then third and last time. Oh, 100. I thought I saw a bid come in there. You want to do a few? Yeah. Go on, I'll have a twig. Jack's going to just jump on and do a few, ladies and gents. Yeah.
Where are we? 172. Lot number 172 then, ladies and gentlemen. 1989. The Rover 216. Look, there she is. Fairly long-term ownership. Originally, look, 1989 until 2017. The vendor has been the owner since. Garaged at night almost throughout all of its life. First owner took it to 23 and a little bit, 1,000 miles. There we go, look. I don't know where we are now, it doesn't say, but anyway, there we go, look. 4-speed auto, 200 and drove 200 plus miles to the auction. There we go. Sold from the off. We got £1,500, £1,600 bidding away. Sold and going at £1,600 then for the little Rover. at £1,600 bid. At £1,600 bid then for the 216. Is that an internet bid, Will? Is that someone trying to jump in online?
1,600, yeah.
Oh no, that's with me, please. Sorry. £1,600 bids here with me. There we go. £1,600. Sorry, internet. Just get my figures right. 17, £1,800 Greater London. 19 in Cheshire. At £1,900 bid. Are we going to fill it up? At £1,900 bid. 2,000. At 2001. 21. 22. 22 Cumbria. At 2002. 23. At 2004. 2005. £2,500 bid at 2,500 at 2005 26 at 2006 back in Greater London at 26 at £2,600 bid. Then it's selling at 27 Cheshire at 28 2008 Selby 29 back in Cheshire at 2009. We're going to fill it up at £2,900 bid. £3,000 at 3,000 at 3,000. At £3,000 bid, Greater London, you're in, I'm selling it. At £3,000 bid then, internet, Greater London, £3,000, are we all done? At £3,000 bid then, at 3,000 for the first, I'm selling for the second, third and last time at 3,000. Sold. Lot number 173, where are we? Oh, the BP petrol pump complete glass globe. Oh, is that one there, Nick? All lit up, look. That's lovely, isn't it? Yeah, that is really nice. There you go. Yeah, all complete as it is, as photoed. Yep, there we go. Look, where are we? I've got 6, 7, £800 bidding away. £800 bid. £800 bid. 900 is lovely, that, isn't it? £900 bid. 900, 1,000, 1,100. £1,100 bid and 12 and selling. £1,200 bid. 1,200, 13 Northallerton. 1,300. At 1,300 bid, 14, 15, £1,500 bid then, at £1,500 bid and selling, at 15, £1,600, at £1,600 bid is a 17, at £1,600 bid, at £1,600 bid and going, at 1,600, was 17, Northallerton back in, at £1,700 bid. At £1,700 bid, that will really brighten up the Cornelia garage. At 18, at £1,800 bid, 19, 1,900 back in Hertfordshire. At 19, 2,000, fresh bidder, thank you. At £2,000 bid. At 2,000 is the one. At £2,000, 2-1. At 2-1, at 2,102, and 2,200. And £2,200 bid, and £2,200 bid then, are we all done? At 2,200, I'm selling it at 2,3, 2,3, 2,4, 2,4, 2,004, at 2,400, I'm out on my sheet, internet, 2,400, at 2,400 bid, at 2,5, 2,005 and 6, at £2,600, at 2,6, at 2,600, at £2,600 bid then, are we all done? 2,7, at 2,700, and rightly so, at 2,700, at 2,7, at 2,700 then Hertfordshire, 2,700, are we all done? At £2,700 bid then, at 2,7, I'm selling, at 2,7 then for the first, 2,7 for the second, 2,8, at 2,008, at 2,800 is the 9, at 2,800 bid a 6,459, at £2,800 bid, at £2,800 bid, are we all done? At 2,8 then for the first, 2,8 for the second, 2,9, at 2,900, £3,000, at £3,000 bid, at 3,000, at £3,000 bid is the 1, at £3,000 bid, at 3,000 then, are we all done? At £3,000 bid, at 3,000 then for the first, 3,000 for the second, third and last time, looking round, giving you plenty of warning, internet at £3,000. Sold. Thanks for your bids. Charlie, you couldn't just change that screen to get it up to speed, could you, for this? Where are we, guys? Lot 174. I don't know, it's came off it for some reason. I need to just get that back up. Lot number 174, the 2001 Volkswagen TDI motorhome. There we go, look. First owner had it for 18 years. There we go, look. 22 stamps in the book. Yeah, owner's handbook, all the rest of it. Look, MOT certificates, numerous invoices. So anyway, there you go. Where are we? Someone start me then. I got £10,000 bidding away. £10,000 bid then for the nice tidy little motorhome. £10,000 bid. £10,000 bid. Looks cheap. £10,000 bid then. 10,000 is the two. There we go, that one there. 10,200. 10,2. 10,3. Can I go, please, Will, for these increments? £10,300 bid. 10,300. Cheers. 10,300. 10,300 then. We're a little bit off reserve. We'll try 10,4. Thank you, internet. You're back in. 10,400. 10,400 bid. 10,004. 10,004. Asking 5. 10,400 then for the motorhome. 10,400. 10,004. Are we all done? It's provisional. We'll try. We'll make a phone call. We're a bit off reserve. Think it's worth more. 10,400. 10,4 then. Are we all done? It's provisional then. Internet bid. You're in at 10,4 for the first. 10,4 for the second. Third and last time. Provisional. 10,4. Thank you. Lot number 175. The Jaguar Sporting Cat Ornament. There you go. Look, bronze finish. 2 seconds, everyone. Where are we on here? Sorry, 1 second.
Has it gone again?
There we go. No, we're all right. We're there. Right, so from the off, guys, we've got 90, £100, 110, 120, 130 bid, £130 bid, 130, 140, 140, 150 here with me, please, Will. 150, 150 bid, 160 internet, 170, 180 here with me. £180 bid, bid of 600, 286, 180, 190, Harrogate, North Yorkshire, you're in. £190 bid then. £190 bid for the Jaguar Cat. £190 bid, I'm selling, and we all done. £200 bid, Middlesbrough. 210, County Durham. £210 bid. 220. 220. £220 bid. £220 bid in selling. £220 bid then, are we all done? Looking round. £220 bid. 230, County Durham. 240, North Yorkshire. £240 bid. £240 bid. 240 then. 250. 250 and selling. 260. 260. £260 bid. £260 bid. £260 bid then, are we all done, internet? £260 bid then, selling for the first, 260 for the second, third and last time it's being sold. 260 internet. Lot number 176, the 1972 Volkswagen Beetle. There we go, look. Bright little car. I think I did the video on this. Looks a real nice little thing. Restored some time ago, I believe. Restored 4 years ago. Only driven 800 miles dry since to shows and bits and pieces. It's won a couple of classic shows. Lots of work and MOTs, bills, invoices, etc. But it will need a service before being driven a long journey. Has only been driven 70 miles in the last 2 years. So there you go. Look, once a quick mechanical once over. Totally original, even down to having 4 drum brakes and nothing on it that it shouldn't be. There you go, look, what a genuine little car. Where are we then? Someone start me. 5,000, 5,000 and away, 5,1, £5,100 bid. 5,100 then for the little Beetle, 5,2. 5,200. 5,200. Here, Mark, with me at 5,2. 5,3. Jack on the telephone. I just got Jack then. Sorry, Mark. 5,300 on the phones. 5,3. Looks cheap. 5,4. Internet. Sorry, Mark. 5,400. Cumbria on the internet. Jack, you're out. Better just take Mark there. 5,5 with Mark. 5,000 has been trying to jump in. 5,500. It's Mark's telephone. Internet, you're out. Jack, you're back in at 5,6. 5,600. Jack's telephone. 5,7 he says. Back at you, Jack, at 5,007. Mark on the telephone there at 5,7. Internet, you're out. Jack, you're out. Mark, you're in at 5,7. Not anymore. 5,8. 5,8. 5,800. Jack's telephone. At 5,800. 5,9. 5,009. At £5,900 bid. At 5,900. You want to fill it up, Jack? He does. £6,000. £6,000 bid. Are you coming back, Mark? At 6,000, thank you for your bids. At £6,000 bid then. Internet, you're out. It's Jack on the telephone at 6,000. at £6,000 bid. It's provisional at the moment. We're a little bit off, but we'll try for you. At £6,000 bid then. Are we all done then? Internet, you're out. At £6,000 bid then. Provisionally for the first, second, third and final time. 6,000 provisional. Jack's phone.
Just
Lot number 177, where are we? Oh, there we go, look, the Dublin Whiskey sign, circa 27.5 inches to be exact, and 20. Where is it, Michael? Mick's looking for it. There we go, look, nice little sign. Anyway, we've got bids here with me, 60, 70, 80, £90 bid and away and sold. At £90 bid. At £90 bid and selling. Mick's having a look for it. At £90 bid then, £100 bid Norfolk. At £100 bid, there we go, look, Mick's got it, 110, £110 bid, 120 back in Norfolk, at £120 bid, at 130, 130, 130, at £130 bid then, internet bid, you're in, Mick's holding it up there, look, as you can see, at £130 bid and selling for the first, second, third and final time, 130, internet bid. Lot number 178, the Subaru four-wheel drive pickup. There we go, look. Oh, I see Charlie, yeah. Where are we? Bids from the off were sold and away. We got 4-2, 4-4, 4-6, 4-8 at £4,800 bid here with me. At 4-8, 5,000, 5-2 will. 5-2 at £5,200 bid. At 5,200 at £5,200 bid. 5-4. 5,400 at 5,400, 5-6 at 5,600 with me on my sheets. £5,600 bid at 5,600. Then you don't really see them, do you? At 5,600 at 5,600, 5-8, 6,000 here with me. At £6,000 bid. At £6,000 bid then for the Subaru pickup. At £6,000 bid and selling. 6-2. Can I go 6-3, please, Will? 6,300 here with me on my sheet at 6-3 at £6,300 bid and selling. 6-4, internet, you're back in at £6,400 bid. I'm out, that's as far as I can go at £6,400 bid. At £6,400 bid. At 6,400 then, are we all done? At 6,400, Northamptonshire, you're in at £6,400 bid. I'm selling at 6,400 then for the first, second, third and final time. 6,400, internet. He's under bidder. Lot number 179, the Wolseley Motors sign. There we go, look, Mick's holding it up. Where are we then? I got 40, 50, 60, £70 bidding away. At £70 bid then for the nice little Wolseley sign. At £70 bid. At £70 bid. Mr. T at £70 bid. At £70 bid then for the nice little sign there, look. At £70 bid. At £70 bid. At £70 bid and 80. And £80 bid then. At £80 bid then for the little Wolseley sign. Are we all done? It's provisional at the moment at £80 bid. At 80. Is there 90 anywhere? We're a little bit off. I'll mark it down provisional at £80 bid. At £80 bid then for the first, provisional for the second, £90 bid. New fresh bidder, County Durham, look, £90 bid. At 90, I'm going to sell it. At £90 bid then, are we all done? At £90 bid then, County Durham, you're in, I'm out. At £90 then, I'm selling for the first, second, third and final time. £90 sold. 180, the 1962, oh, the Gentry. There we go, look, here we go, nice little thing. I think you did the video on, oh no, I did the video on this, didn't I, Charlie?
I did the pictures.
There's a little chapter and verse here about it, guys. The car was completed and first registered in 1984, bought the car via a dealer in 2019 and modified it to accept a 1.8 MGB engine. It had been owned by the builder, there you go, since completion. Spent many years unused. Oh, there's loads and loads of bits and pieces here, look. Steering column has been raised and the driver's side tunnel has been made slightly wider to make the car more drivable for a taller driver. There you go, look. Well, anyway, we're sold from the off. We got 3,000, 3,2 on the internet, 3,4, 3,6 here with me at 3,600 and sold at £3,600 bid at 3,7, 3,8 at 3,800, 3,9 internet bid at 3,900 at 3,900 bid. at 3,900. We're going to fill it up at 3,900 then for the little gentry at 3,900. Are we all done? At 3,900 then I'm selling at 3,900 for the first, second, third and final time it's being sold. 3,900. Lot number 181, the Nugent tipping trailer. There we go, look, lovely clean thing. It looks like it's hardly been used.
I think he bought it new.
Bought it new?
Maybe, I can't
Maybe,
remember.
possibly. It certainly looks about new.
Lost the key for the hitch lock.
We've lost the key for the hitch lock, or he has.
He has. There's a new lock and key in the paperwork ready to be fitted.
Oh, so there's a new lock and key. Oh, there you go. Look, there's a new lock and key in the paperwork ready to be fitted, guys. But there we go. Looks an immaculate trailer. Hasn't had many use.
Never had anything in it.
It's never had anything in it. There we go. Look. Yeah, as new condition, new hitch lock and key ready to fit. There we go. And it's got 6-foot ramps stowed underneath. Brilliant, there you go, look, what a purposeful little thing. Where are we then? We've got £3,000 bid here with me at £3,000, 3-1, 3-2, at 3,002, at 3-3, at £3,300 bid, then at 3-3 for the little tipping trailer, at 3, I think we have had it, it's tipped up now, isn't it? We've had it all working, obviously. It all works, it's basically as new. There you go, look, 3-3, 3-4, 3-5, at 3,500, at £3,500 bid. At 3,550, please, Will. At 3,550 bid. Looks cheap. At 3,550. I dread to think what it cost new. At £3,550 bid and 6. At 3,600. At 3,600 bid and 50. At 3,650. At 3,650 bid. Are we all done? At 3,650. At 3,650. It's very provisional at the moment, but we'll try. Obviously, VAT to be applied to it as well, bear in mind, guys. At 3,650. At £3,650 bid. We'll mark it down provisional. That's as far as I can go on my sheet. At 3,650 bid then for the first, provisional for the second, third and final time. That man there, Charlie, provisional. Lot number 182, the Subaru Impreza WRX. There we go, look, there she is. We've all got a bit of a love and affair for these. Current V5 present, paperwork includes MOT certificates, tax disc, various invoices, an owner's wallet containing the owner's manual and a service book with 5 stamps. There we go, look. Looks they're a good looking car, aren't they, the Hawkeye? Although they're a pain in the bum to put plugs in, aren't they? We figured that out the other night, trying to change the spark plugs on our one.
Unless you called Edward then.
Yeah, that's it, yeah, Charlie got the hang of it. Anyway, where are we then, guys? I've got, where are we, where do I start? 4,750, 5,000, I need to go 5,1, 5,2, 5,3, please, Will, for my figures. At 5,300 then for the WRX. At 5,300. At £5,300 bid. At 5,300. At 5,300 then looks a cheap car at 5,3. I can go 5,4 and 5,5, please, Will. At 5,500. At 5,500. At 5,5. At 5,500. I can see these creeping up in value again. At 5,500, at 5,005. We're very provisional, but that's as far as I can go, guys. At 5,500, we'll mark it down, we'll try for you. We'll make a phone call. At 5,500, then I'm selling it provisionally, missing no one. At 5,500 for the first, second, third and last time. Provisional 5,500, top right. Lot number 183, the Toyota Land Cruiser Amazon. This is a lovely thing. I was really tempted to bid on this myself. I was having a nice conversation with the owner, and yeah, if I had a bit more money together, I'd have liked to have bought it myself. It's a lovely thing. There was a few tiny little imperfections which I pointed out on the video, but very, very minimal. Yeah, just a real dead, straight, clean, usable Land Cruiser. Drove it into the sale. Can't remember where we are mileage now. I think just over 100,000 mile. Long-term ownership. Had it for some time. Speaks for itself, really. Bids are creeping up there already. Since it was 9,000 miles, that was it. Owned it since 9,000 miles, that was it. Yeah, it is all right on the website there. Nurtured it since 9,000 miles. There we go, look. So, yeah, speaks for itself, this one, really, guys. We have got bids creeping up straight away. We might as well go straight to 13.6 where we are now, please, Will. 13.6, then 13.8 with 13.7, sorry. 13.7 with Mark. 13.8. 13,9, 14,000 on here. 14, where are we? We're in twos. 14-2. That was Dave. I just took Dave then. 14-4. Mark's telephone. 14-6. At 14,600. At 14,600 bid. 14-8. Mark's telephone at 14-8. Dave, you're out. Mark, you're in at 14,800. 15, he says. At £15,000 bid. I'm out on my sheets. At 15-2. Internet, you're back in. At 15,200. 15-4 with Dave. At 15,400. 15-6. Mark. At 15,600. At 15-8. At 15,800. At 15,800. Internet bid. Telephones, you're out. Back in. 16,000. Mark's telephone. At £16,000 bid. At 16,000. 16,000. It's Mark on the telephone. Thank him for his bids, Dave. Internet, you're out. Mark, you're in at £16,000. Then are we all done? At £16,000. Then I can sell it. At 16. Then looking round, missing no one. £16,000 for the first, for the second, third, and final time. Sold. 16,000. Mark's phone. Jumping on.
If you like.
Easy.
Well done, mate.
Going dry.
Well done. And on to lot 184, the 1971 Puck. There we are then, no V5 with this one, new owner to apply. Paperwork includes a Haynes owner's workshop manual and it's a garage find, simple as that. So there you go then, where are we going to be then with some interest on their £20, £40 here. We'll roll on here, we'll 200, 250, 300, 400, 420, 440. Here with me, Will. 440, and we'll take a tenner if it helps for my figures, Will. At £440 here with me. At 440 here with me. At £440 bid. At 440 and 50 and 60 with me. At £460 bid. At £460 bid here with me. Bidder number 60057. At £460 bid. At 460 and 70. At £470. At 470, I'm out. At £470 then, Doncaster, 480, at £480 bid. At £480 bid, then are we done? At 480, 490, at 490, at £490 bid, then is the 500, at £490 bid. At 490, 500, at £500 bid, where's that, Will? At 500, 510, it doesn't matter. At £510. At £510 then, on sale and away, 510, 520, at 520, 30. Sorry? Britain. Oh, it was Britain. I should hope so. 530, 540, at £540 bid. At 540, 550, at £550 bid then. At 550 is the 60, at £550 bid, then are we done? At 560, at £560 bid. At £560 looking for 70. At £560 bid then. At 70. 570. At 570, 80. 580. At £580 bid. 90. 590. At 590. £600. At 610. £610 then. At £610. At 610 is the 20, at £610 then, at 610 for the first, £610 for the second, third, 620, at 620, at £620, just hang on Charlie, 630, at £630 then, at £630 then, at 630 for the first, at 630 for the second, third and last time, 630. 630 Doncaster, thank you. And on to 185 selection of die-cast models. There we are then. Mick's got them there, look. Nice little set there, look. There's 4 of them there, there looks to be. 4 little models. There we are then. Where are we going to be then? We're going to be 100, 110, 120. At 120 on sale. At £120 bid. At £120 is a 30. At £120 bid. At £120 then for the little models there, look, there we are then at £120 then, Catterick Garrison, at £120 for the first, second, third and last time, 120, thank you, And on to 186. There we are then. Little BSA, look. Is that a Starfire? Nice looking little bike. There we are, look, Starfire. But confirm on your own inspection, it says here. It's only done 675 miles since the engine was rebuilt. Currently on SORM. And it has a matching frame and engine numbers, it says. So I'm sure you've done your own work on that. Don't take my word for it. Do your own work. I'm sure you already have. So we've got 1,000, 11, 12, 13, 1,400 pound with me, Will. At 1,400 pound bid. At 1,400 pound then, the little Starfire, it looks like a Starfire, at 1,400 pounds. At 1,400 then, the little BSA. At 1,400 is the 15 there is. At 1,516. 1,600. At 1,600 is the 17. At 1,600 pound bid. At 1,600, how cheap have these British bikes got to be? 1,700, I would think so as well. At 1,700. At 1,700 pound then, is there 18 anywhere? At 1,700, too cheap, you're right Nick, you're right. At 1,700 pounds then, for the first, we'll submit it, we'll talk. 1,700 for the second, third and last time, provisional, 17, thank you. On to 187. There we are then. The little James Purdy and Sons enamel sign. There you go. Mick's got it there, look. There we are. A bit of interest here again. Same thing. 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100 pound. 100 pound bid. At 100 pound, 110. At 110 pound then. At 110 pound there. Mick's got it there, look. 120. At 120 pound then. At 120 I'm out. 130. At 130 pound bid. At 130 pound then, the little Purdy and Sons sign. At 130 pound. At 130 pound then, are we done? At 130. 130 pound then for the first. For the second, 140. At 140. At 140 is the 50. At 140 pound then for the first. At 140 for the second. For the third and 150. At 150 pound then, see 'em. I see 'em all right. At 150 pound bid. At 150 is a 60 anywhere. At 150 pound bid. At 150 pound then for the first. For the second, 150 pound third and last time. 150, going to see 'em. Thank you for your bids, everybody. On to 188. There we are then, Kawasaki. It doesn't even put a model on here. KZ650, there you are, look, that seems to be it. There's benefited from engine and gearbox rebuild, complete new Motard exhaust, stainless exhaust, refurbished wheels, carburetors rebuilt, new indicators, tank, side panels and rear seat cowl repainted. There you are then, you've not a lot left to do at that then, have you? So there you are then, where we're going to be then, we're going to be at 3,005, 6, 7, 8, 9, 3,900 pound bid. At 3,900. At 3,900 pounds then. At 3,900 pound then. Bidder number 600201. At 3,900. Are we done? At 3,900 we'll submit. It'll come. At 3,900. Are you sure you don't want 4? At 3,900 pound then for the first. At 3,900 for the second. Third and last time provisional. 3,900 top right. And on to 189. Here we are then. Ford Sierra Cosworth acrylic sign. There we are, look. Nice bright little wall filler there for you. There we go. And we've got £50, £60 bid. At £60 bid here with me. At £60 bid. At £60 bid here with me then. For the Ford Cosworth acrylic sign. There we are then. At £60 bid then. At £60 is the 70. There is. At £70 bid. At £70 bid then, on sale ladies and gentlemen, at £70 bid, 80, £80 bid then, the Ford acrylic sign, £80 bid then is the 90, at £80 bid then, going to Derby, £80 then for the first, £80, 90, at £90 bid, at £90 bid then, Darlington, at £90 bid then, are we done, is there 100, at £90 bid, at £90 then for the first, £90, sold and away then for the second, third and last time, £90. Control that hound, Mick. And on to lot number 79. Or rather, no, we're not. Sold. Some soul's been converted. Sorry, that's what I meant. Lot number 79, a Coleman starch sign. Sold. 119, an Austin Healey. Sold. 133, Shell sign. Sold. 128, a motorcycle AJS. Sold. 102. 1975 Beetle, sold. Lot 18, the Hovercraft, sold. Lot 160, a Keyway motorcycle, I think that is, sold. Lot 130, an Escort, sold. And 166, a Piaggio, has also been sold. There you are. So well done, Provisionals team, thank you ever so. And on to lot number 190 on your horse. There you go, look, there you are, there it is then. All proceeds to charity. It's going to cancer research, this one, ladies and gentlemen, so don't be shy. All the proceeds, the whole lot, is going off to cancer research to a charity. So there you are then, £50, £60 bid and away. At £60 bid then, £70. At £70, 80, £80 bid then, 90, £100. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then, the whole lot's going to charity, 110, there won't be any extra charges on these, that's what you bid is what you pay, £110 then, £110 then, the little rocking horse, there you go, look, 110, is that your bid, Mick, for them little grandkids of yours? 110, 120, at £120, he looks at me, at £120 then, at £120 then is a 30, at £120 then are we done? At £120 then, the whole lot goes to charity. £120 then for the first, second, third and last time. 120. Thanks for your bids, guys. And on to lot number 191. The Black Cat Cigarettes enamel sign. There we are then, give or take 12-inch diameter. Dave's going to grab it. Look, Mick's left his station. There you are. There we go then, where are we going to be with this one then? We're going to be 100, 110, 120, 130, £130 bid. At 130, 140 says Jack. At 140, 150. At 150, 160 says Alan. At £160 then, Alan's bid on the phone, 170 says Jack. At 170, 180 says Alan. At £180 then, Alan on the phone, 190 says Jack, I'm afraid he picked Jersey. At 190, 200 says Alan. At £200 bid, Alan on the telephone, 210 says Jack. We're all over the place here, Will. £210, Jack on the phone, 220. You've been outbid there, Al. 220 on the internet, 230 says Jack. At £230 then, Jack on the telephone, 240 says Alan. At £240. At 240, 250 says Jack. At £250 then, Jack's telephone, 260 says Alan. At 260 says Alan. 270 says Jack. At £270 then, 280 on the internet. 280 on the internet, Jersey in the Channel Islands. 290 says Jack. At £290 then, Jack on the telephone there. 300 says Alan. At £300 then says Alan. There you go. 310 says Jack. At £310 then, Jack on the telephone now. 320 says Alan. 320 says Alan. 320 is Alan's bid on the telephone there, ladies and gentlemen. £320, 330 Channel Islands. At 330. At 330, 340 says Alan. At £340 then, Alan on the telephone then. £340 then, are we there? 350. 350 Alan. At £350. At 370 says Alan on the phone, look. At £370 bid, Alan on the telephone then, 380. £380 then. At £380. 400 says Alan. He's got a man there, hasn't he? £400 then. Alan's man on the telephone there, 410. At 410. At £410 then, 430. You're going up in 20s, we're going up in 10s. £430 then, Alan on the telephone, 440. At 440. At £440 then, Jersey, Channel Islands. At £440 then, Emma's coming up. At 450. at £450, says Alan, at £450 bid, at £450, then Alan on the phone, 460, at 460, at £460, then Channel Islands, hammers up in the air, £460 then for the first, at 480, says Alan, 480 will, I know, we're getting to the business end of the job, £480 then, Alan up 500, got 500, how do you get that? Yeah, I see what you did there, yeah, we're at 500, 520, 520 says Alan, 520 says Alan, at £520 then, Alan on the telephone there, £520 then, hammers coming up, are you done in Jersey? £520 then for the first, £520 for the second, third and last time, £520. There you go, well done, Japs, well done. Yeah, we couldn't we? Couldn't we just? Yeah, absolutely. Well done, guys, that's the way to do it. There we are then. Right then, on to lot number 192, Peugeot 205 GTI. Here we are then. Number 8 of 25 special edition cars made to commemorate the 25th anniversary of Radio 1 FM in 1992. So there you go, what a lovely bit of history that is, isn't it? It was also featured on the TV on the Used Car Roadshow. It's the actual one that Corgi Models used for its model. Oh man, it's the car that just keeps on giving. There we are then, there's a plaque showing it's number 8 of 25. It's a proper time warp car, a rare car that's also been dry stored since 2011. We'll need a sympathetic recommission. It runs and drives. It was reshelled approximately 1995. Yeah.
2 years old?
Well, in 1995 it was reshelled, yeah. Anyhow, there we are then. There we go, look, including its TV appearance and low mileage, and yeah, there we are. So, brilliant, there we go, loads and loads of history. We've got some bids with me, we've got 7,500 on there, and we're off. At £7,500, at 7,500, 77, and 8,000 here with me, Will, and 8,001, at £8,100, at £8,100, then a very special little 205. At £8,100 then, you can't recreate that history, ladies and gentlemen. £8,100 then, at 8,100 is the 2, there is, and 3. 8,003 is the 4, at 8,300. At £8,300 then is the 4. At £8,300 there is, there's 4, there's 5. At 8,500. 8, 6, 8, 7, 8, 8, 8, 9. £8,900 then. At 8,900. At 8,900. Someone might as well fill it up. 8,900, 991. At 9,001. At £9,100 then. At £9,100 then. 9293. At 939495. At 9,500. At £9,500 then is a 6. At 9,500 then for the little Peugeot, at £9,500. At 9,500 is the 6. At 9,500 then are we done for the first? At 9,596. At 9,006. At 9,600, new bidder there down in Gloucestershire, 97. At 9,007. You've been there from the beginning, Whitby, well done. At £9,700 then. At 9,700 then for the first, at 9,700 for the second, for the third and last time, 9,700. Well done, thanks for your bids, ladies and gents. And on to lot 193, there we are then, selection of die-cast model trucks. Mick's got them there in the box, you see the photos there we are then. Where are we going to be? We're going to be 80, 90, 100, 10, 20, 120, £120 then, 120, £120 on sale, ladies and gentlemen, £120 then, at £120 bid, at 120, at £120 bid. Are we done? At £120 then for the first, at 120 for the second, at £120 then, third and last time, sold and away. 120, thank you. And on to 194. Royal Enfield Bullet 500. There we are then. Current V5. Paperwork includes some starting instructions the vendor has provided. electric start and new Avon tyres. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be at £1,700 and we're off at 1,700. At £1,700 then. At £1,700, not a lot of money for a nice, usable, modern Royal Enfield. At £1,700 is there 18. At £1,700, at £1,700 bid. At 1,700 is there 18. At 1,700, if not, we shall submit. At £1,700 then for the first. At 1,700 for the second. Third and last time, provisional. We'll talk 17. Thank you.
Yeah. You can.
And
Just while you're having a pause there, are you in between?
yes.
Just say thank you so much for the guys watching on the YouTube. There were 50,000 people to that camera.
Oh, there's 50,000 people
to the far camera
on YouTube at the moment watching. So thank you very much for that. Well done.
Is it 50,000 people today have been?
Oh, it's 50,000 today thus far. There you go. So well done. Thanks very much. Nice to see you.
Go on the channel.
And keep. There'll be a link on there. Like keep an eye on us. And on to lot number 195, John Jameson whiskey sign. There we are then. Mick's patiently holding it. There we go. We have 60, 70, £70 bid. At £70 bid, we're asking 170 there, Will. Yeah, there you go. At £70 bid, then is there 80. At £70 bid, then there is 80 on sale. At £80 bid, then the John Jameson whiskey. You can't get in with this whiskey stuff. No, I can't really. £80 bid, 90. At £90 bid, then is there 100. At £90 bid, then on sale, sold and away at £90 bid for the first, for the second, £90 then for the third and last time. £90, thank you. And on to, are you doing a few?
No, I'm just standing here for a reason.
On to 196, there we are then. Morris Minor convertible, there we are then. There we go. No V5 to be applied for.
No, we've got a V5.
Have we got a V5 now?
I think there is a V5, yep. Yeah, there is a V5.
It says there isn't one here.
No, it's landed now.
Okay, it's arrived. 1960 Minor. Come down, have a little look. Entry level, I think, is this one. There we are then. Where are we going to be then? Have we got £1,500 bid then? At £1,500. At £1,500 bid. At £1,500 bid then. At 1,500. At 1,500 is a 16. At £1,500 then, very provisional, but we'll talk. At 1,500. At 1,500 is a 16. At 1,500, 16. At 1,600. At 1,617. At £1,700 then. At 1,700. At £1,700 then, are we done? 18. At £1,800 then. At 1,800. £1,800 then. £1,800 then we'll submit. £1,800 19. At 1,900. At 1,900 then 2,000. At £2,000. At 2,000 to 1. At £2,100. At 2,100 then we'll submit. At 2,100 then for the first, for the second, for the third and last time looking round. Very provisional. And on to 197. There we are then. Mercedes-Benz showroom desk sign. There we go then. 20 inches by 15 or there and thereabouts. There we go. We have £80 bid and away. At £80 bid. At £80 bid. Nice paperweight. At £80 bid then is the 90. At £80 bid on sale from the word go. At £80 bid then looking for 90. £80 bid then for the first. At £80 bid then for the second. £80 then for the third and last time looking round. £80. Thank you. And on to 198. Here we are then. The little Peugeot 206 GTI. There she is then. 206 GTI 180 2003, black, one owner and garage from new, no modifications, original spec, low mileage, used as a second car, regular local service, local use, service history available. There we are then. So where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be at £3,000, 31, 32, 34, 35, 36. There we are then at £3,600 bid and on sale. At £3,600 then is the 7. At £3,607 and 8. At £3,800 then. At £3,809. 9. At £3,900. At £3,900, the sort of thing that want putting away in a corner will only ever go up. At £3,900, look what the little 205s are doing now. At £3,900 then. At £3,900, are we there? At £3,900 then, looking round for the first. At £3,900 for the second. Third and last time. 3.9, thank you. They will go up in money, they'll follow the 205s, they will. And on to lot 199, Retro Dad's Garage Perspex sign. There we are then, Mick's got it, there it is, look. Where are we going to be with that one then? We've got £40 bid and off. At £40 bid here with me, Will. At £40 bid. At £40 bid, please, the 50. At £40 bid and 50. At £50 bid. At £50 bid there, 60. At £60, 70. £70 bid then. At £70 bid. At £70 bid then, is there 80? There is £80. At £80 bid, 90. At £90 bid on sale. At £90 bid then, is there 100 anywhere? At £90 then, are we done? At £90 bid then for the first. At 90 for the second. Third and last time, £90. £90, well done, thank you. And on to 2011 Quantum. There we are then. Ford Fiesta based. I don't like saying kit car. Built in 2011 with an SVA/IVA certificate issued in 2011. A large number of bills and invoices, etc. It's not really fair to call these a kit car, is it? Not really. Yeah, they're a fiberglass car. Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, they're a lovely little thing. They're a great, quirky little thing, based on a little Fiesta, as it says. Wonderful little thing. Little XR2, aren't they? I think they are. Most of them were. You didn't build them on a 1.1L, did you? So most of them are built on a little XR2. Anyway, there we are then. We've got £3,000 bid here with me, Will. At £3,000 bid. At £3,000 bid, then the little Quantum. It won't go rusty, will it? That's for sure. Arches aren't going to fall off, are they? At £3,000 bid is there one. At £3,000 bid here with me. At £3,000 bid then, cheap little summer fun car. At £3,000 bid is there one. At £3,000. At £3,000 then, if that's it, we'll submit. At £3,000 then for the first. At £3,000 for the second. £3,000, third and last time provisionally. Excuse me, thank you. And on to 201. Small things make perfection, but perfection is not a small thing. Well, that's very true, isn't it? There we go then. So, nice little enamel sign there, look, with 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, £100 here with me, Will. At £100 bid. At £100 then, 110. At £110 there, 110, 120. At £120. At 120, 130. At £130 bid. At £130 then. At £130. Are we done? At £130 then, on sale 140. At £140 then. At 140 for the first. At £140 for the second. At 140, third and last time. 140, thank you. And on to Triumph Stag. There we are then, current V5.
Nice car, Michael.
Nice car. Nice example. Yeah, Mick does that. That means it's a nice example. There we go. White with red interior, last MOT 2019 and laid up since. Recommissioned, including new water pump, brake master cylinder, coil, plugs, electronic ignition, new foams and diaphragms on the front seats. Respray due to dings and scratches. So there you are then. It's had a fair bit of work done, and now Mick says lovely. So there we go then. We're at 77172, £7,200 bid. At £7,200. At 7,200 is a 3. At 7,200. At £7,200 bid. At 7,002 is a 3. At 7,203. 7-3. At £7,300 and 4. At 7-4. 7,400. 7-5. At 7,005 and 6. and 7. At 7778. At £7,800 then the stag. At 7,008 and 9. At 7,9, £8,000. At £8,000, it wasn't that long ago these were doing 12 and 14,000. At 8,000, 8,1, 8,2, 8,3, 8,003, 8,4, 8,5, 8,5, 8,6, 8,7. There you go, you've woken up now. 8,9. There we are, £8,900 then. One more bid and we're on sale, 9,000 on sale. At 9,091. At £9,100 then on sale this car, 9,293. At 9,304 and 5. At £9,500 and 6 and 7. £9,700 then. At 9,708. 9,008 and 9. 9,9. You might as well have another one. 10,000. There we are. At £10,000 bid. At £10,000 bid then and 1. 10,001. At £10,100. At 10,100 is the 2. At £10,100 then are we done. At £10,100, 10,2, 10,3. At 10,300. At £10,300 then the Triumph Stag. At 10,300 is the 4. At 10,300 then looking round for the first. 10,4. 10,5. At 10,500. At £10,500 then for the first. At 10,500 for the second. 10,500 for the third and last time looking round. 10,5. Thanks for your bids, guys. And on to lot number 203. A wooden hand-painted More Power with Edison plugs. There we are then. Keep it indoors, don't put it outside. There we are. They're lovely, these signs. He makes a lovely, lovely job, but don't hang them outside. So there we are then with £40 bid here with me, Will. At £40 bid. At £40 bid then, brighten up a dingy old corner. At £40 bid is the 50. At £40 bid here with me. At £40 bid. At 40. We'll wrap it up then. £40 provisionally here with me for the first, for the second, for the third and last time. £40. Us. And on to 204. There we are then. Lotus Esprit Turbo. Looks a lot of car these. They're doing 100 mile an hour, just parked there. Mixers, it's up in his building up the road there, and it's lovely. So there we are then. The vendor has provided essay on here. Look, black paint, cream leather. He goes into chapter and verse, which I'm sure you've all read. Even down to mileages of what he has done and hasn't done, so on and so forth. There's a copy of the Classic Car Buyer with an article about the very car when they borrowed it for a day for a drive and a photo shoot. Handbook signed by Colin Spooner, the designer and director at Lotus Cars, and I hope it finds a new owner who will enjoy it. So that's nice of him, isn't it? That's lovely. So well done. So there we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be at 18 and a half, 19, Will. We're at 19,000. At £19,000. At £19,000 bid. At 19,000 is there 5. At £19,000 bid. Is there 19,500 anywhere? At £19,000 bid. At £19,000 then. At 19,000 is there a quarter? At 19,000. At 19 is it 250? At £19,000 bid then. At £19,000 we'll submit and we'll talk. At £19,000 then. £19,000 then looking round for the first. Provisional for the second. For the third and last time at 19,000. Very provisional, but we'll try for you. And on to 205. Here we are then. Ford Escort Mexico Garage acrylic sign. There we go then, another one of these acrylic signs. There you go. Put it straight on the wall or put it in a box and put a light behind it. You can't go wrong, can you? We've got 50, 60, 70, £80 bid. At £80 bid. At £80 bid on sale. At £80, 90, £100 with me. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then, is there a 10? At £100 bid here with me. At £100 bid, bidder number 600120. At £100 bid, is there 10? At £100 then, If not, we're moving on. £100 then for the first. 100 for the second. For the third and last time. 100, thank you. On to 206. There we are then. 2016 CPI XR 125. There we go then. Elderly owner purchased the bike to ride himself and has been preparing it for MOT, but has now decided to purchase a bigger bike. Low mileage, good condition, stainless exhaust, K&N air filter, recent battery, has a kick start as well as electric start. So he goes on there, doesn't he? Large box of spares come with a bike, etc, etc, etc. Sensibly priced here, look. We got £400 here with me and we're off, Will. £400 bid. £400 bid then for the CPI. £400 bid. I'm sure we had this running in there. I'm sure we did. Check out the video, I'm sure. £400 bid, 420. £420 then. £420 bid. 420 is the 40. £420 then. You can't buy much of a bike for that money, can you? It's field bike money. 420, 440. £440 bike for the kids just to ride around the field. £440 bid. 440 is a 60. £440 60. 460. £460 bid. £460. Surely it's worth that all day long. 460, 480. £480 bid. £480 bid. 480 is a 500. Let's fill it up. £480 then. £480 then. We'll submit it. £480 then for the first. 480 for the second. For the third and last time, very provisional. 480. Thank you. I hope you get it. And on to lot 207, a train sign. There we are then. You never know when there might be a train coming, mightn't you? If you're lucky. There we go then. We got £50 bid here with me. £50 bid and away. £50 bid. £50 bid then. £50 bid then. Is that it? £50 bid. 50 is the 60. £50 bid then. £50 bid then. And 60. I should think so. Saltburn. Thank you. £60 bid. £60 bid then is the 70. £60 bid then. 60, 70, £70 then. £70 bid. £70 then. £70 bid. £70 is there 80. £70 bid then. £70 we'll submit it. It'll come. £70 bid then for the first, second, third and last time at £70. £70. Hope you get it. And on to lot 208. There we are then, Ford Prefect. I like this old car. She's over here somewhere up that side. And it's a real sweetie. It's just a sweetie. Settled, bit of patina, sweetie. Lovely. So there we go then. Where are we going to be with that then? Where are we going to start? You tell me. 3,000 he says. £3,000 bid. £3,000 bid then, the little Prefect. Great little car, aren't they? Brilliant. £3,000 bid. 3,000. You had this running the other week, didn't you? £3,000 starts as you look at it, doesn't it? Yeah. £3,000 bid. £3,000 bid then. 3,000. How cheap are these old girls got to be? £3,000 is the one. £3,000 bid. 3,000 then. We'll submit it. We'll get you an answer. £3,000 bid then. You sure? 3,000 then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at 3,000. Hope you get it. And on to lot 209, BP Royal Standard oil lamp sign. There you go then. Mick's got it there, look. Nice little wall filler, look. You don't need a massive warehouse for it. There we are. Where are we going to be with that? We're going to be 20, 40, £40, £60 here with me, Will. £60 here with me. £60 bid. £60 then, and 80. I'm out. £80 bid then, 100, 120, £120 then, £120, £120 then is a 40, £120 then, maybe I want to just drop that to a tenner, Will. £120 then is a 30, £120 there is this 30, there you go. 130 is the 40, £130 then are we done? £130 then, sold and away then for the first, second, third and last time. 130, thank you. And on to Yamaha TY80. Oh, what a lovely, lovely little bike this is. Starts as you stroke the kickstart. It does, it's lovely. It just shows when these bikes are set up right, they will start. If they're set up right,
Yeah, just keep it away from City.
lovely. They start lovely. So this one, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you've all read this, has been away and is featuring on the Bangers and Cash Restoration show. It's been away. It's had some restoration work. I must stress they haven't done a full house, which they were right not to do. It's come back looking lovely, and it starts as you stroke the kickstart, and it's ready now to go off to Ventures New, and for some lucky smaller person to have a load of fun on it. Load of fun. So there you go. You've read what's been done. We don't want to know how much they've spent. We don't want to know. It doesn't really matter to us. The fact of the matter is they've now brought back a lovely little bike. So there you go. So we got interest here with me from all sorts of different figures, with 1,000, 11, 12, 13, 14, £1,500 there on the internet at £1,500. Bear in mind, ladies and gents, the TV guys would very much like Mark was first, 1,600. Thank you, Mark. 1,600 Mark's bid. 1,700 says Jack. 1,700. Bear in mind, the TV guys would love to follow you along the way. 1,800 says Alan. 1,800, 19 says Mark. 2,000 says Jack. At £2,000 then, Jack on the phone. They would very much like to follow the bike and see who you are, where you are, what you do. It's not compulsory though. If you don't want to be on camera, not a problem. 2-1 says Mark. At £2,100 then, Mark bid on the telephone. At 2,100. At £2,100, 2-2 says Alan. At 2,200 then, Alan on the phone there. 2-3 says Jack. I'll do 100. I'll do a 50 later. 2-3, Jack on the telephone there. At 2-3, Jack on the phone. 2-4 says Mark. At 2-4 says Mark. At £2,400 then, Mark on the telephone. At 2,425 says Jack. Now I'll do a 50 if he wants. 2-5 says Jack. At £2,500 then, and 50. At 2,550, he likes 50s. At 2,550, Mark there on the telephone. £2,550 then, are we done? There's loads of you looking at me. At £2,550. It's for sale. It's for sale, everybody. Don't miss it for 50. At £2,550 then, is he sure, Dave? Is he sure? At £2,550 then for the first, for the second, for the third and last time. Mark on the telephone. Well done. Well done. Thank you very much. And on to lot number 211, a new boxed Land Rover TD5 hydraulic winch kit. I bet you've been looking for one of them, haven't you?
All the time.
I know. Well, here it is. I'm lucky I've got one on the front of mine, so I don't need it. But I tell you what, they don't have to take some stopping. They just keep going, hydraulic line. Lovely they are, they're brilliant, yeah. But anyway, there we go then, hydraulic winch, there we are then. Arrange your own collection, it says here. We're not bringing it. Where are we going to be with that then? We've got £200 bid in the way. At £200 bid. At £200 bid then. At £200. At £200 bid then is the 50. At £200 bid straight on the front of your Land Rover. At £200. Would you know if that's got the PTO bit in that box? Because the winch is great, but if you ain't got the PTO pump, the winch is not a lot good, is it?
I bet you ain't.
No. Anyway, £200 bid then. We're at £200 bid then. We'll submit, we'll have a word, we'll see what can be done. At £200. Is there 225? At £200 bid then. Forget them old electric things that keep going wrong. This is the one you want. At £200 bid, we'll have a word. For the first, at £200 for the second, provisionally for the third and last time, 200. We'll try for you. On to 212 MGTA. There we are then. These are lovely, aren't they? Aren't they great? MPJG engine in it, look, 1292cc, look, there we are. It was a 32nd TA off the production line. Well, you wouldn't want the 33rd, would you? You'd want the 32nd. There we are, look, synchro on 3rd and 4th, regularly driven for the past 3 years, been reliable, beige upholstery, comes with half tonneau, full hood, side screens, spare material, bodyworks, the marks and blemishes, minimal, overall tidy condition, current V5, etc, etc. There we go then, where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 12, 12 and a half, 13, £13,000. At £13,000 there for the MGTA. At £13,000 bid. At 13, yeah, no, you're all right, Will, I'm hanging for you. At £13,000 bid. At 13,000. At 13,000 is the one, or better still is a 250. At £13,000 bid here with me. At 13,000 is a 250. At £13,000 we can talk. We're going to need to talk. At £13,000 then we'll submit. If there's no further interest we shall submit. At £13,000 then provisionally for the first. At 13,000 very provisionally for the second. Third and last time at 13,000. And on to lot 213, Michelin reception sign. There we are then, 25 inch by 9.5 or thereabouts. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be here at £50 here with me. At £50 and we're off. At £50 bid. At £50 bid that is a 60. At £50 bid here with me. At £50 bid. At £50 bid here with me. At £50 then it'll come, I'm sure. At £50 are we done? At £50 then for the first, second, third and last time, £50 provisional. On to lot 214. Here we go then. 1924 Citroen. There we are. I haven't seen this. I can't comment on this car. What we got here?
It's stood about a couple of years, I believe. It hasn't run for a couple of years.
Hasn't run for a couple of years. Been stood around for a couple of years, Charlie says. Brief instructions in the care of the 10 horsepower and 11.4 horsepower Citroen included in the paperwork. The vendor says the model of the vehicle to be a 24 Citroen B10 Torpedo, but make your own decisions on that. So there we are then, sensibly priced. There we go then, we got £2,000 bid and we're away. At £2,000 bid you can't buy much of a 4-seater Tourer, can you, for that sort of money? At £2,000 bid. At 2,000 1. At 2,100 2. At £2,200 bid. At 2,200 then. At £2,200 then, the old Citroen there. At 2,200. At £2,200. At 2,200 is the 3. At £2,200 bid. At 2,200 then we'll submit, we'll talk. At 2,002 and 3. At 2,300. At £2,300 then. At 2,300. At £2,300 is there 4. At £2,300. At 2,300 we'll submit, we'll talk. At £2,300 then for the first, second, third and last time. Very provisional. 23. And on to lot number 215, new boxed Land Rover Series 1-2 Fairy Winch Ground Anchor. There we are then, there you go, you never know if there isn't a tree handy. There we are, new and unused it says, so there we go. And we have a bit of interest, we've got £200 bid again. At £200 bid here with me. At £200 bid. At £200 bid then is the 50. At £200 bid. At £200 bid then. You off-roady boys, you never know when you might need one. At £200 bid. At £200 bid then is the 50. At £200 bid. At £200 bid then. We'll submit it. At £200 bid then, looking round. At £200 then for the first, second, third and last time. Very provisional. At 200. And on to 216 Bedford CF. There we are then. We had it before. There she is. We have a partial V5. There you go. And various MOT certificates. There you go. It's come with limited paperwork. Starts on the button. Sounds a sweet old girl. There she is, prime for a conversion of some sort, look, and we have £1,500 bidding away. At £1,500 bid. At 1,500 and 1,600 at £1,600 bid. 17, 1,718, £1,800 bid. At 1,800 at 1,800, 19, 2,000 at £2,000 21. At 2,100, it's prime for a conversion for something. At £2,100 bid then. At 2,100 is the 2. At 2,100 then 2. At 2,200, at £2,200 bid. At 2,200 is the 3. At £2,200 then we'll submit. I'll get you an answer as soon as we can. At £2,200 then for the first, second, third and last time. Provisional 22. And on to lot number 217, BP Motor Spirit enamel sign. There we are then. Where are we going to be with this one then? Mick's got it there, look, nice little sign, you don't need a warehouse for it, lovely little thing. We have £50 bid here with me and away. At £50 bid, at £50 bid then, at £50 then is the 60. At £50 bid, at £50 bid here with me. At 50, 60, £60 bid, at £60 bid then Norfolk. At £60 bid then, going down to Norfolk, 70. At 70, £80 bid then, at £80 bid. At £80 bid then, at 80 is the 90. At £80 bid then, are we done? At £80 bid then, it'll come. £80 bid then for the first, second, provisionally, third and last time. £80, provisional. A moped licence. All right, okay. Oh, there you go then. Oh, there you go then.
Not that he's trying to put anyone off.
He's not trying to put anyone off, is he?
You can need a dog licence for all I care, man. Yeah.
Yes, electric. Ah, there you go. There you go. There you go. Dave knows all about them. Is he called Dave by any chance?
Dave's probably got one.
Yeah, I'll bet he is. Right then, here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. It's as near to a new one as you're going to find. It goes up to 25 mile an hour, that's why. There you go, you see, so you can get there quick. There you go then, and 30 degrees climbing capacity.
Oh.
You see, and a 37 stone weight capacity. So you can take the missus.
You'll be alright then.
So far better than a mobility scooter will. So there we go then. Where are we going to be then? We've got loads of bids all over the place here. Anyway, we've got 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2,000, 21. Here with me, Will. At £2,100 bid. At 2,100, 2223 with me. At 2,300 here with me. At £2,300. At 2,300. At 2,324, with me. At 2,005 with me. At 2,500. At 2,506. 2,600. At 2,600 I'm out. At 2,600 there, internet bidder there in Retford. At £2,600, 27 says Dave. At 2007 was Dave. Yep, that's it. At 2,700 Dave on the telephone. At 2007 28. You're outbid Dave. £2,800 then Retford. At 2,800 29 says Dave. At £2,900 then Dave there on the telephone. 2,009 300 3,000 £3,000 bid. Does he want one? At £3,000 bid going off down to Retford. £3,000 bid 3-1 he does. At 3,100. At £3,100 then on sale. Dave on the telephone, make no mistake. £3,100 bid 3-2. 3-2. At 3,200 Dave. At 3,200 a new bidder Hastings look. At £3,200 then for the first. At 3,200 for the second. Third and last time then Hastings. There you go, you bought yourself a little three-wheeler. Thank you. And just before we do any more, we have some more solds come through. Lot number 54, Triumph Herald, has been sold. Lot 24, VW Camper, sold. Lot 100, a 57 Ariel, sold. Lot 176, a VW Beetle, sold. Lot 85, a Rover Mini, sold. Lot 97, an Austin 7 car parts selection, sold. Lot 188, a Kawasaki, and 186, a BSA, has also been sold. So thank you very much for all them bids, and thank you Provisionals guys for what you do. On to lot 219, Hot Wheels acrylic sign. Mick's got it there, look, bonny little sign. There we are then. We've got 50, 60 pound bid. That's 60 pound bid and away. That's 60 pound bid then. That's 60 pound bid then, the little Hot Wheels sign. That's 60 pound then. Is there 70? There is. That's 70 pound bid, I'm out. At 70 pound bid then, at 70 pound bid then, Hot Wheels sign, there you go then, 70 pound bid then, 80 pound on sale, there we are then, Woodbridge in Suffolk, 80 pound bid, on sale then, is there 90, 80 pound bid then for the first, 80 pounds then, sold and away for the second, third and last time looking round, 80 pound, thank you. And on to lot 220. Here we are then. It looks a lovely old car, this. And it failed to get away last auction for some reason. I can't quite work out why. Can you? It's a real straight looking car. Anyway, there we are then. Lot 220, 1980 Mark II Escort. We have a V5 but can't confirm it is the latest. We can complete a change of ownership with the V5 we have. Paperwork includes a scrutineering book, MOT certificates, old tax disc and printed information about the vehicle. There we are then. I believe most of the yellow and the colours are indeed vinyl, so it could go back to white if you wanted. But there you are. I don't know why you'd want to put it back to boring white really, unless you want to put your own colours on, I suppose. But there it is. It looks a nice bright car. So where are we going to be with that one then? Where are we going to be? Have we got 18? Is someone going to jump in at 18? If we can't get 18, we're going to pass. We're going to move on. Can we get 18? Is there any interest at 18? Is there anyone there, Will? No?
It's a really good basis to,
I know.
to sort of start on. All right, it's not a group 4, but you know, it wouldn't take a lot just to get it, stage prepared.
It wouldn't really.
To be fair, it's nearly there now, a bit of in-date stuff. But
exactly.
Yeah, I think it's still got standard tank and stuff.
Exactly, yeah. It wouldn't take a lot to be on the start line next week, would it? Not really. No. Well, if you have any interest in that one, ladies and gents, then give the office a ring and we'll do what we can, or they will. So we'll pass on that one. On to 221, the AA Molten sign. There we are then. Is it a tin sign, that one, Mick? It is, look. There you go, look. 29 inch in diameter or thereabouts. We have 120 pound bid, excuse me, Darlington. Same figure as I've got here, unfortunately, but 120 pound bid then. At 120 pound, is there 130? There is. At 130, Molten, absolutely right. At 130 pound bid then. Someone paid 550 for it at some point. Look, it's written on the back of it. Look, show them that number, Mick. Turn it round. Look, you're not getting this. At 130 pound then. There you go. There you go. Show the camera. Look, it was 550 pound. At 130, 140. At 140 pound bid. At 140 pound is there 50. At 140 pound. At 140 pound then, on sale, 140 pound then, 150. At 150. At 150 pound then, are we done? At 150 pound then for the first. At 150 for the second. 150 then for the third and last time. 160. Oh, only just. Keep hold of it, Mick. At 160 pound bid. 170. At 170 pound. At 170 pound then for the first, second, third and last. 180. At 180. At 180. Is there 90? At 180 pound bid. At 180 pound then 190. At 190 pound then for the first then, at 190 for the first, second, third, 200. At 200 pound bid. At 200 pound bid then is at 10. At 200 pound bid then for the first. At 200 for the second, third and last time. 200 going to Molten. Well done, you got there in the end. I knew we'd get there sooner or later. And on to, you doing a few? And on to lot 222, Willie's Jeep. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then?
Is that blue? It's nice, that.
Blue one up there. It's a
video
lovely
of
old
that.
Jeep, yeah. Manufactured in the US around about 1951. Imported to the UK in 2023. Fitted with overdrive, freewheeling hubs, 2 new batteries, 24-volt system. Parts removed to refit overdrive and freewheeling hubs are all in a locker under the passenger seat. Comprehensive bills and history, including many dollars spent on the vehicle. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that one then? Where are we going to start with that? We're going to start at 8.5, it seems, Will. At £8,500 bid. At 8,500. At £8,500 then for the little Willie's Jeep. At 8,500 is the 750. At 8,500. We might have to hold on to this one for next time. At £8,500 bid. At 8,500 is the 750. There is. At £8,750 then is the 9. At 8,750. At 8,750 is the 9,000. At 8,750, Northallerton, thank you for your bid, we'll try for you. At 8,750 then. At 8,750 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time we'll try for you. 8,750. We'll give them a whirl. You have a go. I'm losing my voice a bit.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 223, the vacuum mobile oils enamel sign. Look, have we got it, Michael? He has, he's got it. There we go. Hang on a minute, let me sort the screen out. Where are we? Let me get myself back on track. There we go, look. Where are we? I've got 60, 70, £80 bidding away then, please. £80 bid. £80 bid then here with me at £80 bid. £80 bid, someone fill it up. £80 bid then for the little sign. £90, Cheshire, thank you. £90 bid, 100 here with me. £100 bid, Cheshire, you're out. Bids here with me at £100. £100 bid then, Cheshire, you're out. £100 bid then for the sign. £100 bid then, vacuum mobile oils enamel sign. There we go, 110, Cheshire, you're back in. I can sell it. £110 bid, I'm selling it, it's going. £110 bid then, are we all done for the first, second, third and final time? That gentleman underbidder. Lot number 224. Oh, the lovely old Austin. There we go. Look, 1952 she is. I think it had a few spares and bits and a few spares in the boot, including the marker manual, grille, hubcaps, track rod ends, gaskets, brake bindings. There you go. Look, lots of history and paperwork. There we go. Look. So the vendor has provided the model of the vehicle to be an Austin shear line, but please confirm upon your own inspection. There you go. Well, anyway, it's sold and gone from the off. We've got 3,000. 3,250, 3,5, 3,750, at 3,750 bid, at 3,750, at 3,750 bid, 4,000, at £4,000 here with me, please, Will, at £4,000 then for the lovely old Austin, sits up in mixed unit across the road, at £4,000 bid and selling, at 4,000. Can I go 4-1, please? Never mind, 4-2. I better go 4-5 then, at 4,500 with me, 4,750. Internet, you back in, at £4,750 bid and selling, at 4,750, 5,000, 5,250, at 5,250, at 5,250 bid, at 5,055, at 5,005, at 5,500 and selling, at 5,005, asking 6, at 5,500 I'm out, at £5,500 bid then and selling, and we all done, at 5,000 then I'm selling for the first, 5,500 for the second, third and last time at 5,500. Oh, sorry, I didn't really rush that one.
5-5.
Yeah, sorry internet, you'll have to be a bit quicker there, I didn't rush that. Lot number 225, the Bentley light up sign. There we go, look, 24 by 10 inches. Where are we? We have got 100, 110, 120, 130, £140 and away. At £140 bid, at £140 bid then for the Bentley light up sign. There we go, look, at £140 bid, 150, at £150 bid, at £150 bid. I think I can sell it. At £150 bid, then are we all done? At £150 bid. At £150 bid, I'll just mark it provisional just in case here, guys. I'm sure it'll come. At £150 bid then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 150. Lot number 226, the Daimler DB18. There we go, a little bit of a project for you, as you can see. have you had a bit to do with this one, Charlie? I remember we pushed it in the yard, didn't we? There was a bit of a background.
It's real stiff. I can't. I
This
don't
one,
know.
the one the prince or someone sat in.
No, that was a princess.
Oh, that was that one, wasn't it? Anyway, there we go. Look, there's a little Daimler. I'm sure you've seen it. Bit of a project, guys. Where are we? We got £1,000 in to start bidding, please. I've got nothing on my sheet yet. We got £1,000, obviously. Asking £1,000, 1,100, 1,200, £1,200 bid. Then thank you at 1,200, 13, 13, 14. £1,400 bid, £1,400 bid, 1,500, 1,500 at 1,500, at 1,500 then for the Daimler, at 1,600, Nottinghamshire you're in at £1,600 bid, at 1,007, Otley, 1,800, Newark, at 1,800, 1,900 is the 2,000, are we going to fill it up? At 219, at 1,000, at 2,000, thank you, Nottinghamshire, at £2,000 bid, at 2,100, at 2,001, Otley, you're back in at 2,100, at 2,100, make a lovely car when it's done, at £2,200 bid then, at 2,200, 2,300, at £2,300 and rightly so, at 2,300, we all know what they're worth when it'll be done, at 2,300, at £2,300 bid, at 2,300, asking for, at £2,300 bid, at 2,400, thank you, one more bid and I can put it on sale, believe it or not, I can sell it, at £2,500 bid, at 2,500, at 2,500, then are we all done? I can sell it, believe it or not, at 2,600, Nottinghamshire, thank you, at 2,600, at 2,600, at 27, Otley, back in at 2,007, at 2,007, are we all done? At £2,700 bid, at 2,700, 2,800, Nottinghamshire, you're back in, at £2,800 bid, at 2,800 then, at 2,900, 2,900, 2,900, are we going to fill it up? At 2,900, 2,900, 2,900 bid, 3,000, he's snuck in, Alan has been sleeping, look, just jumped in last minute, £3,000 bid, 3,100, 3,100 on the internet, Alan, you're out. It's in Otley at the moment, on the internet at 3,100. You're out on the telephone, 3,100. On the internet here with me at 3,100. Would you like 3,200, Alan? Yeah, 3,200 he says. At 3,200 on our telephones. At 3,200 bid. At 3,200. At 3,200. Internet, you're out. It's with us here on the telephones at Alan's phone. At 3,200, then are we all done? I can put the hammer down. At 3,200, then I'm selling for the 3,300. Nottinghamshire, they're back in. At 3,300. Internet bid at 3,300. Alan, you're out. At 3,300 bid. At 3,300. At 3,300, are we all done? At 3,300, then I'm going to have to sell it at 3,400. 3,400, Alan's telephone. Internet, you're out at 3,400 with Alan. At 3,400. At 3,400. Are we all done, internet? At 3,400, then I can sell it. At 3,400 for the first. 3,400 for the second, giving you plenty of time. Third and final to 3,500. 3,500. 3,500. Nottinghamshire, you're in. Are we all done? At 3,500 then, I'm going to sell it. At 3,500, internet, it's yours. For the first, 3,600. 3,600, back on the phones at 3,600. Internet, you're out. Alan, you're back in on the telephones at 3,600. At 3,600. At 3,600 then, are we all done? At £3,600 for the first. 3,600 for the second. Internet giving you plenty of time. Third and final time. 3,600, Alan's telephone, internet underbidder. Thanks for your bids, internet. Lot 227, the set of 4 Jaguar wheel rims. There we go, look. There we are. Oh, there you go, Nick's got one, look. There we go. Oh, they're all still wrapped up, look, quite in good condition. There you go, look, where are we? I've got, 100, we'll try, £100 bid here with me. At £100 bid here with me. At £100 bid. At £100 bid. They're cheap. At £100 bid. At £100 bid. Surely they must be worth more than that. At £100 bid then. At £100 bid. That's all I can go to on my sheet at £100 bid. At 100. Yeah, they're nice, aren't they, Mick? Yeah, they are nice. There we go, £100. I can't do any more, that's all I've got. At £100, then we'll mark it down provisional, we'll try for you. At 100 then for the first, second, third and final time. 100 provisional. Lot 228, the Fiat Ducato motorhome. There we go, look. A new cam belt, top spec with full service history and receipts from new. There you go, look, there's words from the vendor there. Yeah, service booklet containing 6 stamps, previous V5s, MOT certificates. There you go, look, vehicle checks, various instruction booklets. There we go, look. Sold from the off, 5,000, 5,500, 6,000. Oh, we've got 2 bids matching the same here. 6,000, I'll have to go 6,600. Please, Will, at 6,600. At £6,600 bid here with me. 6,600. At 6,600. At £6,600 bid here with me. I've got 2 bids the same here, guys. At 6,600. At £6,600 bid. At 6,600 then for the little motorhome. At 6,600. At £6,600 bid then. Are we all done? At £6,000 bid. At £6,000. 6,600. At 6,600. Bids with me on my sheets. Are we all done then at 6,600? I'm selling it at 6,600 then for the first, second, third and final time at 6,600. Office will have to sort that out.
Yeah.
Lot number...
That's a bid, that.
That's a bid?
Yeah.
Right, okay. Lot 229, the Audi A5 S-Line. Oh, there we go. Look, yeah, the V6 sound lovely, these, don't they? Came in with a tensioner or something. You fixed it. You put a belt on it, have you? Put a fan belt tensioner on it, and there we go. It's fixed it. There we go. I think down at Fortondale now on the forecourt down there. It looks a lot of car. It really does.
Like that.
Starts up straight away, Charlie says. We've got bids creeping up away. I've got 2,000, 2,1, 2,2, 2,3, 2,4. At 2,400 then, Nottinghamshire you're in. At 2,400 bid. Looks a lot of car for the money. At 2,400. At 2,400. They sound lovely, you know, with an exhaust. They sound like an R34 GTR.
If I could get insured on it, I'd be
Yeah, I bet you would. Yeah, no, they sound great, don't they? Them V6s diesel. They sound petrol when they're under load. £2,400 bid then, guys. At 2,004, are we all done? At 2,004, looks a cheap car. It's provisional at the moment. We're a little bit off, but we'll try for you. Nottinghamshire at 2,400 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third and last time. 2,4, provisional. Lot 230, old MGB, lovely car. Older restoration, this one, guys. No rust and fully wax oiled, body coloured underneath, chrome wire wheels, Pirelli tyres, chrome spare, motor litre steering wheel, the list goes on and on and on, 12 volt conversion, there's loads of bits and pieces which I'm sure you've read through here. Regretfully selling it to finance an unforeseen family situation. There you go, that's a shame, otherwise I'm sure it won't be here. Well, we'll miss out them internet bids, Will. Please can we start at, where are we? I've got 15,000, 15,250, 15,500, 15,750, 16,000, 16,100. At 16,100, 16,500 on the internet. I've got 16,750 here with me. At 16,750, 17,000, 17,250 with me. At 17,250 here with me on my sheet. At 17,250, 17,500. At 17,500, 17,500. Sorry, well, it doesn't matter. 18,250 here with me then. 18,250 bid. At 18,250 then for the lovely little MG Roadster there, look, at 18,250, can I go 5, Will? 18,500, at 18,500. At £18,500 bid then for the MG Roadster. At 18,500. Bids here with me. Bid of 5,000,15. I've got your bids. 18,500. Internet, you're out. Are we all done? Obviously, I'm selling it. At £18,500 bid then. I'm selling for the first. 18,500 for the second. Third and final time at 18,500. 18,500. Lot number 231. The wooden Mr. Drip sign. There we go. Look, oh, is that this one here, Mick? There we go. Look, oh, that's a lovely size. Look. There we go, Mick's grabbing it for you, holding the checkered flag. There we are. Where are we? Someone start me. Is a £10 bid anywhere? There's a thank you internet 10, 20, £20 bid and away, £30 bid, at 30, £40 bid, 50, £50 bid, at £60 bid, £70 bid, at £70 and £80 Cheshire, at 90 Lincolnshire, £100 bid, at £100 bid then is the 10, at £100 bid, 110, 110, at £110 bid, 120, at £120 bid, at £120 bid, that'll fill your wall, at £120 bid, 130, £130 bid and selling, 140, back in Cheshire, at £140 bid then, at £140 bid, at 140, is that another one? It'll be a matchy one, is it, later on maybe? Don't know. 140, at £140 bid then and selling, are we all done? 150 Lancashire, at £150 bid then, going to Lancashire, not anymore, 160 Cheshire, 170, at £170 bid, at £170 bid then for the wooden Mr. Drip sign, there we go, look, at £180, at 180, at £180 bid, are we all done? At 180 then, I'm selling for the first, 180 for the second, third and final time, 180, internet bid. Lot number 232, the TR4. Oh, that's that yellow one we pushed out this morning, wasn't it? That looks a bright thing. There we go, look. Stunning in yellow with the grey velour upholstery, owned by the vendor since 2019, from which time it had benefited from a full restoration, confirmed by the history file. There we go, look. Logbook is all there. Right-hand drive for the home market, fitted overdrive and wire wheels. There you go, a short test drive revealed, no major faults, maintaining 70 psi, oil pressure when hot. Well, there we go, look.
Collecting yourself, supporting vendor for many, many years.
So we collected it ourselves, a supporting vendor for many years. It's his hobby just to...
No interest in running and using them. Turns around, brings me like a month. Driven around the village in it, overdrive, bang on, no problems, all fantastic old pressure. TR4 good. I don't know what the interior is on the island, but it can inside on social.
Right.
In general,
just... Yeah. Good, there you go. I'm sure you heard a bit of that, guys. But, yeah. He prefers doing them up than he does driving them, so he gets them to that standard, gives us a ring, and here they are. So there you go. Grandad's been around the village and he said it drives really, really well. TR4A style hood, I think he said. Yeah, there you go. Look. So I'm sure you read it on the description. But there we go. We got £12,000 and away then. Thank you very much at £12,000 bid. Internet at York at 12,000, 12.2 at £12,200 bid at 12,200 then. At 12,200, York, you're out. At £12,200 bid on the internet at 12.2. At £12,200 bid. I should have a telephone bid somewhere. At 12,200. Not answering. At £12,200 bid. At 12,200. Did you ring in before? That's all right. £12,200 bid then. Internet, you're in at £12,200 bid. Well, it's provisional at the moment, guys. We're a little bit off, but I'm sure we'll make a phone call. 12.4, York, back in at 12,400. 12.6 at 12,600 bid. At 12,600. At £12,600 bid. At 12.6 then for the bright looking little TR4 at 12,600. York, you're out. Hertz, you're in at 12,600. Are we all done? At 12,600 then. Just make a note on that, Jack. At 12,600. I can sell it provisionally at 12,600 then for the first, 12.6 for the second, third and last time. We'll make a phone call. Thank you very much. Lot number 233, the Hudson soap enamel sign. There we go, look. Hang on a minute, let me just catch up with my screen. Where are we? I've got 30, 40, £50 bid and away then. At £50 bid. At £50 bid for the Hudson soap enamel sign. There she is, look, about 24 by 8 inches. At £50 bid and away. At £50 bid, 60, thank you. At £60 bid. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then for the little sign. At £60 bid, are we all done? At £60 bid, £70 bid. County Durham. Oh, was that a... Sorry, I thought that jumped in it.
You've got 60.
I've got 60, yeah. 60's with me. Alright, sorry, £60 bid still here with me. £60 bid, sorry County Durham, I think we're a step ahead of you there. Oh, you were a step ahead of us. £70 bid, there we go, that's where we're at. £70 bid then in County Durham. £70 bid. £70 bid on the internet at £70 bid then, and we're all done. I'll mark it down provisional Durham, and we'll see what we can do for you. We're a little bit off, but we'll try. At £70 bid then, selling provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. £70. Lot 234, the Ford Focus ST3 Turbo. There you go, look, ST3 to the one to have. I imagine it's all full leather and all that. Is it, Charlie?
I think so.
Will be being the 3, I think. Oh, requires engine due to broken conrod. Oh, really? That's a bummer, isn't it?
Small problem.
Yeah, little one.
You're not going to drive it home.
No, I won't drive it home, but it's easily fixable. There we go, look. Ideal project for a Ford enthusiast and a future fast Ford classic. There you go, look, low mileage at 54,000 miles, blue in colour with the immaculate leather. There we go, look. But, yeah, there you go. So, anyway, once a conrod, there you go, and a mechanical overhaul. But that looks extremely cheap. You ought to be looking at this, Charlie. Where are we then? I can't start any lower than that. Asking 2,000, well, lower it down to 2, We'll try if anyone wants to jump in at £2,000 for a steal, but no, it's obviously worth a lot more at that sort of mileage. I know it wants a little bit of work there, look, but anyway, there you go. Where are we? If no one's jumping in at 2,000, we'll have to leave it until next sale, guys, and give it another go. It's probably worth looking into that. Do a bit of homework, do a bit of YouTubing, soon give it a go, eh? There we go. No, we'll pass on that one, I'm afraid. Just a few solds quickly, guys. Lot 196, Morris Minor. Sold 174, the VW Motorhome. Sold 140, the Little Sacento. 231, the Michelin reception sign. 207, the something sign. 217, the BP Motor Spirit enamel sign. 203, the Edison plug sign. And 216, the Bedford CF. There you go, as Dad always says, get your provisionals in, as obviously we convert as much as sort of 85-90%, so it's so important to get your name down. Anyway, oh, there we go, look, 235, the Italian job at Mini Cooper Perspex print. You looking, John? Have you got one? Oh, he's already got one. You want another one? No, well, I got £50 and away, £60 bid here with me, £60 bid here with me, £60 bid then on the sheet, 60, 70, 80 with me, please, Will, £80 bid and selling, £80 bid, 90, £90 bid, someone fill it up. I used to love watching the Italian job as a kid.
Mint, wasn't it?
Great, wasn't it? Don't close the bloody doors. £110 bid, £110 bid and selling, £110 bid then, 120, £120 bid. £120 bid, bid of 22.62, £120 bid then, are we all done? £120 bid then and selling, £120 for the first, £120 for the second, third and last time, £120 internet, lot number 236, oh this is a fair truck. Yeah, there we go, look, 1955 she is, restored in the US using new panels, so not welded or full of filler, repainted in the UK, new wiring loom, remote central locking, no welding to the chassis, many new parts. This truck, this truck is much admired, but only taken to one car show, as it's not really into shows. Oh, well, there you go, look, well hopefully someone else is, and show it off. Just quickly, I better go 10,750 on the internet. £10,750 bid, £10,750, 11,000 and rightly so, 11,250, 11,500, 11,750, £12,000 bid then, 12,000, 12,250, 12,250, 12,500. France, bonjour. £13,000 bid, 13,250 in France, 13,500, Dorset, 13,750, 13,750. £14,000 bid, 14,250, 5, 14,500 and 750, 15,000, 250, 15,250, 15,500, 15,750, at £15,750 in Dorset, at 15,750. I'm out on my sheet. Dorset, you're in at 15,750. At 15,750. We got a few phone bids. There's a few phone bids wrote down on my sheet. At 15,750 then. Are we all done? At 15,716. At £16,000 in Hull. That's a bit closer. 16,250 back in Dorset. 16,500 at 16,500. I should think so. 16,750 at £17,000 bid. At £17,000 bid in Hull. At £17,000 bid. Are you jumping in, Alan? At £17,000 bid then on the internet. 250 back in Dorset and 5 at 17,500. At 17,500. Are we all done? At 17,500 then I can sell it. At 17,500 going once, twice, third and last time, giving you plenty of time. 17,500 sold. Lot number 237, the Regent petrol enamel sign. There we go, look. 30, 40, 50, £60 bid and away. At £60 bid and 70. At £70 bid then. At £70 bid for the Regent petrol sign. There we go, look. Circa 18 inches in diameter. Will fit anywhere. At £70 bid. At £70 bid and away. £80 bid, 90. At £90 bid in Leeds. At 90, we're going to fill it up. At £90 bid. At £90 bid then. At £90 bid for the petrol enamel sign. At £90 bid, are we all done? One more bid, I can put it on sale. There we go and sell it. At £100 bid. At £100 bid, Darlington. At £100 bid, I'm selling it. At £100 bid. At £100 bid, are we all done? At 100 then for the first, 100 for the second, third and final time. Sold. Lot number 238, the BMW 330 Ci Sport. There we go, look. Oh, that's a lot of car. Let me just catch up on this computer. 2 seconds. There we go. Where are we? Vehicle damaged but repairable, unfortunately. There we go. Where are we? Service booklet containing 10 stamps. There you go, and 1 written. Old tap disc, some invoices and MOT certificates, the usual bits and pieces. Sold from the off, we've got 1,000, 11, £1,200 bid and away. At £1,200 bid and away then for the 330 Ci. Looks cheap. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid and selling. At £1,200 bid. It's cheap, isn't it?
I'd do it provisional, mate.
Should just to be safe. Yeah, we'll do it provisional. Yeah, we'll do it provisional just to be safe, guys. At £1,200 bid. At £1,200 bid. At 1,200 then, yeah, you're right. We'll just mark it down provisional just in case, because that seems very, very cheap if you ask me. At £1,200 bid. 13. At 1,300 Leeds. At £1,300 in Leeds. At 13. At £1,300 bid. At 1,300 then I'll mark it down provisional. We'll try, we'll just check on this one, guys. At 1,300 then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time. 13, keep provisional doing that. Yeah, provisional at 13, yeah.
I just think we ought to just be a bit canny with that.
Yeah, definitely, very much so. Yeah. The little Mexico. Do you want to jump, have you had a bit to do with that?
Do that one,
just do your little...
Oh yeah. Well, it's definitely a Mark 1 Escort. I can confirm it's definitely a Mark 1 Escort. It's definitely sensible on the money. Yeah, it is what it is. Really. It's come out of a private collection. It's been in there for a while, number of years. Yeah, I think it's just a very sensibly priced Mark 1 Escort. Mexico?
Yeah,
possibly. Yeah.
Well, there we go then. Well, we've got interest here with me, guys. I've got 14, 14.5, £15,000 bid at 15,000. Can we go one, Will, just for my increments? At 15.1, 15.2, at £15,200 bid. Seems cheap, that. At 15,200, 15.3, 4 and 5, at 15,500. At £15,500 bid then for the Mark 1 at 15,500. We saw what the other one made. This looks cheap. At 15,500 then for the Mark 1 Escort at £15,500 bid. At 15,500. At 15,500 then, looks for nothing. At 15.5, 15.6, internet, you're in. Is that jumping in? At 15,600, Oxford, thank you. I better go 15.7, at 15,007, at 15,700 here with me. At 15,700, Oxford, you're out. Bids here with me at 15.7, at 15,008, 15.8, at 15,800. At 15,800, that's as far as I can go, Oxford, you're in. 15,800 then, are we all done? At £15,800 bid, 15.9, fresh bidder, at 15,900. At £15,900 bid then. Are we going to fill it up? At 15,900 then for the Mark 1. At 15,900. At £15,900 bid. At 15.9 then it's provisional. We're a fair way off. It looks cheap to me, but we'll make a phone call. We'll try, but a bit more will have to come, I'm sure. At 15,900 then I'll mark it down provisional for 16,000 back in Oxford. At 16,000. At £16,000. At 16,000 is the one. There is 16.1. Oxford, you're out. Leicestershire, you're in. At 16,100. At 16,100. Are we all done? Are you coming back, Oxford? At 16,100 then for the Escort. At 16,100 we'll mark it provisionally, as I say. At 16.2. At 16,200. 16.3. 16.3. At 16,300. At 16.3. Oxford, you're out. At 16,300. At 16,003. At 16.3. Are we all done? At £16,300 bid then provisional at the moment. We'll try at 16,300 for the first, second, third and final time at 16.3. 16.3 provisional, seems cheap. You do this one if you want. Oh.
Well done, John. Well done, thank you. And on to lot number 240. Here we go then. It's a little bit awkward, this one. It's my one. I bought it to keep. I had one years and years ago, and I've been looking for a really good one since, and I couldn't find one, and then I found this one. Not been welded as yet.
Don't miss that.
Thank you. Hasn't had any welding yet, doesn't need any welding yet, which is unheard of for a CJ7 Jeep. So it's not a show-winning Jeep. It wants some recommissioning. I got it out of a wooden garage down in Leicester. Lovely old boy. Can you remember his name? It was like Cedric or Frederick or something like that, wasn't it? Frederick, I think. It wasn't that, but it was similar.
Something like that.
And anyway, and it had been in a wooden garage for years and years. We've got it running. We put a radiator in it. It now starts, it runs, it drives, it moves, and that's it. It's been sat in my barn for a couple of years, and I thought I'm not really doing it justice. So sadly, it's here, and I'm going to regret selling it, but there you go. So, CJ7, there she is then. While we've been rabbiting, there's a bit of interest there coming in, look, and we're up to £10,200 there on the internet down in Towchester, down in Northamptonshire, at £10,200 then. At £10,200 then the CJ7. You cannot buy CJ7s in structure of this one. At £11,000 bid. At £11,000 bid then, the CJ7, you won't find another one, I won't find another one. I said to Charlie earlier in the week, if it doesn't do its money, it's going straight back home and back in the barn. It doesn't look like it is. £11,000 is the two. £11,000 bid. £11,000 is the two. 11,2 says Morland. Sorry, you have to shout, you have to shout. 11,002, 11,4. 11,400. On the internet there, £11,400. We'll take 100 if it helps. 11,6, 11,8. 11,800. 11,800. There's 100 there if it helps, Will. 11,800. Looking for 9. £11,800 then. £11,800 is the 9. Are you sure? £11,800 then the hammer's coming up. £11,800 going down to Northamptonshire. 11,900 he says. 11,900. 11,900. 12,000. At 12,000. At £12,000 then Northamptonshire, you've been in it from the beginning. At £12,000 then is the one. At £12,000 then looking round for the first. At 12,000 for the second. Are you sure? 12,1. 12,1. At 12,001. He says no. At £12,100 then. At 12,100 is the two. At £12,100 then for the first. At 12,100 for the second. For the third and last time, 12,100. Thank you for your bids, everybody. Thank you. It looks like it's going to a new stable. And on to lot number 241. Indian authorised dealer sign. There we are then. Nice small little sign, enamel sign. Lovely little sign, that, Mickey boy. Well done. There we are then. Where are we going to be with that then? We've got £50 bid here with me. At £50 bid. £50 bid then is the 60. £50 bid then, the little enamel Indian sign. £50 bid then, is that it? £50 bid. £50 bid then. If we're done, we'll submit it. 60. £60 then, I'm out. £60 bid. Leeds. Afternoon to your Leeds. £60 bid then is the 70. £60 bid then. £60 then provisionally for the first, second, third and last time at £60. Provisional. On to 242 Volkswagen Golf GTI. There we are then. Nice bright looking example there, look. Interest here with me. MOT till July. There's an oil leak. Advisory repaired. Oh, sorry, I think that means there was an oil leak. It's been advised and now it's been repaired, but there you are. Needs headliner. Got a good guy round the corner, does headlining now, over near Moulton. There was a leak there, that's sorted. So there you are then. There's the chapter and verse on there. There we go then. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be 2.4, 2.5, 2.6. Up to 3,000 on there, please, Will. At £3,000 bid and on sale. At £3,000 bid. At 3,000 is the one. At £3,000 bid then the Golf GTI. At £3,000. This is another one of them cars that should be put in the corner of a shed because they will increase in money. Look at the Mark IIs. 3,100 Staffordshire, I agree. At £3,100 then. At 3,100 is the two. At 3,100. At £3,100 then on sale. At £3,100 then for the first. At 31 at 32. At 3,200 up in Seaham. Stoke-on-Trent 3.3. At 3,300 then. At £3,300 then for the first. At 3,300 for the second. Third and last time 34. At 3,004. At 3,400 then County Durham. At 3,400 is the 5. At £3,400 then. At £3,400 then for the first. For the second. For the third and last time. 3.5. Hang on. At £3,500 then. Stoke-on-Trent there. At 3,500 then for the first. For the second. 3.6. All I have to say is first and second all the time, you know. Yeah. At £3,600 then. At £3,600 then. Are we finished? At 3,600 then for the first. For the second. For the third and last time, 3,600. And away, going to County Durham. Thank you very much. And on to lot 243. There we are then, 1980s Outrun video game arcade acrylic sign. It's just a sign, there's no arcade, there's no game, it's just a sign. So there we go, get it right. No arcade, no. There we go then, we've got £60 bid, look, £60, £70, 80, £80 bid, £80 bid then, on sale now, £80 is the 90, there is £90 bid then, acrylic sign, there you go, look, put it in a light box, it'll look $1 million, won't it? 90, 100, £100 bid, at £100 bid, 110, at £110 then, at 110, at 110, 120, at £120 then, this would have been out in your era, wouldn't it, John? At 120, 130, at 130, at 130, 140, at £140 then, at £140 then, 150. You've got a black and white version, yeah. At 150, at 150, 160, at £160 then. At £160 is the 70, at 170, at £170 then, at 170 is the 80, at £170 then for the first, 170 for the second, third at 180, at 180, at £180, where are you going to get another one? At £180 then, 190, at £190, are you going to fill it up? At £190 then for the first, at 190 for the second, at 190 for the third and last time. 190, thanks for your bids, guys. On to lot 244, Vauxhall Corsa Premier. There you go then. Good little run about these. Lovely little thing, aren't they? A bit of interest here with me, and we're 550, £600 here with me, Will. At £600 bid, sorry, yeah, that was here with me in all fairness.
For my figures.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Can we keep going?
Yeah.
Oh, that's all right. So we're at 650 online. Does he want 675, Jack? We're at 650 online. 650, 75 says Jack. At 675, 700 online. At £700 then on the internet there, I'm out. 725 says Jack. At 725, Jack's telephone there. At 725, your bid, Jack. At £725, the little Corsa. Looks a bright little car. 750. At 750 against you. At £750 then, 775 he says. At 775, at 775, £800. £800 then, going up to Teesside. 825, thank you. 850. Straight back in, Jack. £850. 875 he says. At 875, 900, 925. At £925 then, Middlesbrough. At 925. At £925 then, 950 says Jack. At £950 then, Jack's telephone, 975. At £975 then, at 975, 1,000. £1,000 then, Jack on the telephone. At £1,000 then, on sale the little car. £1,000 then, Jack on the telephone then, are we done? At £1,000 then, 1,050. At 1,050, yeah. At 1,050, 1,100 he says. £1,100 then, Jack there on the telephone. £1,100 then, are we done? At 1,100 then for the first, Jack on the telephone. 1,100 then for the second, third and last time looking round. 1,100, Jack's phone, thank you for your bids. And on to lot 245, AMG Petronas Motorsport Light Up sign. There we are then. There we go. We're getting a few of these, and they're nice because they're nice and slim, and you put them above your bench or whatever you might be, and they don't take up the whole wall, but they lighten up a dingy corner. So there you go. Look, we've got 100, 110, 120 bid. At £120 bid. At 120, bidder number 60097. At £120 here with me. At £120 then. At 120 is a 30. At 120 is on sale. At £120 then. At 120 then. At 120 is a 30. At 120 then for the first. At £120 then for the second. At 120 for the third and last time. 120, thank you. And on to lot number 246, Honda CB750. There we are then. There we go then. Where are we going to be with this one then? Current V5, some correspondence about first tax and registration, and a dating letter from the Vintage Japanese Motorcycle Club. Honda CB750, all original, been serviced recently with Castrol GTX. There we are then. So where are we going to be with that one then? £2,000 bidding away. At £2,000 bid. At £2,000 bid, I'm not sure, I think I had this running, this one. At £2,000 bid, you've all seen the video, I'm sure. At £2,000 bid then, 2-1, I should think so as well. At 2,100 is the 2. At £2,100 then, at 2,100, 2-2. At 2,002. At £2,200 then is the 3. At 2,200 then, at £2,200 then, still a very user-friendly bike. At 2,200 then, should we say 3? At 2,203. 2,300. At 2,004. At £2,400. At £2,400 then is the 5. At 2,400. At 2,400 then is the 5 anywhere? There is. At 2,005 down in Hull. Hello. At 2,005 and 6. At 2,600. At £2,600 then. At 2,600 we're close. I'm sure it'll come. I'm sure there'll be a deal to be done. At 2,600 is the 7. At 2,600 then provisionally for the first. At 2,600 provisional, is very provisional for the second. Third and last time then at 2,600 provisional. Thank you. And on to British Railways Ticket Office enamel sign. There we go then. Mick's got it down there, look. What sort of size are we looking? 14 inches by 9. There you go. That's a nice bright little sign. There we go then. We have 70, 80, £90 here with me. At £90 bid here with me, Will, thank you. At £90 bid here with me. At 100, 110, 120 with me, Will. At 120 pound bid. At 120, at 120 pound then, 6012, bidder number. At 120 pound bid. At 120 pound bid then, are we there? At 120 pound then, 130. At 130, I'm out. At 130 pound then, Darlington. At 130 pound then, are we done? At 130 is the 40. At 130 pound then for the first. At 130 for the second. At 130 for the third and last time. Sold at 130, thank you. And on to Range Rover Vogue EFI. There we are then. The vendor has provided, it was the last owner's cherished car before he passed away, has had its camshaft battery headliner replaced and followers to restore performance, MOT till February next year, as a dog guard, has rubber mats, matching almost new grabber tyres, some sack stampers, rear on the rear, comes with genuine Land Rover repair manual, Haynes manual and some old V5s, etc. So there we are then, there's a bit of all sorts there with it, there we go. We have some interest here with me, we have from 1,000 up to 2,000, 2-1, 2-2, 2-3 there please Will, 2-3. So bidder number 600221 at £2,300 bid, at 2,300. At £2,300 then is the 4 there is. At 2,400. At £2,400 then doesn't look a dear Range Rover. At 2,400 should we say 5? At £2,400. At £2,400 then. At 2,400 we'll submit. In fact, we won't submit, we'll sell. At 2,500 on sale. At 2,506. At £2,600 then. At 2,600 it is on sale, don't miss it. At 2,006 and 7. At £2,700 then. At 2,700. At 2,700 he's an EFI look. At £2,700 then for the first. At 2,007 for the second. At 2,007 for the third and last time. 27, thank you. Cheap car that doesn't look dear. And on to lot number 249, a wooden. Is it a Mr. or a Mrs. Drip? I've got Mrs. Drip here. Oh, steady Mick, steady on. There we go then. We got £50 bid there, Will, and we're off. At £50 bid then for the wooden Mrs. Drip. There you go, look. At £50 bid. At £50 is there 60. At £50 bid there's 60 there. At £60 bid then. At £60 bid then is there 70 there is. At 70, 80, £80 bid. At £80 bid then the Mrs. Drip. At £80 bid then is there 90. At £80 bid then, Spalding in Lincolnshire. At £80 bid then, on sale, sold and away then, £80 then for the first, 90. At £90 bid then, shall we say 100? £90 bid then for the first. At £90 for the second. Third and last time, looking round. £90, sold and away, thank you. And on to lot number 250. Here we go then. Ford Zephyr Zodiac Mark 1. Partial V5, it's missing a trade slip and export, that doesn't matter, does it? Paperwork, we have a buff logbook, MOT certificates, some insurance bits, Consul and Zephyr 6 promotional leaflet, old tax disc, DVLA correspondence, FIA historic vehicle identity form, that comes with all sorts, various invoices, some charity run information, all sorts of bits and pieces. Please make your own inquiries. The highest bid at the end of the auction will be submitted to the vendor for their consideration. Starts on the bottom, sounds lovely, lovely, and it seems to trundle along lovely. So there you go then. Where are we going to be with that then? We're going to be £6,500, £6,500 then, at 6,500, at £6,500 bid. At £6,500 then for the Zephyr. At 6,500 is the 750. At £6,500 bid. At £6,500. At 6,750. At £6,750 is the 7. At 6,750 then is the 7. At £6,750 bid. At 6,750 is the 7. At 6,750 we shall submit. At 6,750 we'll try, we'll talk at 7,000. At 7,000 pounds then, is there a quarter? Is there 7,250? At 7,000 pound bid, 7,250, I should think so as well. At 7,250 pound bid. At 7,250 is the 7,500. At 7,250 pound then, at 7,250 we'll talk. At 7,250 we shall submit. 7,250 then for the first, provisionally for the second, third 7,500. At 7,005, don't leave it till the last minute. At 7,005, 7,750. At 7,750. At 7,750 pound then we'll talk. At 7,750 then for the first, for the second, provisionally 7,750 for the third and last time. Looking round, 7,750 provisional, and on to a Rolex style wall clock, 13 inches thereabouts. Look, there we go. Look, can't stress enough, style. So it says Rolex on it, but that's as much as we're saying. There we go then, and the internet's going there. Look, 115. We're up to 160 on here. Look, Will, at 160 pound bid. At 160 pound bid then. At 160, 65, 70. At 170, 170 with me. 170 here with me. At 170 pound then here with me. 175, 180, 180. At 180 pound then. At 180. No, against you, Jack. At 180 in Kent. At 180 pounds does he want? 5. No, 190, 200. I see where we are now. At 200 pound bid. At 200, 210 he says. At 210 pound. At 210, 220. At 220 pound then. At 220 pound against you, Jack. 230 he says. At 230. At 230 pound, Jack's telephone there. At 230 pound then, 240. 240 pound then, does he want 50? At 240 pound. At 240, it doesn't. At 240 then, Gravesend in Kent. 240 pound then for the first, second, third and last time. 240. 240. Thank you. You coming on?
Yeah, they want me. Yeah, shortly. You do a couple more, then I'll get on and I'm going to do that Lotus by all accounts.
All right. And on to lot number 252, BMW M3. Here we go then. Current V5, MOT certificates, previous V5, promotional brochure, various invoices, 3 litre, Avis Blue, 1 owner from new, current MOT electric sunroof. There we are then. There we go. Where are we going to be with that? Well, to be fair, Will, we've got loads of figures here, but we're going to end up at 10.1 on there, look. So we're 10,100. Bidder number 600255 at £10,100 then. At £10,100 here with me. At 10,100. I'll let you get there, you're all right. At 10,100, 22, 10.3. Does he want 10.4? He doesn't. His 10.4's gone, mate. 10.5, 10.6. Hang on a minute. 10.7, 10.8, 10.9, 11. £11,000. I'm out. 11.1. 11,001 and 2. 11,002 and 3. 11.3 and 4. 11,004. 11.5, 6, 7. 11.7, 8. 11,800. £11,800. 11.9. 11.9, 12,000. 12.1. 12.2. 12.3. 12.4 and 5 and 6. 12.7. 8. 9, 13, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whose idea was the hundreds? no. 13,6 at £13,600 then. At 13,600. At 13,600 and 7, says Alan. At 13,700. Oh, that was Alan's bid there. Sorry, Alan. 13,700 on the telephone. At £13,700 then. and 8 at 13,800. At 13,809, says Alan. At £13,900, then Alan on the telephone here. At £13,900, is that it? Are we done? At 13,900 then for the first. 13,900 for the second. Not missing anybody. 13,900, third and last time. Alan on the telephone. Well done, Alan. Thank you very much for your bids there, guys. Well done. And on to lot number 253's Ferrari light up sign. There we go then. Another one of these nice little slimline signs. Look, they're lovely, these are. They're brilliant. There we go then. Where are we going to be then? We've got £50 here with me, Will. £50 bidding away. At £50 bid. At £50 bid. £50 then. £60, I should think so as well. £60 bid then is the 70. At £60 bid. At £60 bid then, going off up to Whitby, £60 then, or maybe not yet, it's provisional. At £60 bid then is the 70. At £60 bid then is the 70 anywhere. £60 bid then will submit. At £60 then for the first, second, third and last time, provisional, £60. And on to lot 254. There we go then, 2007 faceless model look, Jaguar XK Auto. The V5 missing a trade slip. Paperwork includes Jaguar wallet with a owner's handbook, service portfolio with 10 stamps, MOT certificate and various invoices. There we go, sensibly guided and a real bright looking car. There we go, mixing a nice bright looking example. There you go, 2,005, 6, 7, 8, 9, £2,900 there on the internet. At 2,900 and 3,000 and 3,1. At £3,100 then. It looks terrific value. At 3,100, 3,2. At 3,200, 15 years time, we'll all be thinking, should have bought some of them, should have bought them. At £3,200 then. At 3,200, your Fiesta money. Look at the car you're getting. At £3,300 bid. At £3,300 then, and 4. At 3,435. At 3,500, I should think so as well. At £3,500 then, on sale. At £3,500 then, should we say 6? At £3,500. At 3,500, there should be someone on the phone here. At £3,500 then, on sale then for the first, 3,500 for the second, third and last time looking round, not missing anybody. 3,500, sold at 3,500. And on to the Peugeot 405 Le Mans. There we are then. We have a V5, no other paperwork. But the vendor has said a rare exclusive edition built to celebrate Peugeot's dominance at the legendary 24 Hours of Le Mans. With its sleek design, powerful performance and motorsport-inspired engineering, this special edition pays homage to Peugeot's racing pedigree. There you go. Don't look much like a racing car, does it? But anyway, a four-door saloon, yeah. But anyway, that's what he says. And when did you last see a 405? Absolutely. Very much so. So there we go then. Where are we going to be then? Can we get 8,000 to start? Is there 8,000 out there, Will? Can we get 8,000? Otherwise we're going to pass on it. If there's not 8,000 to start, we're going to pass. Anyone hovering? No. No.
Do this one.
We'll pass on that one then, and then Father's going to jump on and do one or two here. So if you have any interest in the in 255, the Peugeot, please give the girls in the office a shout, and there'll be only two pleased to talk to you. Thank you. You know about this, don't you?
Yeah. Is that how it's going to be described?
Well, it's a bit of everything in it. Yeah, just cover it.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Don't think that's working. No, not working, I'm afraid. It's lot number 256, the 71 Ford Caterham Lotus Style 7.
Turned on.
No, I don't think that's turned on, but I don't think it's working, is it? Just one sec.
Your Madonna never had these problems.
No. She had a good backup, but didn't she? Hey, not going, is it? No, I don't think it's working.
What's up?
Well, you're on mute. Side, on the side, on the top here.
Well, that might help. That might help. There you go. That's working now. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Gregor. Yes, here we are. Lot number 256, 1971 Caterham, a Lotus 7 style vehicle, smashing thing with a proper Lotus twin cam engine. The business, the one we all want. Lovely bit of background about it there. Super thing. Right colours, right engine, right everything. Whereabouts then? Start me on it. Where are we going to be with that? Who's got 12? 12,000 to start me, surely. 12,000, 11, I've got 11, 11,000, 11,500, 11,250, 11,500, 11,500, 11,750, 11,750. Where's got 12? Who's got 12? 11,750. 12 I've got. 12,000, 12,000. Bids on my sheet, 12,250, 12,500, 12,500, 12,500, 12,500, 12,500, 750, 12,750. With you all the way, 13, 13,000, 13. Where's 250? 13. 13 away then and going 13,000. Here's the 250. 250. 13,250. 13,250. Going away then 13,250. Can I say 13,500? The right model, the right vehicle, the right colour, the right engine. 13,500. 13,500 only. Can I say 750? 13,500. Going then 13,500. Got more on my sheet. Can't do it. 13,500. All done. Last time looking round, 13,500. Lovely thing that, Mick. 13,500. A beauty. So I know he's got his eye on it. He's had his eye on it for ages. Whether he get his bum in it is another thing. 13,500. 13,500 and away and going. 13,500. Provisionally only 13,500. 13,500. 257. A vintage acrylic peep show sign. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I know. He's had his eye on that as well. Oh, absolutely. Is it one of your old ones, Mick? Is it one of yours? Yeah. Lot number 257. He spent a lot of time there as Mick. Yeah. He spent so much time, spent so much money, they give him the sign. Hey, that's all right, isn't it? Starting on it then. Come on, lads, where are you going to be? £100. We got £100 sold and away 100. 110. 110. 110. You have to discreetly pick it up, you lads, or we'll wrap it up in plain brown paper before you take it away. £110. 110 on sale and going 110. Who's got 20? Come on, 110. £110 only and going away 110. Are you all done? £110. £110. Is it a new system? Oh, I see. 110. Boy, just press that. 110, 120, 130, £130, £130 and sold, 130. Someone's going to be very happy, two of you are going to be disappointed. 130. Going on away then, 130, that it. I'm going to sell it. 130. Last time looking round, going to be sold. Come on, don't be shy. Come out the closet, you lads, you know you want it. £130 and going then, 130. That it? 140, there you are, you see, plucked up a bit of courage. 140, she's probably got out of the room, you see. While she's gone out, we've had a little bid. 150, yeah, she's making the tea, he's bidding. 150, 150, when she gets back in here, so I never got it. No. 150, £150 away and going. He will, won't he? She'll say, did you get what you wanted? No, love, I didn't, it was far too expensive. 150, and then a couple of days later, it'll come through the post. 150, 150. No, we don't mail them. No, we don't mail them. No, you have to come and get it yourself. Or send her 150, £150 and going. Last time looking round, are you all done? 150, 150, two. Oh, we're in it. We're in it. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Some of them, there comes up with a bid on here.
Oh, does it?
Watch it. Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, we've got to watch everything now. 258, 2001 Chevrolet. We better change that back. Oh, it's on there, so okay. 258 is a 2001 Chevrolet GMC Blazer V8 Auto. Ooh, this is a big boy's car, this one. Whereabouts then? In your hands completely. Who's got 5? 5,000 to start. Who's got 4 then, surely? 4, 4,000, 4,000 away, 4,2, 4,4, 4,6, 4,8, £4,800, 4,008, 4,008, the big old Chevy, 4,800, £4,800, 4,8. Fill it up, come on, 4,008, 5,000 I've got. £5,000 on the telephone. Is it Mr. Wells? £5,000. £5,000 and going then, £5,000 and away. Mr. Wells the bidder, £5,000. £5,000 and going then, I'm selling it provisionally, £5,000. Lot of car for the money. Big, powerful estate car, never wear it out. £5,000 and going then, are you all done then, £5,000. Selling it for the first. Provisionally for the second. Third and last time, provisionally sold 5,000. Mr. Wells, thank you. We'll try for you, sir. Lot 259, 2 boxes of old engine parts. There we have them. Old engine parts of all sorts there. I can't see from here what's there, but a lot of it. And it's not a lot of money on sale from the word go. £40, I've got 40. £40 and sold and gone for nothing. Who's got 50? £40. £40 away then. 40 all done then. I'm going to sell it. £40. Can I say 50? Are you sure? £40 and going then. Going to be sold. £40. On sale and away. £40 for the first. Second, third and last time. £40. And on to. There we are. What we got? On to lot number 260. Here we are, the little Austin A35. Oh, a little gemmer. 1964 Austin A35 van, estate car, call it what you like. You can now buy that panel, they tell me, on the internet. Take the glass out, put the panel in, or vinyl it over, or whatever you want to do. Turn it straight back into a van in appearance. Lovely little thing. I've driven it myself, probably done 50, 60 miles in it. Drives absolutely lovely. Super little car, super engine, and worth an awful lot more than £4,000. £4,000 we're starting in £4,000 away. £4,000 submitting it, £4,000. Don't hold your breath. You know it's worth a lot more. I know it's worth a lot more. Next auction, it will make a lot more. 4,200, 4,344, 4,4, 4,400, 4,400, 4,5, 6, 4,600. Worth lots and lots more, as you all know. 4,600. I know it's late in the day, lads, but come on, let's be sensible. 4,600. She's an absolute beauty. 4,600. And away then, 4,006. Submitted it then, 4,008. 4,008. You'll have to find more money, I'm telling you now. 4,800. 4,008. You can't buy them like that. In fact, you can't buy them full stop in that sort of condition. Vans or estate cars. It's got a rear seat conversion, I think you're finding it. The proper rear seat conversion, the name of which escapes me, but there was only one firm that done the factory approved rear seat conversion, and that's got it. £5,000. £5,000 and going then. All done then, I'm submitting it. £5,000. Can't dwell forever. 5,2. 5,2. 5,200. Is the 4. 5,200. 5,4. 5,400. Selling it provisionally. 5,4. Are you all done? 5,400. Is the 6. 5,400. And away and going then. 5,400. Selling it provisionally for the first. Provisionally for the second. Last time looking round. 5,400. Provisional. Provisional 5,4. 261 Lamborghini light up sign. Illuminated sign we have there. Mick's got it. Another one of them slim lines. Look. Nice thing. There we are. What's it worth? Where 80, 90, 100, £100. I got £100, £100. Where's 10, £100? £100 only. £100 away then. £100. You tried it, Mick. £100, £100 away. She working, Mick? Yep. It says £100 away. 100. Is that all? Is the 10 anywhere? Be sharp. £100. Mr. T the bidder. £100 and going then. Are you all done then? £100. T the bidder, £100 away. Last time looking round, £100 provisionally. And a 73 Porsche Speedster replica based on a VW Beetle. I take it it's the red one there, Mick. That's it, is it? Yeah. Lot number 262. Beautiful. Beautiful thing. Lovely. I know she's a cracker. Yeah, they're a bit like them, well, certain things out there, I can't think. Them Figaros. You know, everyone knew what a Figaro was worth 10 years ago. They're not so sure now. They were doing 20 grand 10 years ago, them. 73 Porsche Speedster, she is lot number 262. Loads and loads of bids with me here now. Sensibly reserved. So much so. On sale from the word go. Start me. Where then? Where is it worth 15? 15. Right, I've got you. Yep.
Yeah, 15.
15, 15,000, 15, good start, 15, £15,000, £15,000 away and going then, £15,000, 15, 5, 15, 5, 15,500, you're out, Mark, you want 16. 15, 5 I've got. Yeah, but it'll cost him, because he'll go another 250 quid, 16, 750, 17. Oh, sorry, 15, 750, 16, 16,000 I've got. 16. Well, it's worth a try, wasn't it? 16,000 I've got, 16,250, 16,250, 16,250, 16,500, on sale and going, 16,500, 750, 16,750, 16,750, 17, 17, still 3 grand less than what I thought it would make, 17 and a quarter, 17,250, Mark's phone, 17,500, 17,500, 17,500, 17,750, fill it up mate, 17,750, 18, 18,000, 18,000 pound, 18, all done then, going to be sold, 18,000. Jack's phone, on sale and going, 18,000. And away, 18, oh, internet's come in, 18,250. Very, very crafty, been waiting, 18,500. Waiting patiently before he can start pressing that button. 18,500, back on the telephone. Internet, you're out, sir. Come on, don't just have the one bid. 18,750, that's better. 18,750. Worth its money, 19. 19,000, 19. On the telephone, internet, you're out. 19. Out and away then, 19. Are we all done? 19. On the telephone, internet, you're out, so he's back in. 19 and a quarter. 19,250. What do you think, Jack? 19,500. 19,500. On the telephone. 19,500. That it? 19,500. Going away then, 19,500. Telephone bidders, the buyer. Internet, you're out, sir. Thank you for your bidding. You're out this side, Mark. 19,750. Back in. 19,750. It's only what it's worth, mate. 20,000. That's what they make. I haven't seen one make less. 20,000. And it's a nice one. 20,000 pound. On the telephone and going. All done then, 20,000. Thank you, gentlemen, for your bidding, £20,000. And away, this current bid on here, and this next one, is that legit then?
Yep.
20,000, £20,000, 20,000, 20,000 and going then, £20,000. Are you all done then? On sale and going on the phone. £20,000. Internet, you're out, sir. £20,000 away and going. 20,000 for the first. What's he say?
Another bid.
Another
one. No, it's his bid.
Is that what he's saying? There you go. Well done, mate, well done. Lot 263, Land Rover enamel sign. Loads and loads of interest here with me. 180, 190, 200, £200 sold and gone, 200. £200 away and gone, £200. That it, then all done, then £200. On sale and selling, £200. That it, £200, I'm going to sell it. £200 is the Tanny Wearby Sharp, £200 it's sold and gone. All done then, £200. Last time looking round, 200. Sold. 264, 1982, Mazda 323. Oh, you know about this.
Lovely little car.
Oh, never wear it out. Never wear it out. Mixer that... I think he's been on the drink.
Is it a one owner? One family or something like that, is it? This one?
I don't know.
From Dubai,
Yeah, Mr. Maduro bought the car in Stockton on Tees, but it must be a good car. The poker is included. Very nippy car, he says. Workers have been well, so I've owned it. D-Coke, etc., etc. Bought in January 1982 in Dubai.
There you go. There you go.
What a lovely little car. Tell you what. You know, when we were retailing this sort of stuff down south, you got one of these and that you were just so pleased. Serviced it, out it went, never see it again till it came back in part exchange. Marvellous little car. Never wear it out. On south and the word go, here we go, 2,700 quid, 2,700 quid and sold and gone. 2,700 quid, that'll see you out. Whoever you are buying this, it will outlive you. £2,700. £2,700 and sold then, 27, 28. 28 I've got, 2,800 telephone, 9 on the internet, 29. £2,900. 2,900, 3,002, 3,200, 3,300. Dave, you're out. 33 on sale and going. 3,300. 3,400, 3,400. 35. 35. North Yorkshire, Middlesbrough. 35, going home to Stockton, 36. 36, I've got telephone, 36. 37, back to Middlesbrough, 37. 38, 3,800, Davis telephone, 38. Internet, you're out, sir, back in at 39. Middlesbrough again, do you want to fill it up, Dave? 4,000, well done, £4,000. 4,000, 41, 4,100. What do you think? 4,2, 4,002. Ask him, Dave, just a matter of interest. Is he a Mazda dealer, retired or something like that? 4,3. Just interested to know why. 4,300 on the internet. 4,003. There you go. I knew he would. He knows them inside out, and he knows they're one of the best cars on the road. 4,003. Do you want to give another 100? 4,4. There you go. 44. 44. 44. You struggle to buy a better car, better model, I'll tell you. 45. He's might be another Mazda dealer. 45. He will be. Living the old days, aren't they? 45. 46. 46. 46. Aye. 47. That's all I do now, live the old days. 47. Do you want 8? 4,700. 48. Ask him how much it was new. He'll tell you, I bet he'll know. 49. Middlesbrough. 4,900. 4,900. Wouldn't be a lot more than this. £4,900. Do you want 5? 5,000. £5,000. £5,000. I bet it wouldn't be much above 6 grand new, that. 51. 5,100. Good buy, wasn't it? £5,100. 5,100. He's out. 5,100. Middlesbrough the buyer. He's the winner. 5,100. Thank him for his bidding, Dave. £5,100. Going for the first, second, third, and last time. 51. Well done. Lovely car. Lot number 265. Antique style Michelin lamp. Go for it, Mick. Here we go. And away we go then. 200, £200, 220, 240, 260, 260. £260 and gone then. 260. £260 and selling. All done then. £260. £260 away there with me. 260. Is there 80? 260. All done then. £260. Going then. 260. On sale. 260 for the first, second, third and last time, and selling 260. 260. Well, plenty of time, mate. 266, 1993 Mitsubishi Evo. Ooh. Current V5, etc., etc. How about that then? Next one, Charlie, here he is. Bit of a flying machine, I would think, Charlie, is it?
We haven't had it running.
Bit of a handful? No, in theory. Yeah, it will be. 266. And away we go then. Where are you going to be? Who's got 4? And I've got it 4 1/4 and a half, 4 5, 4 5, 750, 4 755, £5,000, £5,000, come on, £5,000, 5,250, 5,250, 5,250, going then 5,250, here's the 5, 5,250 only, 5,250, got more on my sheet, I can't do it, 5,250, are you all done, 5,250, here's the 5,5, be sharp, 5,250. I need more. I'm sorry, chaps. I can't do that one. Just call the office. See if we can put a deal together for you. 267. The Foster's double-sided illuminated sign, Mick. This is perfect for your man cave, isn't it? Absolutely bang on. Hey, put that. Yeah, mate. It's all right. There you go. Look, lead on it and everything. Look at that great big double-sided Foster's sign with a bracket all ready to screw on the wall. Can't be bad. Whereabouts then? Come on. Whereabouts we going? £40 I've got. £40 only. £40 for nothing. Come on, where's 50? Great big sign like that. You can change it if you like. You've got the bases. You've got the bones of it. £50. £50 only. £50 away then. £50. I'm going to sell it. £50. You're missing a bargain. £50. £50. Where can you buy a sign like that? £50 ready to plug in by looks of it. £50 away. A man cave sign. Going to be sold then. Be sharp. £50. £50 only. £50 and going then. £50. Don't start whinging and whining if you missed it. £60. £60. 60, giving you plenty of warning. I'm selling it. £60 away and going 60. That it? Is the 70 be sharp? I'm going to sell it. £60, 266, World War II, 10 underweight trailer it says here. Can't think what they called them, Mick. Yeah, can't think what they called them. It's gone out of my head. Anyway, yeah, you've seen it. Look, cover on it as well, etc. Just go nicely behind one of them Jeeps, wouldn't it? Or Land Rover. Whereabouts?
It came in with that Jeep.
Did it come in with that Jeep? There you go then. £1,000 I've got, £1,000, £1,000, 1,100, 1,100. £1,100 away, then 1,100, 1,200, £1,200. £1,200 away and going 1,200. £1,200 is the 13. £1,200 and away 1,200. All done then, £1,200. I think that's worth more, lads. £1,200 only. Look perfect behind your Jeep or your Land Rover. £1,200. All done then, £1,200. Can I say 13? £1,200. On its way then and going, £1,200. I've got more on my sheet. I can't do it. I need a little bit more. Please come along and hang on. Please come along and see us. £1,200 only. Are you all done? 1,200. Can't do that one. On to 269, the AA Brooklyn sign. Getting the hang of this now. Here we go. Always popular Brooklyn sign. We were looking at all these signs yesterday, and I said to somebody that'd be one of the best-selling signs in the sale. Come on, what's it worth then? Who's got £100? Start me on it. Brooklyn sign. Mick's holding it there. Look. Brackets on the back ready to hang up. Whereabouts then? 50, 60, 70, 70, £80, 80. £80 away, 80. £80 all done then, 80, 90, £100, £100. Where's 10? £100, Mr. T the bidder, £100 only. £100 only. £100 is the 10, be sharp. £100 selling it provisional, Mr. T the buyer, £100. All done then, £100. Last time looking round, provisionally only. £100, Mr. T. On to 28 Morris Cowley. It's a Morris Cowley van, which makes it worth about twice the amount of a saloon or two-seater and dicky. 1928, lot number 270, well-known van. Super bit of kit, driven it myself. Lovely engine, drives ever so well. Picked it up ourselves from, is it Buckles? Can't remember, Huckles.
Yeah, Huckles.
Huckles, yeah. Super van. Whereabouts then? Where do you want to be with it? Got some souls there to do in a minute, look. Whereabouts in your hands completely? Yep, whereabouts then? Yeah, but it wants to be double that, doesn't it? Whereabouts? 7,000, 7,000, 7,500, 8,000 £8,000. £8,000 and going then 8,000. £8,000 away, 8,000, 8,500, 8,500. 8,500, it's a van. 8,500, a beauty. £8,500 is the 9 anywhere, £8,000 only. 8,500, sorry, 8,500 is the 9. 8,500, are you all done then at 8,500? Very, very provisional. 8,500. I know the pre-war stuff is on the floor, but not vans, can't fly in vans. And it's a proper, genuine, original Cowley van. 8,500, all done then, 8,500. That it? All done then, going then, 8,500. No, worth more money that, 8,500, wants keeping to the next sale. 8,500 only, all done, 8,500. Worth more money. On to oil tank. Stick it up, Morris's. Lovely oil, we use that. Perfect stuff. Lovely oil tank. Whereabouts then? Whereabouts? 50 quid. That's for nothing. £50 only, £50 away. £50, 50, 60, £60. £60 and gone then, £60 only. All done then, £60. £60. Can I say 70? £60 only. All done then, £60 away. The last time looking round, £60. Can I say 70? Are you sure? £60 provisional. £60 provisional. On to just this last one, and then you can carry on and finish off, eh? Lot number, yeah?
Yeah.
Lot number 272, 1999 Rover Mini Paul Smith. The bangers and cash. It's the...
I did some filming with this. Drove it around the block. They've had most of underneath redone.
Yep.
You know when you restore a vehicle and it just feels tight and horrible? It feels like it's been done like 10 years ago.
Does it? There you are. Charlie said he's driven it. Feels lovely on the road. Feels nice and mellowed. And original, feels as though it was maybe restored 10 years ago, not recently restored, but I know exactly what he means. A lot of you out there won't understand what that means, but I'll tell you what, it's a bonus, so take my word for it. Massive amount of interest here, absolutely massive interest in it, naturally. restored, as we said, by the Bangers and Cash team. Made a super job of it again. Didn't tell you how much they spent on it, but a lot of money as usual. So someone's going to benefit from that. Obviously, it would be nice if you allowed the cameras to follow it through, come to where you are, see why you bought it. Pardon? How much? No, it says a lot more here. Yeah, I'll keep you straight. You listen to me. Don't worry about that screen. You just listen to me. So yeah, the cameras want to come along and film it and follow it through, find out why you bought it, what you're going to do with it, etc., etc. You be a film star, tidy yourself up for the day, if nothing else. There it is on here. Look.
I know, and it's on there everywhere in the world.
Absolutely. So there you go. Start me then where you're going to be. I've got 13.5 there, 14, 14.5, 15, 15,000, 15,000, 15,000 with me. Who wants 15.5? 15,000 I've got. 15,000. Who wants 15.5? £15,000 and going then. All these bids. 15,000, there they are, 15,000 I've got. That's it then, on sale, submitting the bid, 15,000. Here's the 5. 15,000, gonna submit it. 15,000, all done then, £15,000. £15,000, a fraction of what it cost, I would think. I daren't ask, dare I ask, Holly? No, I daren't ask, no. No, I daren't ask. No, I thought I daren't ask that, but you don't want to know really, do you?
But can we sell it?
Can we sell it? £15,000. We can sell it. £15,000. Best bid I've got on my books, £15,000. You're all out. All the rest of these people are out. 15,000. I'm going to sell it. Okay.
You can sell it for more if you want.
I would love to sell it for more, but Amy, I think, don't want to give any more. £15,000 and selling it away. Yeah? Can be sold. £15,000, buying yourself a super little limited edition mini. 15,000, go in then. You're all out. 15,000, all these are out. Loads of them, look, bidding here. 15,000 on sale for the first. Second, third and last time, 15,000. There we are, 15, well done. Lady at the top there, I presume it's a lady at the top. Look, I don't know any other Amy's, but right, do you want to go on?
If you like.
There you go then.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, on to... we've got a few solds here, been converted. A few provisionals there, been converted. Well done. Lot number 233, Hudson Soap enamel sign, sold. 223, Vacuum Oils enamel sign, sold. 232, Triumph TR4 has been sold. Lot 179, a Wolsey Motors sign, sold. Lot 241, an Indian sign, sold. Lot 253, Ferrari light up sign has also been sold. Thank you very much. And on to lot number 273, a Honda 3-piece dealership sign. There we are then. It's around about 255 inches long by 33, which is huge. So there we go then. Where are we going to be with that one then? We're going to be £260 on the internet, look, and on sale from the word go. £260 bid. At £260 then is the 70. At £260 then the Honda dealership sign there, look. At £260 then is the 70. At £260 are we done? At £260 then for the first. At £260 then for the second. Third and last time looking round at £260. Sold at £260, thank you very much. And on to, I heard a Toyota Celica GT. There we are then. We've got chapter and verse being supplied by the vendor here. The vehicle was purchased new by his late father in 1979. He kept it till 1984 when he purchased a new one and sold this to an uncle. It was then bought back in 1997. It was rarely used and my father was not in the best of health, and so therefore it was put into storage in the early 2000s. Before my father passed away, it was literally locked away and no one ever unlocked the garage or seen it until Storm Eunice blew the roof off the garage in 2022. That would be a surprise, wouldn't it? Open the door and, oh, it's still there. Yeah. So there you go then. So after nearly 20 years sitting there, he drained the fuel, checked the levels, added a bit of oil, and away we go. So there you go. I'm not going to read all the rest out, but there's a lot there to go through. A lovely car, a very special car, low ownership, low miles, proper thing. Where are we going to be? We're going to be at 646566, Charlie. At £6,600, the Toyota Celica. I know where it should be going. At £6,600 bid. At 6,600 is the 7. At £6,600 then, you can't find them. You can't find them like this, I know. At £6,600, is that a bid? 6,700, he says. At 6,700, Charlie already took it. At £6,700 then. At £6,700 to my right. At 6,700 is the 8. At £6,700 then it'd be a cheap car if it comes. At 6,700 it is a GT. At 6,700 then for the first we'll submit. At 6,700 for the second, provisionally for the third and last time, missing nobody, 6,700 provisionally to Moreland. Well done, Moreland. And on to lot number 275. There we are then, the little Charles pedal car. There we go. The boys have got it. There we go. We have £100 and we're away. On sale from the word go. £100 bid. What a pretty little thing that is, isn't it? At £100 bid is the 10. At £100 bid then the little Charles pedal car. At £100 bid. At £100 bid then, staying local. At £100 bid then, on sale, don't miss it for a tenner. £100 bid then for the first, second, third and last time. 100. And on to Land Rover Defender 90. There we are then. Oh, sits over there. Is it as clean as it looks?
There's a few little bits just starting to bubble around it. There's a few bits that have broken my paint, but it is ever so straight.
Yeah. To be fair, there's a couple of imperfections around it if you're being really picky, but not been messed with. A proper motor. So there you go. But we all saw what the one earlier on made with a galv chassis and all the rest of it and all the upgrades. This one here in its original form, never off-roaded. The previous owner serviced the vehicle himself every 3,000 miles up to 76,000 miles. The current owner's had it for 10 years, done around 19,000 miles. Approximately 8 years ago it had a timing belt change and the clutch was replaced and a rear chassis cross member. Recently serviced an MOT, new calipers on the front, been installed the last 3 years, and it's lovely. So there we go then, where we're going to be then, we got 8, 9, or 8.5, 9,000 bid, Charlie. With £9,000 bid then. At £9,000 you can't find them like that, can you? You can find the ones that have had the body off and a rebuild and all the work and everything else, 9,250, 9,500, Charlie. But you can't find them original like that. At 9,500, 9,750. At £9,750 then. At 9,750. At 10,000 here with me, Charlie. At £10,000. At £10,000, 10,250. At £10,250 then is the 10,500. At £10,250 then. At 10,250. At 10.25. At 10,025 is the 10.5. At 10,250 we'll submit, we'll talk. At 10,250 then, provisionally for the first, second, third and last time, 10,250. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can. Thank you. And on to 277, Mr. and Mrs. Drip SO sign. There we are then. On steel, is it, Mick? There we go then, steel sign. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're off. Hit the ground running. 100, 120, 140, 160, £180 there. At £180 bid a 60085. At £180 bid and on sale. At £180 then is the 200. At £180 bid. At 180 then 200. At £200 bid I'm out. At £200. At £200 then drop that to £10, Charlie, or increment, thank you. At £200 then is the 10. At £200 bid then the Mr. and Mrs. Drip sign. It is on a steel back. At £200 then for the first. At £200 for the second. Third and last time, 200. £200, thank you. And on to Audi TT. Here we are then, driven 150 miles to the sale. It's a Mark 1, 2 lady owners from new, factory hardtop, original tonneau, and both cockpit covers. The car comes with a comprehensive service history, 11 stamps, up to 41,000 miles, followed with 2 service invoices at 59 and 60, backed up by a host of old MOTs. So there you go. These are going to rocket up in money soon as well. They're too cheap. And there it is, it shows. Look, 2-1, 2-2, 2-3, 2-4. At £2,400 then. At £2,400. The Mark 1 Audi TT at 2,405. At £2,500 then. At 2,005 is the 6. At £2,500 then. At 2,500 we'll submit, we'll talk. At 2,500, you sure you don't want 6? At 2,506. At £2,600 and 7. At 2,700. At £2,700 is the 8. At 2,700 then we'll submit, we'll talk, it'll come I'm sure to 8. At 2,809. At 2,900 I'm going to put it on sale at £2,900 then on sale at £2,900 then 3,000. At £3,000 3-1. At £3,100 then, at 3,100 are we done? At £3,100 then, on sale ladies and gentlemen, don't miss it for £100. £3,100 then for the first, 3-2. At 3,200, at £3,200 then for the first, for the second, at 3,200 for the third and last time, 3-2. Sold and away at 3-2, thanks for your bids ladies and gents. And on to 279, Rally Enamel sign and Dock Street sign. There we go then, 2 signs, there you go. Jump to it. There we go then, guys. We've got 50, 60, 70 pound bid here with me. At 70 pound bid. At 70 pound here with me. 80 he says. 80 pound says Jack, and on sale. Jack's telephone there, 80 pound bid. At 80 pound bid then are we done? At 80 pound bid then. At 80 pound is the 90. 80 pound bid then, Jack on the telephone, on sale, sold and away then, 80 pound for the first, for the second, third and last time at 80 pound. Jack on the telephone. And on to lot number 280, Astra, Mark 3 Astra. Nice car, Mick? Do you know they're lovely old car these, aren't they? Can you ever remember driving a bad Astra? Every Astra drives well. Lovely, lovely old car, eh?
I said mixed one, but he's
yeah, lovely. Anyway, there we go then, ladies and gents. You've all seen it, I'm sure. Full service record supplied with the car. Genuine mileage of 35,000. This is a car that will see you out as well. Garaged all its life, supplied with power steering, automagic, T-lock transmission, blah, blah, blah. There you go. There we go then. We got 1,000, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 1,600 pound bid, Charlie. At 1,600 pound bid. At 1,006 and 7 says Mark. Mark's bid, I'm afraid, he beat the internet. At 1,718 says Dave. At 1,800 says Dave on the telephone. At 1,809. He's throwing it at me. At 1,900 says Mark. 2,000 says Dave. At £2,000, I should think so as well. Good value car this. £2,000, Dave's bid, Mark. £2,000 bid, 21. At 2,100 says Mark, 22 says Dave. At £2,200 then Dave on the phone then 3. 2,003 you're out Dave. 2,003 and 4. At 2,400 at 5. 2,500 says Mark. At £2,500 then Mark's bid on the telephone then 2,500 is he out Dave. At £2,500 the hammer's up. At 2,500 for the first, second, 2,600, you're out Mark, you're out, 2,600, 2,006 down in Lincoln, and 7 says Mark, £2,700, not a lot of money for a little car like that, is it? £2,700 then for the first, for the second, Mark's telephone, third and last time at 2,700, Mark's bid, thank you, thanks for your bids, and on to lot number 281, there we are then. Selection of die-cast model trucks. Mick's got them there, look, there we go, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them by the looks of it. Lovely little trucks, there we are then, and we hit the ground running. On sale from the bid there, £120 bid. £120 bid. 120 is a 30. £120 then. 120, are we done? £120 then, B sharp. £120 then for the first, second, third and last time. Looking round, 120. Sold at 120, thank you. And on to 282, little Nissan Micra Sport. Lady and gentleman, and a little lad, I think, drove this in. He was a little lad, I think. Little lad was just about in tears, wasn't he? It was Grandad's car. It's been hanging around the family for a year or so. Sadly, Grandad's no longer with us, I think. So it was quite an emotional moment when they dropped this little car off. Yeah, I felt for him. Great little car, wants a bit of paintwork, we all know that, but a lovely little runabout and 4-seater, electric roof, all the rest of it. Great little thing. So there you go then. The vendor has provided limited edition Carmen C&C Sport, very low mileage, 12 months MOT till March. There you go. And £1,400 bid. At £1,400. At £1,400 then is a 15. 15 says Alan. At £1,500, Alan on the telephone, I should think so as well. 16. At £1,600 bid, Alan, you're out. At £1,607 he says. At £1,700 then 18. On sale at £1,800, Alan, Leicestershire. 19 says Alan. At £1,900, I know it wants a little bit of paint, but it's a lovely little thing. At £1,900 then, Alan there on the telephone. At £1,900 then, are we done? 2,000 says Jack. Oh, you snuck in there, didn't you? So Jack then on the telephone, ladies and gentlemen, at £2,000 bid. At £2,000, anyone want 2-1? At £2,000 then, Jack's telephone there then, make no mistake, on sale, £2,000, Jack on the telephone for the first, second, third time looking round at 2,000. Jack's telephone. And on to lot number 283, there we are then. Oh yeah, I bet they're quite heavy then. Oh dear, don't bounce it. There we go, ladies and gentlemen, 2 cast train signs. There you go, don't drop it on your toe, they'll be heavy then. Right then, we've got 40, 50, 60, 70, 75, 80, 85, 90. Whose idea was the 5 a bit? £95 bid. At £95, 100, 105. At £105 then. At 105, 110, 115, 120, 125, £125 then. At 125, 130, 135. At £135. At 135 and 145. At 145, 150. At £150 bid. At £150 bid, 155, 160. Oh, I see, we're in tens. Ah, good lad, well done. At £160 bid. At £160 then is a 70. At £160, 170 says Dave. At £170 then, Dave on the telephone there. At £170 then for the first, for the second, 180. 180, Dave. At £180 bid. Do you want 190? He does, he says 190. At £190 then, Dave on the telephone, 200. You're outbid, Dave. £200 then. At £200 then, anyone want 10? At £200 then, 210 he does. At £210, Dave on the phone. At £210 then for the first. At 220. At 220. At 220. Do you want 30, Dave? At £220 then and 30 says Dave. At 230, 240. At 240, new bidder. At £240 then. At 240 and 50, 250. At £250 then. At 250, 260 he says. At £260 then. There's 2 of them. At £260, don't drop them on your toe. At £260 then for the first. For the second, Dave on the telephone, 270, 280, at 280, at 208, 290, 290. You might as well have 300, someone. At £290 then, at 290 for the first, second, third and last time then, 290. There you go. Thanks for your bids, guys. On to 284 BMW 330 Ci. Sorry? Oh, there we are then. Nice bright looking car, nice usable car. Current V5, BMW handbooks, etc. 10 service stamps. Removable hard top. Some of the work carried out in my ownership is in the history there. Replaced 4 springs, 4 shockers, 4 discs, pads, suspension bushes, fuel intake system, all sorts of stuff here. Rubber footwell mats, all sorts of bits and pieces. Looks a real nice, bright, modern looking car. And we have £1,200 to start. 1,200, Charlie. At £1,200 bid. At 12 and 13 and 14. At £1,400 here with me. At £1,400 then. Doesn't look an expensive car, does it, for a bit of cheap summer fun. At £1,400 then. At £1,400. At 1,400 is the 15. At £1,400 then. At 1,400. You might get it, might you? I wouldn't take it if it were mine. At £1,400 then provisionally. If there's not 15, we'll submit. At 1,415, I should think so as well. At £1,500 then, still not a lot of money, is it? At £1,500 is the 16. At £1,500 then for the first. Provisionally, 1,500 for the second. Provisionally, 1,500 for the third and last time. 1,500. Very provisional, but we'll try for you. And on to 285, 4 boxes of tools. There we are then. Bit of a lucky dip for you there, look. Bit of all sorts. 40, 50, 60, £60, £70 bid. Actually, that's here with me, in all fairness, Charlie. That's £70. I'll pick that one. £70 here, bid of number 5, treble O. £80, I'm out bid. At £80 bid then. At £80 bid, I'm out. £80 bid then is the 90. At £80 bid then. At £80 then in Sheffield. £80 bid then. At £80 then. Sold and away then. £80 then. First, second, third time. Looking round. £80. Sold at 80. Thank you. And on to 286 Mercedes CLK 320 Avant-Garde. There we are then. Current V5. Mercedes wallet containing owner's handbook, service books, 5 stamps, 2 MOT certificates. Fantastic condition, low mileage, well looked after. It's been in the family from new. So there you go, there were the vendor's comments. So there we are then, and it's not silly money, is it? Look at that, £800 bid. We got £800 here with me, Charlie. At £800 bid then. How cheap have they got to be? Bit of summer fun for you, Charlie. £900 down in Devon. There we are. I should think so as well. At £900 bid then. At £900 bid then. We might as well have 1,000. There you go. You're quite right too. £1,000 then and on sale. At £1,000. At £1,000 bid then. Is there 11? At £1,000. 11 anywhere. At £1,000 then. At 1,000 on sale. Don't miss it for £100. At £1,000 then for the first. At 1,000 for the second. For the third and last time, 1,000. Oh, that looks cheap, doesn't it? And on to 287. 3 cast street signs. How are you going to hold all them up then, Mick? Oh, you're just holding the one. I wouldn't bust a gut holding that. They're heavy, then. They are heavy, yeah. There we go then, and we've got 40, 50, 60, 70, £80 here with me, Charlie. £80 bid, there's 3 of them, don't forget there's 3 of them, £80 bid. At £80 is the 90. £80 bid then, at £80 bid then for the 3 signs, £80 bid then, at 80 is the 90 anywhere. Oh, we've got an end each, that's better. There we go then. £80 bid then for the first, £80 only for the second. I thought they'd do more. £80 then for the third and last time, £80. Sold at 80. They're not dear then. Don't drop them on your toe, that's all I know. And on to lot 288. Now then, I collected this car. Here we are then. Current V5 includes some older V5s, a declaration from MOT, exemption, a tax confirmation, SORN notification, 2 promotional brochures, 2 owners' handbooks, an old tax disc, a previous vehicle listing, I don't quite know what that is, a Haynes owner's manual, and various invoices. There we are then. There is a big wedge of paperwork, I think, with this car. I'm sure there was. The car did sit there. It's over there somewhere now. And it is a lovely, structurally... Do you see some photographs underneath? I had it on the top deck of the lorry. Very, very good. Wants a couple of little bits of paintwork, minimal, but a very, very special car. Very special car. Anyhow, enough rabbiting. We've got 5,502, Charlie. At £5,200 bid. At 5,200. At 5,204. At £5,400 then, the TR7 and 6 and 8. At 5,008. At £5,800 then, shall we say 6? At £5,800 then, the TR7 6,000, I should think so, 6.2. At 6,200, you can't buy TR7s in this condition, you just can't. 6.2, 6.4, at 6,400. At £6,400 then, at 6,400, drop that to 100, Charlie, at £6,400, at 6,400 on sale. It is on sale, ladies and gents, at £6,400 then. At 6,400, was that a bid, sir? At 6,400, looking for 6.5. At 6,400. What did that yellow one do ages ago? It did like 13 or something daft, didn't it? It did a fortune. It had been signed by someone. Yeah, you need that signature. At £6,400 then. Does he want 5, Alan? At 6,400. At £6,400 then. 6.5 he does. At £6,500 then. Alan on the telephone. At £6,500 and 6. At 6,600. At £6,600 then. Does he want 7, Al? At £6,600 down in Devon. At 6,600. You can't buy TR7s in this sort of condition, and certainly not in this sort of structure. It's lovely, solid as a rock. £6,600 then. Does he want 7? At 6,600. 6.7 he does. At 6,700, Alan on the phone there. Is it long distance, that's up? At 6,700. At £6,700. Anyone want 8? At £6,700 then. Alan on the telephone there. 6,007 and 8. 6,008. Down in Devon. 6,008. 6.9. At 6,900, says Alan. At £6,900 then. At 6,900, shall we have 7? You might as well fill it up. You had £7,000 bid. At 7,000. £7,000 then. Does he want another one, Al? Don't miss it for 100 quid. At 7,000. 7.5, says Alan. Get clicking, Charlie. At 7,500, says Alan. You got anyone on that phone? At £7,500 then. Alan's man on the telephone there, he knows a good car, he knows what it is. £7,500 then. Alan on the telephone then. Do we have 7.6? 7,500 then for the first. 7,500 for the second. Third and last time, 7,500. Alan's man on the telephone. Well done, Alan, that's the way to do it. There you go, well done, well done. And on to lot number 289, there we go, thank you. On to 289, large lot of tools, jacks, etc. There's a bit of all sorts in there, looky dip look. And we've got £70 bid on there, £80 bid here with me, Charlie. We've got £80 bid here with me, £80 bid. £80 bid then, 90, 100 with me, Charlie, please. At £100, 110. At 110 then I'm out. At £110 then Sheffield. At £110 then are we done? At £110 shall we say 20? At £110 then for the first, second, third and last time at £110. Thank you very much. And on to lot number 290. Here we go then. Registration number on retention. Yeah. Is that why you've come up? Look at that, look at that.
That's lot.
There we go then. Where are we going to be with this one then, ladies and gentlemen? It's a good plate for someone, that, isn't it? It's a good plate for someone. Someone who sells lots, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Anyway, where are we going to be then? Can we get 1,500 to kick us off? If we can't get 1,500, then we're off. We're moving on. Can we get? Is there anyone hovering, Charlie? If we can't get 1,500, we're going to move on.
No.
Is there not? No, if you've got any interest, ring the office with that one, ladies and gents. There's no fast, yeah, exactly, and ring fast. There we go then, and moving on to 291 Power Diesel Plastic Pump Globe. No, I haven't got it here. Mick's got it there you go. Mick's got it, he's on the ball. There we are then, where are we going to be with that then? We've got 100, 125, 150 here with me. Up, £150 bid. Up, £150 then. Up, 150. Is there 175? Up, £150 then. Up, 150. Up, £150 then. Give everyone a chance. Up, £150 bid. Up, 150 then. We'll submit. Up, £150 for the first, second, provisionally for the third and last time, 150. And on to 292. Here we go then, MGB. Looks a lovely bright car. Current V5. A scan of the build-up, vehicle inspection report, 2 MOT certificates, club magazines, bits like that. It's a pull door handle model, it says here, owned for 6 years but hardly used, and he understands it had a full rebuild in 2018, so there we are. There we go then, car will speak for itself. There's lots of interest, there's interest here, there's interest there, there's interest there, so we might as well go straight in, Charlie, at 9 and a quarter, 9,500 please, Charlie. At £9,500 then, the MGB Roadster. At 9,500 is the 750. At £9,500 then. At 9,500 on sale. At £9,500. At 9,500. At 9,500. Just drop that to 100, Charlie, because I could just do with this bid here. At 9,006 with me then. This guy here, Mr. 600205. At £9,600 then. My paperwork here at £9,600, at 9,600 and 7, at 9,700 then, at 9,700, what's going on? There's lots of people. At £9,700 then, is there 8? At £9,700 then, on sale, don't miss it for £100, £9,700 then for the first, for the second, for the third and last time at 9,700. Top right. Thank you. And on to 293. I thought as much. I did think that was going to be the case. And we are on to 293, a small 50s-ish RAC sign. There we go then. Where are we going to be with this one then? We got £40 here with me, 40, £50 bid. At £50 bid then for the Get Your Home Service RAC sign. At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. At £50, it looks to be an original one, is it? It looks it. Is it an original one? At £50 bid. At £50 bid then. Mick goes, we think it is. It's an enamel one. At £50 bid then we'll submit. We'll get you an answer as soon as we can. At £50 bid. At 50, if there's no further bids, we'll submit it. At £50 then provisionally for the first, second, third time at £50. That's that one. Thank you. And on now, you can do this one here if you want. Yeah. And just before you do that, with some more solds here, ladies and gentlemen, lot number 258, the Chevrolet GMC, sold. Lot 37, a Mascot, has been sold. Lot 229, an Audi A5, sold. Lot 274, a Toyota Celica, sold. And lot 239, a Mark 1 Escort Mexico, has been sold. Dave's just going to jump on and do this Jaguar because he knows a bit more than me.
From the beginning, so Ali, can you just look at this screen for me, just to make sure that this, please just pop up here. Hello? Hello? Just want to make sure something on here. Now, I'm nothing to do with the gentleman there, but do you think that is because this gentleman's been capped at 20? And I don't want a phone call next week to say I would have. Yeah, you won't turn that off.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, all I'm concerned is that gentleman's account has been capped at 20,000.
Yeah. Well, I struggle with,
I know, but it's going to start at 40, and then he's going to ring on Monday and say I would have given 60.
Yeah.
So, Ange,
Just give you a minute over. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I've just there's just a little thing on our screen here. Just hold on a second. I just want to keep it fair and square. And there's one account here that looks like it's reached its limit. So bear with me.
It doesn't give you any more.
Just want to make sure because. Yeah, would you? Just quickly, very quickly. Angela is just going to check an individual's account there. Basically, what it is, ladies and gentlemen, there's no secret to it. We have bidding limits on our online platform there, and it would appear that one particular bidder there has a reasonably low limit, not enough to buy an XK150. So Angela's just going to make sure, just quickly, just to keep it fair. I don't want a phone call tomorrow morning to say that, you know, I couldn't bid and I would have bid higher and so forth. So Angela's just going to quickly make a phone call. I know it's going to take a few minutes and I apologise to you all, but we try and keep this as transparent and as fair as we can. And we pride ourselves on that. So consequently, I've just asked Angela to make a call. So just bear with me a moment or two. I don't know when that bid was placed. He may have had ample opportunity to speak with the office and increase his bid limit, or he may not have, I don't know. So we'll just give him the benefit of the doubt and just make a quick phone call, and then we will go on. In the meantime, the Jaguar XK. So yes, I've handled the car from the offset, and I did take the unusual step of sitting down the other day and just drafting out a little bit of an explanation there as to where we are with the Jaguar. And I can't remember exactly what I wrote. There's a fair bit in there. The gist of it was I had one very small photograph to initially value the car from, and consequently I did. And then the car arrived, and it was a much better car than we thought. So I just want to explain that. We don't set misleading guides. That's the point I was trying to make. Far from it. We pride ourselves on setting guides where vehicles actually should be. So Angela's just going to stick her head out. Angela's got a thumbs up. We've got a thumbs up from Angela up there. So it just keeps everything fair, doesn't it? Keeps it all even there, so there we are. So the Jaguar XK150, sadly deceased to state, it is genuinely, in my opinion, one of the best XK150s I've seen, probably full stop. If you're into your cars, you'll know the type of car it is. It's just an absolute belter. It's lovely. So anyhow, without further ado, we have got £36,000 on there. We've got 36, 37, 38, 39, increments of 1,000 please, Charlie, 38, 39. We've got £40,000 there, at 40,000. At £40,000 I have. At £40,000 I've got 41, 42 with Jack, 42, £42,000. At 42,000, 43 in Harrogate. Good afternoon, Harrogate, at £43,000. 43, 44, at 44. At £44,000 we've got 44,000, 45. At £45,000. At 45, 46. At 46. £46,000, 47. I've said all week it's going to start with a 5 at least. £48,000. Or did you just take that from Mark at 47?
No, 47.
£48,000 with Mark. 48,000 we've got. At 48, 49 with Alan down there at 49. At £49,000. Alan's phone bidder at £49,000. At 49,000. 50,000, just beat you in, did Cheshire at 50,000, Jeanette. Cheshire just crept in there at 50k on the net. 51 with Alan, 51. Alan's bid at 51, at £51,000. 52 is with Jeanette, at 52. £52,000 is with Jeanette, at 52. Jeanette's your bid at the moment at 52. I actually thought it would do more. £52,000 with Jeanette. 53 with Alan, 53. £53,000 with Alan down there at 53. 53,000 we've got. Alan's bid at 53. £53,000. I'll take 500 if it helps, Charlie, at the end here, because I think it's worth a little more, but 53 and a half. Oxfordshire, thank you for your bids. 53.5. I'll just try and guess what you guys would do if you were here. £54,000 says Alan down there on the phones at 54.
At 54, you will go a very long way to find a better car. At £54,000, I don't exaggerate conditions of cars. £54,000. At £54,000, we've got at 54. At £54,000. Your bid, Alan, at 54,000. Are we all done? At 54 and a half. Oxfordshire, you're back in at 54.5. 55, says Alan, at 55. 55 at £55,000. I said this the other day, and it was words that I've heard my father use many times, and it was very simple, the conversation I had with someone who hadn't seen the car, and I said, there are buying and selling cars and there are keeping cars. This falls into the latter category. This will go, I'll be very surprised if it doesn't go into long-term ownership again. It's that quality of car. £55,000 we've got. Are we all done then? At 55, 55.5. 55.5. 55.5. 56. At 56,000 and a half. 56.5. 56.5. 57,000, says Alan, at 57. At £57,000. 57.5. 57.5. 58. 58 and a half. 58.5. £59,000. 59 and a half. And £60,000 with Alan. At £60,000 we've got £60,000. £60,000 with Alan. Is your phone bidder going to jump in, Em, or is he just coming for a ride? What I normally do is cut them off, and then they don't know what it made, and then they get really cross. Yeah, £60,000 because they only come along for a ride. £60,000. At £60,000, are we all done at 60? At £60,000, then I'm going to drop the hammer down at £60,000. Alan, that is your man. At £60,000, he's got himself an absolute storming XK150 that would not be on the market if it wasn't for the fact that we've lost Dennis. At £60,000, are we all done and dusted then? At £60,000 for the first, at £60,000 for the second, third and last time, Alan there on the telephones, it's going to go, £60,000, well done. An absolute beauty of a car, beauty car. Right, we'll just knock off the last five and then we're on. Right, 295, a Porsche 911 GT3 light up sign, £100 away. Are we all done at £100? 110, 120, 130, 140 we've got. At £140, at £140 I'm going to sell. At £140 and it's going. At £140 there, all done and dusted. At 140 it's going to go. It went, sorry, 150, it went at 140, sorry, I don't feel I rushed that one, sorry Will. 296 is the Peugeot 106 Independence, here we are. Interest I've got here with me, we have got 1,000, we've got 11, we've got 12. We've got 12, we've got £1,300 bid, we've got 13. We've got 1,300 then, at £1,300 and 1,400. And £1,500 on my sheet at 15. At £1,500 bid, at 1,500. At £1,500 then, at 1,500 I'm going to drop the hammer. At 1,600, at £1,600. At £1,600, at £1,600 for the first, second, third and last time. Sold. 297 is the old Bowser petrol pump. Here we go, the old petrol pump there. Just refresh that screen. We have got £100 bid at 100. £100 we've got at £100, at £100 and 100 and 120 and 140 and 160. At £160, at 160 going once, 160 going twice, third and last time. 160 and sold. And 298 is the Ford Transit. Which one's that? We've got a few of these kicking around. Screen's just going to pop up. Oh, I know, the stealth camper. There we are, the little stealth camper there. If you're working away somewhere and you just want to keep a low profile, perfect little van. It just looks like a normal little van. So yeah, absolutely perfect for that. Where are we going to be on that? Who wants to start me? Anyone want to start me at £1,000? It's a cheap little van. Anyone want to start me at that? It's a perfect little stealth van, it really is. Pull into a little car park out of the way, pub car park, get your head down. Anyone? If not, no, have a quick word with the girls in the office because it's a great little van for that. 299, one of my favourites. There we are, 299. I feel it should be law. We should all have one of these. It's going to come sooner or later. We should all have one of these and we should all have a Honda C90 step through, in my opinion. But there we are, the Citroen 2CV. I've got interest here, Will. We've got 4,250, £4,500. At £4,500 we've got. At 4,500. At £4,500. At 4,500. I'll take 100 if it helps. I think it's worth every penny. At 4,546. Good afternoon, Ireland. At 4,600, 47 says Mark. At £4,700. At £4,700. Your bid, Mark, at 4,007. 4,8 in Ireland. 4,008 in Ireland. It's gone. £4,800. At £4,800. 5,949 says Mark at 4,9. Marky's bid at 4,009. At 4,009, £5,000 says Dave. On sale. David's bid at £5,000. At £5,000. It's a nice little car that sits down there. Oh, it's on YouTube now. There we are. £5,000 we've got. At 5,001 says young Mark at 5,1. £5,100. Then are we all done? At 5,000 Mark. It's Mark's bid at 51. 52. David's in at 5,2. £5,200. At 5,002. Do you want 5,3, Mark? 5,2's gone. £5,200. Are we all done and dusted? At 5,200. Do you want 53? Let me know. 53. £5,300. 5,003. At 5,003. At £5,300. Next one's 54. Do you want it, Dave? 5,003. 5,4 he does. 5,400. At £5,400, it's David's phone bid. Dropping the hammer down at 54. Sold to David's phone at 54. Last one of the day today then, lot number 300, the one we've been looking for, the Michelin Man round sign. There we go. Where are we going to be on that? 120 we got and sold at £120, at 120, at 120 and 40. At 140, 150. At £150 then. At 150 then. It's all sold at 160. At £160 bid. At 160 then. 160 then. Last one of the day at £160. Gone at 160. There we go. That's the last one of the day. Thank you very much. Just a couple of quick notes. Thank you ever so much for your bidding today. Those that have been successful with a purchase, please book your collections with the office. They will give you a release code. We will try our absolute utmost to accommodate everyone as quickly as we can. There's going to be a little bit of more order early part of the week. We're closed bank holiday Monday, so Tuesday, Wednesday, we've just got to be a little bit select for obvious reasons because all the buildings, all the yards, everywhere is full. And then as the week goes on, we can be a lot more accommodating. But please book your collections and the girls will do their utmost and the lads on the shop floor to accommodate. Thank you ever so much for today. We're back again tomorrow with another 300. Have a lovely evening. Thank you very much. Good night. Well done, Ash. Thank you very much.